Hi, folks. Welcome to day 3 of this Ravens-centric draft coverage. We have a watch party and got a gathering crowd here, I would say, and a very heavy Reddit presence. Want to do some introductions to start before we get to the first picks of this 4th round. Joining us first is Alhaji Baha, otherwise known as Baha. How you doing, Baha?
Can't complain, Ken. Very exciting first 2 days and looking forward to day 3.
All right. He is a guy of Reddit origins. We have a heavy Reddit presence today. Joining us also is Matt W. Matt, you can say your last name if you want to, but really appreciate the 7-round mock you did. Came on detailed, went very thorough all the way down. Good reasoning. Really appreciated the effort with you and now I'm forgetting Tony G.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Looking forward to seeing what the Ravens end up doing on day 3 with all these picks we got.
All right. Andrew Gansis rocking either the Nada or Matabike jersey there. I've got a Nada jersey. I'm old school, but Andrew, how you doing?
Great, Ken. I've got my Nada jersey on today. I'm a orthopedic physical therapist by trade, Ravens fan and Redditor by night. So any injury questions you got, I could give my best answer. I'm happy to be here today.
Very good. Very good. We appreciate that to be certain. And Alec Poulianis, longtime friend of the show. Alec, how's it going today, buddy?
Good, man. Good. Excited to see who we pick with, was it 8 picks today? A lot of opportunity to improve the squad.
Yeah. Looking for it. Jacob Abuspatan. Is that how I pronounce it? Jacob, you there? All right. Not sure what's going on, but he is in the stream and might just not be hearing us somehow. Jacob, you're on mute if you're trying to talk. I can't tell if you are. All righty. Well, let's continue on. Jacob will get in eventually. All right. Fantastic. We're waiting for pick number 115 to come up. They still got the marching band on the screen here, but we should be kicking it off. Goodell should be kicking it off right away. I thought this was I actually thought this was true of day 2, where Goodell was not around for the picks. And it's somebody from the league office who starts making picks. And then it could be anybody making a pick for a team from rounds 4 through 7.
Yeah, I don't remember. It could even be you next time, Ken. That'd be kind of cool.
Well, yeah, James Ogden was on. That was
Exactly.
very cool for him, that's for sure. So Ravens trying to improve their presence in the UK.
I hear that they were saying they're doing a big thing in Manchester, right? Today.
Yep.
So that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I think they're having someone else from Ravens UK, that community, announce a pick today.
I wonder if it's the person who won the trip out like last week. They got to meet the team and stuff.
That would make sense.
Yeah, because maybe they're still here.
Yeah, good point. And not something that is easy for people to pronounce. A lot of the people who've been doing analysis and whatnot on offensive linemen, you don't always hear on the a broadcast version of it the announcer talking about Ioane and saying his name out loud. So it's something you can definitely miss. You have to actually go and do some research to often find the proper pronunciation.
I guess we'll go around the horn and get started with what everyone's hoping to see. Maybe with the 4th pick. I know we have the beginnings of a next board that we started last night. I'm definitely in the camp Trig and Jolie. I'm getting nervous about the amount of tight ends 9 went yesterday. So I would like the Ravens to get one of their guys, if not 2, because I don't want to have to play the hope that no one cares about Carson Ryan game, because surely somebody's going to care about Carson Ryan and be on their board.
All right, I'll give you. I mean, I've got several players. I hope they go center in the 4th round. I can live with any of Hecht, Lou, or Parker. Parker would be my number 1 of that group, converted tackle. I want them to start going tight end in round 5. That probably means they miss out on Trigg, who I think will be gone before then. But maybe Jolie, Daquan Wright will be available for their first tight end. Want a playmaker, and then for a second tight end. Everybody knows by now that my draft cuss is Riley Nowakowski of Indiana, who is a terrific missed tackle waiting to happen in the open field. I think would work very well with Eddie Faulkner, the running backs coach. How about you, Baha?
Yeah, Nowakowski is an interesting That would be an interesting pick, especially with Declan Doyle's experience with the move tight end. I think Nowakowski would be a really good selection in the 5th round. I think that's really good value. I mean, I think his age is, I believe his age is going to be age 24 or 25. I know he's a transfer into Indiana. I don't remember
Yeah.
what his previous university was, but I think that'd be a good selection in the 5th round. I
Hey,
was a little disappointed with Slaughter getting picked. I was hoping that we'd see him slide a little bit, but I guess, with that in mind, we can see what happens in the next few rounds. But hopefully we can get a tight end
And
sooner than
Nowakowski's
later.
actually been in college for 6 years. He
Okay.
spent his last year at Indiana after 5 at Wisconsin. He's probably 24 or 25. And definitely breaks my rules of taking an older player, but in round 5 or 6, I'm fine with that. Pick is in for the Raiders here. I'll be announcing these as we go. Jacob, can you hear us now?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't have the audio on my headset.
Thanks for joining us. I'll let you pronounce your last name, but really appreciate having you here. And you've done some good work with me on offensive line related material that we've had on air this offseason so far.
Yeah, Jacob Aboush-Batan. Like I said, definitely passionate about the line. So it's been an interesting draft so far because obviously the first 2 picks addressing the trenches.
Briefly, while we're waiting for the Raiders picks, I want to go over the color code. A green selection, and there is actually a legend down here, but you can't necessarily see it on the screen all the time. Green means a day 1 pick, a round 1 pick. The blues are day 2 picks, and the other color coding is related to the AFC team they went to. So the purple and gold, of course, is the Ravens, and black and yellow is the Steelers, etc. The Browns have the brown and yellow. So I think it's pretty clear. All the picks on day 3 here are going to be in gray for being day 3 picks. So that'll start to happen. Somebody also says Riley Nowakowski is not 24, but will be in a few months. So that's younger than I would have expected after 6 years of college.
Brugler has him at 23.81 right now, so that seems like 24 during the season.
Yep. All right. I think, did we make it all the way around here? I don't think we did, right? In terms of who people want at 115 still. Matt, who do you got?
I'm really thinking center would be a good place to go with this. Could also see us going tight end. We also have 4 5th-round picks, so we could be in a situation where we trade back up into the 4th using some of that draft capital.
Oh my, with the very first pick of the 4th round, Jermod McCoy comes off the board to the Raiders.
There you go. About
So
time.
they're taking the risk. That's a huge one.
I mean, I think a team that's not expected to compete this year is a perfect place for him to go to see if they need to do anything with his knee. And I hope him the best. I mean, that could be a huge steal. This could be a franchise turning around move.
I was thinking the Dolphins would potentially pick him.
Right. Yep.
All right, let's see what we got here. I'm going to be just going for 1 second. What? Solve the problem.
Very glad the Raiders traded up over the Bills if that was their pick. Would hate to see him go to a contender.
I think for me, I'd really like to see Halton if he slides to 115. He's one of my favorite players in the class. Could also see them waiting on a center. Ledford seemed to like Burton out of Kentucky. Maybe he goes later. Or a tight end like Jolie at 115.
I feel like center is probably going to be a really obvious choice if they do end up going that way. I've really felt like so far this draft, maybe it's because of new coach and everything like that, but they've kind of gone more of a prototypical route than the stuff that you would like to see. Like I feel like they're for the first time we're really addressing holes more than in the past. So I mean, I could definitely see a center. I mean, it was a big for me personally. I'm not normally like an interior lineman in the first round, but obviously Invenio was huge. But yeah, I agree about center. I think that's a need, and I think we're in the opportunity to get like one of the better guys that are on the board for that position.
Good question, Mark, about does NIL affect your penalty applied? DeCosta has made the point that there are a lot more players on the board who are 24 and older. It's up to 18% of their 197 draftable players when it used to be 4%. Jude Bowery of Boston College, the offensive tackle, goes to Buffalo at number 102, by the way. But I still think a lot of the problems exist. Sure, the NIL affects how the player gains, but the player's got to decide, kind of like you have to decide what your first job is. Would you like to earn, more money as a waiter because the tips are good, or would you like to start off in an unpaid internship in finance? A lot of it's a similar question that NIL players face. Obviously, a difficult one, in terms of the money and the guarantees that still exist for them in college. But honestly, I think there's a high premium on the players who are making the NFL at 21 or 21 and a half kind of thing. They just end up much more likely to be very good players. So yes, it's still a significant penalty, if you want to call it that, a significant downgrade to value to be a 24-year-old prospect. What do you guys think about this? Are we forced to take a center in round 4?
No.
No.
I don't believe so.
I think it'd be prudent, but it's by no means required. I mean, center is just one of those. I always call it a luxury position almost, because it can potentially raise the ceiling of your line, but it's rarely going to have a huge effect on the floor. So I wouldn't say it's absolutely required, but I would like to see it, as I mentioned a moment ago.
It could be a liar's luncheon sort of quote from the EDC last night, but he mentioned that he wants the value to align. And that's the big reason they didn't do it day 2. I just don't see yet. I mean, we're a little bit of ways away, but I think when I look at the tiers, I'm comfortable waiting until the 5th for the center and waiting, and then trying to get a guy who I think there's a tier break on that won't make it to the 5th round. Like, for instance, the tight ends. I feel like we're down to 2 tight ends that I would like to have as my first selected tight end. So I feel as though that would be the way to go.
Okay, so you want either Trigg or Joe Lee. I assume you're not a Daquan Wright guy, right? Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, Daquan Wright's good. I mean, I liked him. I liked Carson Ryan. I have a couple guys that I would like to see, but at different tiers. So.
Interesting fact about Jude Bowery, who just went graduate of St. Francis Academy in Baltimore.
Mm-hmm. That's a big one. Daryl Jackson off the board to the Eagles at number 103. That represents, I think, pretty darn good value for them. I've got to see. I thought I had a 3-4 grade on him as far as value for the Ravens. So that would be a hit. It's primarily a nose tackle.
Going back to the conversation on offensive line, because we're getting to a point now where getting Iona gives you an idea of what the Ravens kind of think about the current state of the line. I'm curious about Emory Jones and the flexibility he may present, because I know he played tackle at LSU, I think right tackle specifically. Is there a chance of him possibly kicking to center? I mean, we were hearing reports of him getting reps in, but how valid is that? Is that something that Emory Jones has the length particularly? I mean, athleticism is there, but I'm kind of thinking about your thoughts on that.
I think the chance of it really working out is actually fairly low. Now, the fact that they're trying it at all is probably a good thing, but it's probably also more indicative of desperation. They have a lot of below-the-line options right now with the combination of Jones, Pinter, and probably Corey Bullock that they don't really love any of those options. But if you try a lot of them, they're hoping that one of them will work. And for Emory Jones, if the Ravens give him an option to snap the football and have that be part of his game going forward, be a 6th offensive lineman, he's got to do whatever can get him on the field at this point in his career.
I think we've talked about Bullock before a little bit. Like, obviously, the main amount that he's gotten was during like preseason, but I mean, he's a big guy for a center. He's not massive by any means, but I was actually just talking to someone about this last night. The mixture of assuming the possibility of him, Venya, and Simpson being in the center does allow for a fairly competent power game, in my opinion. And, Simpson's a little more well-rounded. He's not really great at anything in particular, but he's pretty well-rounded. And then, you can really compensate a lot with Benya being a decent puller as well. So even if the left side isn't super strong in the power game, you still have that option of swinging him out. I'd like to see Bullock at least be able to get a chance to compete. I mean, what I saw in the preseason looked good. Obviously, it's preseason, but he had a ton of snaps. So it's not like, it was a small sample size per se. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of why we're talking about center and maybe, in my opinion, getting a true center around now. That way we can kind of play with the other positions and have someone we know who's most likely going to be either competing or starting from the jump.
All right, Proctor's off the board too.
Caleb Proctor, the defensive tackle. That's Southwestern Louisiana, I think. So I believe that's an FCS school, not FBS. So one level down.
Could be the defensive tackle run. Maybe Halton and Benny will go before we get to select.
Yeah. Definitely, if Grayson Halton is still there at 115, he'll be in the conversation, I would think.
Yep, for sure.
I didn't think he'd fall to the 4th round personally.
Mm-hmm.
That begs the question. We got defensive tackle, tight end, center. Which one goes, and which ones do we wait on round 5 for? And what are the options going to be at that point for either of those positions?
I think the possibility of trading back up is legitimate, and the 2-for-1 swap, if that makes sense. But yeah, I think all these options are in play in terms of where they did it. By not drafting Sadiq in round 1, which I thought was probably the best value, the best surplus value potentially over the course of his entire career. And the reason being that he's much more likely to stay a Raven than a player like Ioane, who doesn't have the 5th-year option or franchise tag effectively available if he is a good but not great player. In Sadiq's case, you have those available and very cheap. I think they actually gained optionality by not picking a tight end at that point. But it's starting to get a little dicier at tight end right here at the beginning of round 4, as we've seen 9 guys total drafted so far. Alec, you mentioned that 9 guys were drafted yesterday. I have only 8. Do you mean 9 in total, or did you?
Maybe I misspoke. Yeah.
It's certainly possible that we'd have missed one on our board somehow as well, which it wouldn't be good, but it's certainly possible.
Yeah, 9 total.
Okay.
Yeah, Sadiq, Stowers, scrolling through the list here.
Claire, Roush, Delp, Raridon, Orkercher, Klein, and Kasmeric, which is the really funny one because I don't know that name at all other than from Malcolm in the Middle. It's the mother.
Orkercher was my biggest surprise on the 2nd round. I did not expect him to go as high as he did.
Big reach.
Definitely was a
I don't know if
big
you
reach.
said
I was
Delp, but he
surprised.
went as well.
Very surprised to see 2 Ohio State tight ends getting drafted. But
So we got 2 Cowboys, 2 Broncos, Chiefs. Just looking at the teams in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone's going to pick a center, it's going to be the Texans.
Yeah, so it's a good call. They've been really addressing that offensive line.
Unless they expect to kick heel and Rutledge inside to center.
So it's actually funny. I like having a couple different things up when I'm following for the drafts, and it's kind of funny. Actually, I'm on PFF and they do not have tight end as a need for us right now, which I think is kind of funny. But I mean, are you guys looking for more, like, what kind of involvement are you guys looking for the tight end? Given how, Doyle ran his offense with the Bears, I mean, are we thinking, like, one of the things I liked about Sadiq, I don't necessarily agree that about getting him in the first as passionately as Ken did, but I love the fact the guy lugged the block, and that's always a boon for tight ends. But I mean, at this point, you guys looking for, someone that leans more towards a weapon or more integrated into potentially being, part of the upfront part of play.
I think
I think I could look for both.
I agree. I think you look for another guy who can replace Andrews probably after the 2028 season. Sorry, after the 2027 season potentially, and then have a inline guy or a move guy. And Nowakowski, for me, is a great guy to move all over the formation, get him the ball in space. He's kind of like a mini Patrick Ricard that helps you use a fullback but still get away from the fullback halfway rather than totally eliminate it. I think if they do try and totally get past the fullback Brennan Thompson, by the way, just off the board to the Chargers, it does become harder as we go forward on NFL Network to follow the picks as they come out. We'll do our best early on here, but there'll be, at some point they start to announce the last 5 picks, and we just kind of have to look at it that way.
Yeah, Ken, I remember we did a episode in regards with the tight ends, and the concern that we had as far as, was the Ravens' idea to try to lock up Isaiah Likely as soon as possible, which it felt like it was during the summertime, and then the injury occurred, and obviously the season happened. And to me, it almost felt as if, hey, you know what, Andrews is just going to take the contract provided, and I would have been more comfortable getting the player that's 4 years younger. But I do think we are kind of getting to a point now in the draft where it doesn't feel like we need to force drafting a tight end, but we are obviously got to look at Andrews' replacement, and having a tight end that can block and is athletic. I think that's getting a little bit harder to find as we're getting deeper in the draft. So hopefully we can find that Andrews replacement, but preferably a athletic tight end would be a good skill set to have in this offense.
Yeah, with you. There's a good comment here from Thy Bald, who says the rest of the NFL seems to really prioritize the blocking tight end for 2 tight end sets. That's interesting because a lot of teams are doing it with a 6th offensive lineman. I think it's still a possibility for the Ravens that if you don't draft a blocking tight end, that could be Emory Jones's role for 15 snaps a game. Alan Anderson in Buffalo has done a lot of that. I think it's Alan Anderson, but Anderson in Buffalo has done a lot of that for them. And there are other teams as well. I think it might be Houston, who also uses a blocking a 6th offensive lineman a fair amount. Okay, we have the Texans up here. They're making their selection, and they're the team that might draft a center, right? They drafted a guard, Fabechi Nwewu. We'll see if that, I don't know if I have pronounced that correctly or not. He was on the list of players I added last night. I admittedly, and this is going to happen a lot today, it's a guy I have not looked at tape of. Anybody have knowledge of him?
No, but I've got an intense feeling of relief right now.
Agreed.
I was musing the option of sacrificing pick 173 or 174 to trade up with the Chargers just to guarantee he's going to stick with his stick and pick mentality, and it seems to be working out well for us in this draft.
I tell you what, we've had a lot of fun with people really wanting a trade up. I mean, there was Gordon McGinnis came out very strongly for, let's see what happened here. Andrew, good to have you back. He came out. Sorry, Andrew, you on a separate machine here? We got you on twice.
No, I apologize. I'll get out of one.
Okay. Anyway, the point was that Bain, he really wanted to trade up for as early as number 10. Bain dropped into the range, and it did look a little dicey for the Ravens going into the 11th pick. And then they had 3 straight picks kind of go their way, with Caleb Downs coming off the board to Dallas, a player that I don't think the Ravens had room for. Then not Caleb Proctor, the other Proctor. Caden Proctor, right? The enormous offensive tackle. And then number 13, Ty Simpson, came off the board. Those are 3 great picks for giving the Ravens options at number 14. And they had Ioane, Bain, and Sadiq all in front of them at that point. But a lot of people, if you want trade backs, I mean, the Ravens are extremely patient. They thought they really understood the chance of a player getting through, and they did. All right, we good, Andrew? You're on once only, right? All right. Oh, 49ers pick is in now. Any pick is a good thing, right? Because the Ravens could still get somebody to jump them in the order and take a center.
Depending on what we do at 115, we could have a handshake agreement with Njoku for tight end. But hopefully that's not the case. But we'll see.
I think the philosophy of EDC bringing in a bunch of those guys, Njoku, Reader, all before the draft, I think that's good insurance for if we don't end up getting the specific positions we're liking. So hopefully we don't have to go that route. Everything works out for us, but not a bad fallback option, I guess.
Yeah, I think Njoku would be solid as a fallback. He doesn't really give you that
The
long
Joker's
term
still
solution.
unsigned, correct? He's just been
Unsigned.
making
He is not
visits. He hasn't. Okay.
He's also has been pretty bad the last couple of years. So and a lot of people say, well, it's all on the Browns quarterbacks, but let me go to real quickly to the stats for Njoku, because they're the kind of thing that should scare the living bejesus out of you. Yes, he had a lot of some very bad quarterback plays. Taking a moment to come up. Okay, so in 2024, he had 5.2 yards per target. And in 2025, 6.1 yards per target. So he's been under 6 yards per target over that 2-season period. It's actually more like 5.5, 5.6 when you weight it to the higher number of targets in 24. So he's not the same player he once was. And some of it is probably usage, some of it is quarterbacks, but some of it is he's just not the same player anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're expecting him to be, like I said, it's a Band-Aid, if anything, and it's just something to have the opposing team to think about. But like I said, that's in the situation we don't get a tight end here that can kind of immediately step next to Andrews. I just, again, he's not a long-term solution by any means. It's not, you're not bringing him in order to pick up the mantle after Andrews leaves or anything crazy. But
Yeah.
I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah.
Be a nice 1-year plug.
I have an immediate reaction to having 2 tight ends that are that old as well on the same roster. That I think that's not good roster management practice. So we want a young guy just because we really need to have a young guy. All right, Baha, you having some issues with computer, or what's the, All right. It's interesting. I have Jagger Burton lower on my list. How would you guys feel about him in round 5?
I haven't really looked at him enough to have an informed opinion.
I have him as 19th on my IOL group. There was still a number of names ahead of that.
Is Burton a center directly, or is he a convert?
I think he's a pure center.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I
that's
mean, he's shown. I mean, he's shown okay. I'm looking up on the NFL app and all that good stuff about him. I mean, he has pretty decent production scores physically, but I mean, doesn't seem very inspiring.
All right, I'm hearing some groans here, and we shouldn't be hearing those groans before the pick comes out. You're a couple seconds ahead of us, but Grayson Halton of Oklahoma just came off the board. Definitely one of the players that the Ravens could have been excited about, and one of the only guys really remaining that was potentially quite a good 3-tech pass rusher. So not an ideal situation, obviously.
Yeah, I think at this point, Benny's probably the best option for them, and I think they could potentially snag him in the 5th round, but we'll see.
Yeah, I would agree. He's the best guy left. And then you have some undersized guys after that. Landon Robinson of Navy. Caleb Proctor actually already came off the board. They could go really big on the interior line, and then you push over to a lot more 3-tech snaps. Okay. That's possible from a lot more 3-tech snaps from Travis Jones would be potentially a result of that if they went to a nose tackle. But Xavier Harris is an enormous nose from Ole Miss who I'm sure will be drafted at some point today, and he's an interesting candidate. Just the Ravens have a lot of nose tackles to start with. I'm with you on that. Baltimore, let's see. Baltimore get up. I have him as a 6th or 7th round selection for the Ravens. So somebody value that is. Somebody may snag him early. If they do, he's their problem. Okay, we have the running back Jonah Coleman of Washington off the board at number 108 to the Broncos. And that is only the 4th running back drafted, I believe, in this entire draft so far.
Surprised Washington's still there.
Yeah. Okay, we got 7 selections until number 115, and we've all kind of pegged out a center or whatnot. But are we at a point yet where we're confident that the remaining players include somebody who the Ravens will really want? I can't say that I am yet, but we're getting very close.
I think that the Ravens' next pick is going to be on that short list of 8 that you have right there. I think that's
Good
probably
bet.
where we end up going. From a betting man, I would put money on that. You do have Everett on there, though, and I think he's gone. So,
Oh, is he?
Yeah, you
Cornerback.
have
You are correct. He went to the Steelers. Okay.
yes.
This guy's really shaking. I wonder if Jadon Kennedy, the cornerback from Oregon, off the board. I remember adding the name last night. I have not looked at him.
I think he's a slot guy.
Okay, definitely. That's any slot cornerback picked up is a good selection to be made in front of the Ravens.
Coach DC with all 22s was pretty high on him. Had a pretty nice highlight interception in the end zone, I believe. I think it was versus USC.
Yeah, that might be it. We just saw there on TV. I'm not sure. I know the guy he really liked was Traydon Stukes as a slot corner, who went pretty early in this draft. And another guy he liked that got to give him props for that I didn't really have in the top, anywhere near the top of the draft. It's safety. He liked Husky from Maryland.
I definitely liked Husky as well. I didn't think he was going to go as early as he did, but it came down to the 6th round. Would have been a guy I would not have been opposed to taking.
Okay. Let's see if we can resolve this. Baha, are you getting kicked or what's the issue? Can you let me know? Okay. All right, we're at commercial here. We got pick number 110 has been submitted, so that's the Jets again, who seem to be picking about every other selection this whole draft.
I think they just traded up for this pick at 110.
Who could they be trading up for?
Baha, you back with us now? Okay. Well, I want to say, give a shout out to the Reddit community and the 7-round mock that you guys did. I thought was absolutely outstanding. I appreciate you guys coming on the show and take us through all of your explanations as to why you selected players and whatnot. And you know what I really love about that mock in particular is it's not a mock versus a machine. It's a mock versus other fans who really are keyed in on the needs of their team and whatnot. I think it was very well done.
Yep. Thanks, Ken. It was a fun time. Although looking at this draft, it does, and what players have gone so far, it feels like it's looking like the results I got when I was drafting against the machines.
Okay.
Never in my life did I think Zion Young was going to be there at pick 45.
It's pretty funny.
A comment here from Jake about, hey, Jake, great to have you in the stream again. Wish you were healthy enough to be on the panel. That's something we'd always appreciate to have your thoughts on air here. But Jagger Burton is 24 in August. So he is an older guy. But, an athlete, certainly. His 40s under 5'0". I think that his pass blocking is not what I would hope. Gets over his feet a little bit too much. Anchor is not at the top level, but I would still love him in like round 6 or 7, but he's not. He wouldn't be the round 4 choice for me.
Doesn't look like there's an exact birthday for Sam Hecht, but it appears that he just turned 23 recently. So
He's 23 in April.
It was something that was pretty amazing to learn recently is how much effort a lot of these guys go to scrub their ages from everything.
Yeah. They know how important that information is. And if you're my age, and none of you guys are old like me, but in the 1980s, enormous scandals with Dominican scouting misrepresenting the ages of Dominican players. And in fact, Junior Felix, it might have been by north of 5 years, who was a guy who retired at 26, but he wasn't really 26. He was probably 32 to 34 years old. And people had a complete wrong read on him. So now every team, of course, invests heavily in the Dominican Republic. They have facilities down there and really intense scouting because it's such a hotbed of baseball development. But they put in all these penalties now for what happens if you misrepresent your age, and including it can include having your contract invalidated now. So hopefully they're getting straighter answers. Okay, got a good one off the board for the Ravens. Cade Klubnik goes to the Jets. That's definitely a positive, seeing a quarterback go there. Interesting. I mean, for a lot of reasons. I mean, I think this opens up the possibility of Taylor Green maybe to the Ravens a little bit later. Anybody excited about that prospect? If it was a 6 or a 7, maybe?
If he's there in the 7th, run the card up.
Yeah.
What's the rostering strategy? You just hoping that he can slip to the practice squad?
Not necessarily. You could. There are a couple of ways it could be handled. It could have an injury or whatever. All right.
Sure.
Could carry 3 running backs or 3 tight ends.
Yeah.
Instead of 4.
Could be. It could be, or could get him to IR potentially before the year begins if you have a possibility with that. That's of course the sneaky way to go about it and the old timey way to go about it. But
Ken's on the sidelines reporting and is asked to slip his leg out or something.
Yeah. We'll put in something there. Yes,
I traded up for Klubnik.
Yeah, I'm surprised they went Klubnik over Nussmeier.
I'm assuming it has to be the athleticism. I mean, Klubnik, he moves really well out of the pocket. Nussmeier is your classic stand in the pocket, distributor. So I mean, that's what I'm assuming. I guess that's what the Jets saw in him.
Hey, Baja, can I ask you to turn down, mute the volume on your TV because I can hear it through your microphone.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We're not going to Drew Aller pick.
Broncos are up at 111 here. The NFL International Fan of the Year. Interesting. And Cage Casey out of Boise State. Now, there's a guy I really liked on the interior.
Yeah, you shouldn't be surprised about international fans, Ken. We had a whole discussion about how the NFL is trying to reel in that international audience.
Love it. In fact, let's toss it out there to the stream right now. In fact, Maureen just handed me a note on this exact topic, but she says, ask the listeners where they're listening from. So let's see who's the furthest from Baltimore in this case. Maybe we could get somebody doing a little internet research to find that. But where are you listening to from today? I know we had somebody from New Zealand yesterday, and yes, Max, we are going to Rio. Maureen made our plane reservations today, so we're going in on Thursday and coming back on Monday morning. It could be a tight week of analysis for that, but we take every opportunity to go to a new venue when the opportunity comes up. I think this will be number 43 for us of NFL venues we've been to.
I think Berlin might be the winner so far, furthest away from Baltimore.
Westminster. Somebody. There's Nova Scotia. That's pretty good. Montana. How about that? Tuning in from Hawaii. That's probably further than Berlin. The Cowboys selection is in at number 112. Drew Shelton, the tackle from Penn State. It's another harmless one for the Ravens, I would say, at this point. Very cool. Okay, I'm going to kind of click on some of these. We have Texas by way of Australia. Oh, the Philippines, for real. Thank you. Where in the Philippines? All right, we're going to have some London. Wait a minute. I'm near Knoxville, but my heart was forged in the fires of Harm City and the Black Knight's Dungeon. Okay. All right, very good. That's going to be hard to beat. How many Dallas Cowboy fans are just really rooting at this point for Jerry Jones to become incapacitated or even die so that he's not in the
Oh my gosh.
It's a group. They really don't want. I mean, if you don't listen to the radio in Dallas, I mean, there's uniform, hate of the fact that he's the owner and general manager of the team.
Yeah, but I mean, the Dallas is just like every other NFC East team. I mean, you just look at like who they draft, you look at their roster, and a lot of times you're just like, man, okay, I can see it, and then just nothing ever works out. Like the Eagles are one of the best organizations for their roster and stuff like that. But I grew up. I'm in Virginia, so I grew up around a lot of Skins fans, Commanders fans now, and it's just I always remember like, man, they have so many great players, and it's just like, why do you suck all the time? Like it's an NFC East specialty.
We got to get back to some of these international things. I don't know about the Djibouti thing, but Ethan, interesting. We also have a Finland, the Uranus. Okay, this is the same guy who said he was from Forged in the Fires of Hell or whatever it was. Okay, Quezon City in the Philippines. Used to live in Baltimore, but still have family left there. Great. All right. Okay, so let's talk about 115 right now. If we have now 3 picks, the Ravens have the 3rd pick. Let's go around the horn with your top 3 here at this position. I'm going to just write mine down. Everybody do that, and then we'll go around the horn. Okay. Does everybody have their 3 in order? I'll start us off, and then we can go around. I have Michael Trigg as the first. I think broken tackle machine. I like him. I like Parker as a smart guy taking over the offensive line, moving from tackle. Has already made the commitment to center, and then I like Sam Heck number 3. So solving either a tight end or a center issue. What do you think, Matt?
For me, I'd probably have Sam Heck as my number 1 choice, followed by Jolie or Keontae Scott at corner.
Okay. All right. Let's go to you, Alec. What do you say?
Heck, Trigg, Jolie.
Okay. So you're heavily on the tight end group. Jacob, what do you say? Oh, you're CD on mute, I think.
Yeah, sorry. I was gonna say I was watching some highlights, and I'm gonna be the one outside here, but I know he's got injury, but I still like the way Lou looks. Like
Okay.
he's kind of got that thing. Hex, obviously, I'd like to stick with center, and then I mean, I don't know a lot about, but Washington, I think would be a potential one as well.
Okay. Okay. We got a lot of people coming in from the board. Let's look at how they're talking about. And Malik Muhammad, the cornerback. That's not a bad pick at all. Definitely would be a significantly good one. Heck, Lou Scott, Lou Hecht Jolly. Seems like some excitement over Trigg. Okay, I think Mr. Voss, you mean Scott, right? Is not Scoot? There's, I don't know if that's short for someone or not. It could be. I don't know. I want a defensive tackle. Lou Heck Trigg. We got Lou Parker Abney. Trigger Hecht. Colts selection is being made right now at 113, so we'll be down to 2 players remaining. And Jalen Farmer, the guard, off the board, guard from Kentucky. So line mate of Jagger Burton.
It seems the Cowboys have decided to make their pick and not trade.
Interesting. You didn't see a pick is in on that, did you?
I see a pick is in on the Cowboys for
okay.
Yeah.
for 114.
I think your stream's like 10 seconds behind, Ken. I'm not sure if you're behind.
It could be a direct TV thing. There is some delay sometimes in direct TV. So I consistently hear you reacting to the selection before I
That's why I've been muting myself. Yeah, sorry. I mean, I'm just watching on the antenna. So
I'm watching on the internet NFL Plus. I think I'm behind you, but the website has the picks going down on one side of the screen and the stream on the other side of the screen. But the list of picks is like 20 seconds ahead of the broadcast. So
okay.
I'll try and full screen the broadcast for when the Ravens are end up picking. so I won't be spoiled.
A lot of people liking Keontae Scott. And, you know, I wouldn't be terribly upset about the pick. Give me Ken's guy, Lou. All right. I have Lou actually out of my top 3. I have Trig, Parker, Hecht. If you're looking to
I'd probably go Parker, Hecht, and then Jolie. Is my top 3.
Yeah, I think I would go Heck, Trig, and the idea of Muhammad at corner. I think that's a really low key selection. I'm curious, could Scott play on the outside if selected? I mean, I know he has a lot of snaps in the slot, but could the Ravens see him as an outside corner?
go to my notes on him. I know we looked at this last night. Devin Moore, by the way, out of Florida, just got selected number 114. The Ravens are up right now. I'm probably saying Trig is the guy at this point, and that means I'm deferring the center. But I'd be really happy if it were either Parker or Hecht. I'd be happy with either.
Looks like the pick is in.
Almost instant on my stream, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
This board's fallen pretty well for us, so only guy I saw taken was Halton that I'd be thinking about at this pick.
Right. Yeah, good point. They don't even have a Ravens guest doing this. This is Elijah Sarratt of Indiana, another wide receiver. That is frankly a shocking pick. We took him off the board. He is my highest rated wide receiver left at number 7 overall. So, you know, I understand that they like the pick. I'm really surprised they didn't take a center or a tight end there.
Wow.
Double dipping at receiver. Wow. Okay.
Tight end might be over.
Man.
Wow.
I don't see us going receiver again.
Truly, right? Well, that's exciting. A lot of people love Sarratt.
Yeah, when we did the wide receiver show, I did it with Jason Smith of Huddled Up Films, and he really liked Malachi Fields of Notre Dame, and I really liked Sarratt. That was our only major difference between the two lists. And I'll just go through some of my notes on Sarratt here really quick. He's definitely another ex-receiver guy at 6'2", 210, a 4.60 40, so a little bit slower. But he had good yards per target at 9.5 this last year and 132.9 quarterback rating throwing it to him. I don't have an MTF rate on him for some reason. I have it blank here on where I'm working from. But his contested catch rate is in the 4th percentile. Now, by that, I mean he has the 10th most among 270 wide receivers with 50-plus targets. And he's had a kind of declining production on contested catches. But he is definitely a catch point guy. Very strong hands, fearlessness to leap. Definitely cannot win the stride for stride battles on the outside. So it's a very interesting call. It's almost like a tight end and wide receiver clothing, given the size involved here. He's smaller, of course, than that, but decent run blocker. So I will say this: every year of his college career, the bar was moved, and he's consistently exceeded it, culminating with that national championship with Indiana this year. So this is a very interesting pick. This is a shocking pick from the Ravens in my mind. I'd like to go around the horn here. Scale of 1 to 10, and maybe give some reasoning. What's your level of shockness with this pick? Start with you, Matt.
9. It's pretty high. I didn't expect us to go with another wide receiver. I expected us to go to the free agent market and fill out the room there. But it seems like we're deciding to go really young at the room. And right now we have 6 guys penciled in to try and to potentially be the starting 6. So we'll be Really interested to see how this plays out. We got center, tight end to address next round. So we'll see how the board falls for us.
Okay, interesting question here. Sarratt, he'll be 23 in May, so he's just a few days short of his 23rd birthday.
And there goes Keontae Scott.
I think I'd put my level of shock at an 8, unless they're planning on using Jacoby Lane as a Isaiah Likely type and trying to use Sarratt as more of your typical X. But definitely not the guy I was assuming that was going to happen at 115.
Almost uniformly a higher ranked wide receiver than Lane too. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, I was gonna say that someone mentioned in the comments, it definitely kind of feels BPA for sure. I'm fairly surprised just because it's in the fact that based on, I said earlier, the way that this draft has been going, it seems like it's been almost vanilla, like kind of thought process compared to what I feel like in years past. So this is the first time that I'm kind of like, oh, that definitely kind of threw me for a little bit of a loop.
I'm gonna say a shock. I'm pretty shocked as well. I'm curious what this means for red zone opportunities. Does that mean that when we're in the red zone, are we looking to create more fade plays for Lamar? Or I'm curious as far as the creativity that this will present, drafting Lane and then double dipping. So I would say about a 7 to an 8 right now. It does feel like BPA was in play here, but I'm curious now, what does this mean as far as opportunities for Tez Walker, or what this means for other guys that are already on the roster?
I agree. I'll ask a question about that red zone production here. Does anybody think that Declan Doyle can change who Lamar Jackson is as a quarterback and go to a bunch more fade routes? Or do you think Lamar's always going to run left, run right, as he does down the goal line, had tremendous success for most of his career doing, and then try and find a guy with a direct throw after time? Because that's really been the hallmark of his career, is almost no fades. But we did see Lane actually mention his favorite route is the fade route. I hope that means 40-yard 7s and 40-yard 9s, and not it would be 40-yard 7s, I guess, a corner route that we would see, as opposed to trying to run these short fades down near the goal line.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, it was something that we touched on our offensive one last year regarding, even with like Bateman and everything. I think that's the next elevation of Jackson's game is that hit the top of the drop and throw the technical route. I'm hoping that happens. I don't know if Doyle is going to be the guy specifically to change it, but I'm hoping that is the next step for him. That was kind of my biggest concern with Lane, and now with Sarratt as well, is that both possession guys are absolutely great. I want them on the roster. I just personally have always felt that a wide receiver like that is going to come down to his chemistry with Jackson. If they don't have chemistry, he's going to be completely unutilized in the offense. It's a almost thrown away pick. But if Jackson ends up trusting him and is willing to put up those more contested catches, which he hasn't always wanted to do more recently, then that would be great. If he trusts them, I think these are great picks. If they ends up not working out and there isn't that chemistry, then I don't foresee what they're going to end up contributing to the offense as possession receivers.
Now, let me toss out one more idea there. Does the fact that they drafted another wide receiver indicate a potential willingness to trade Zay Flowers that might be coming up? Now, look, I hate even suggesting these things because it takes so much heat for even suggesting to trade a star player, but Zay Flowers is about to be due an enormous contract, and I think he'll play 2026 with the Ravens pretty much no matter what, because he's in the 4th year of his original deal, but he has a 5th year option for 25, and that might be the time we see him traded on draft night. Again, not saying I want that, and it's just one of these things that the Ravens may have to make some very, very tough choices in terms of salary cap with the Lamar situation.
I don't think Zay is gone, personally. I think the chemistry he has with Lamar and what he brings to the team, he is without a doubt the best wide receiver the Ravens have ever drafted.
Mhm.
Accolades, yards per season, etc. His only deficiency is his red zone production. I don't see how the team's better off with trading Zay than we are paying him a market wide receiver contract, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $35 million a year. I think we get there this offseason like we did with Hamilton, probably something in late July, sometime in August, before the season starts. And hopefully that's where we see a Lamar extension too, because we do have a decent bit of extra cap room. Part of my brain's been telling me that the reason they're keeping some cap freed up is because if you sign Lamar to an extension right now after you already did that restructure, and if you sign Zane Flowers to an extension, that's going to add money on the cap this year. So they might be trying to save things for those potential extensions.
Yeah, J.A. Wayne, I think that you're in the right range there at 4 for an AAV of 35 would be about what I would want, and maybe even start it after what is it, the cap number, the 5th year option, I think, is 28 million. So it could be one of these things where they started a year later and it maybe becomes more of a value with the deferral there. But that's the right range. And if they do it, it's an enormous cornerstone commitment to Flowers.
I'm also thinking about with these two bigger receivers. I'm curious as to, because Ken, you talk about it all the time, as far as one thing Lamar can always improve upon is the timing, right? As far as, you know, being able to have timing routes, and Lamar can always improve on that. I'm curious if possibly drafting a Sarratt possibly can help with those deficiencies that Lamar is experiencing, maybe with those shoulder fades, which I'm not sure if that's so much of a timing route, but maybe that's the new element, right? Of the new wave for Lamar, or the new way Lamar can improve as he's, continuing to go so beyond and surpass. So I'm just curious as to how we're implementing these new receivers. Maybe Lane could be an Isaiah Likely um idea red zone type. So I'm just curious the creativity that Doyle's looking to utilize with these receivers.
Yeah, hopefully there's multiple things Lane can do. It's not just one. First of all, it needs to have complementary routes. But I do like the idea that I think DeAndre Hopkins, by the way, is out for the Ravens based on what we've seen today. I don't think he'll be re-signed. But one thing that Hopkins gave the Ravens last year was some outside the numbers man coverage opportunities where he could go up and get the football. And Lane could be the guy that preserves that at significantly lower cost for the Ravens. So I think from that perspective, I kind of like the pick. It's highly specialized in terms of who he is. He's my number 18 wide receiver. I just didn't have him as high as Sarratt, not even close. So it's an interesting pick. So we'll see. Lane, is a little bit faster than Sarratt, so he's got that going for him. But he's had a lot of contested catches career, which I think are a function of how big he is and the amount of hip sinkage he has to use. What that means in terms of giving away information at the top of the stem to the opposing corner. So the opposing corner, can figure out more about what's happening with a player like Lane at the top of the stem because of how he has to sit in the chair to decelerate.
Yeah, I also I don't know if replacing or having a specific player is going to make that change for Jackson. Because Hopkins was there. And here the thing is like I bring this stuff up a lot, like specifically about that also being an area of improvement for Jackson. But I think there's a caveat there. The improvement isn't his ability to do it, in my opinion. it's his mentality of deciding to do it or not. I don't think there's anything physically or capability preventing Jackson from hitting a 3-step drop and then letting the ball go. It's completely it for better or worse, it's passing up on those routes to, try to maybe find something, because I mean, he's a gifted athlete. He has the ability to buy that extra time. And we have an elite receiver in Zayn finding that backyard, type of route where he finds a way to get open. So, I mean, I think having those players help. You want to have them rostered, because before Hopkins, we really haven't for a while. But it's completely, in my opinion, it's a mentality thing. It's nothing to do with capability.
Mm-hmm. We had an interesting pick go off a while. Oh, denied Dennis Sutton is off the board to the Packers, a guy that the Ravens had as a top 30 visit. They also had a guy they had was the offensive tackle Travis Burke from Memphis. They had in for a visit. And I heard a little bit about that, that basically his agent put out all the teams that he'd had 30 top 30 visits with. And the Ravens, somebody from the Ravens may have told him to take it down from Twitter. So I think the Ravens probably had interest in Burke, and unfortunately he's not in the picture anymore.
Ravens have done a good job of hiding some of their top 30 visits. I think Ioane said that he had a top 30 visit with us, but I didn't see that reported anywhere.
Right,
So
I agree.
I did see something about Young having a 30 visit with the Ravens. So that did end up coming to fruition. But yeah.
Just curious, how many visits can an organization have? I know that was talked about in one of your episodes, but how many visits can an organization have outside of locality? Because I think local visits aren't counted as a top 30 visit, right?
That's right. So if you're in Dallas and you have TCU and SMU there, you gain a benefit because those people within the mile limits. I guess the Ravens have the University of Maryland within the mileage limit, so any visits from them are fine. But they're called top 30 visits because you get 30 of them. And so you have 30 guys into the facility, just an opportunity to wine and dine them. There's been some weird ones, like Halsey was in the safety. I don't think the Ravens ever had a real interest in drafting him. I could be wrong about that. But it seems like maybe sometimes they maybe want to learn something from the player. All 22 films made that point, is that they might like to learn something about the defense being used and whatnot. We just had a selection by the Steelers. Caden Wetchin of Iowa, a very small 5'9" 3/8 wide receiver, going to the Steelers here at number, don't remember where we are right now, but you're 123. 121, okay.
Doesn't move me.
I don't remember us having
he's a
that name.
returner. That's what it is.
Still seems kind of early to be drafting a return man.
Navy would count as a local visit. I'm seeing that in chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been all confused by the Steelers this year. I mean, granted, I don't think they're a super strong drafting team typically, but it's been interesting to say the least.
They got a nice fall of value in Ehanachor, I thought. Dunker was probably a little bit later than some people thought, but about on par. What did you think about the Jeremy Bernard pick?
I liked it, for them at least. I didn't like it as much for us.
Mm-hmm.
I like Bernard a lot. I think he's I didn't see a lot of Alabama this year, but when I did see Alabama play, he was always doing good. So
I like the Everett pick for them a lot. They've got the corner from Tampa Bay that they picked up in free agency. He's good depth behind him.
Yeah, I thought Bernard was fine. It's almost funny though. I was joking around. I'm putting on bets on how much what's his face, the quarterback they got. What's the chance he starts a game this year?
I thought Bernard was a solid pick. I thought the Drew Aller pick was interesting. I think the Steelers have had some interesting picks in this draft. I think they got value with the tackle, but it they're to me it feels like they're just delaying the inevitable at this point. But at some point you're gonna have to have a bad season to get a good quarterback. So um, we'll see we'll see if Roger decides if he wants to play or not. But I think they've had an interesting draft so far.
This is a good point here is that, drafting 2 wide receivers, could this mean Rashad Bateman is potential? Oh, we just lost that comment, but the Rashad Bateman might be traded at some point the rest of this draft.
I don't think so. Not this year. Doesn't really make financial sense to do so, I don't think. His contract is much more favorable to be traded next year. I think they're going to give him a legitimate chance with this new coaching staff, see if he can return to his 2024 production. If he doesn't have a year similar to 2024, I can see him being traded in the next offseason. But if he does, then I'd like him to stay. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm personally I'm a big Bateman fan. I believe in his routes and everything. His ability. I think the biggest thing is that it's hard for a second or third receiver to really shine in a system where you're ranked 31st, 32nd, whatever in attempts. And like I said, I it could be just as much on him as anyone else, but if he was traded, I'd be happy for him. I want him to be successful here. I think he deserves an opportunity to shine, though, if he does go somewhere else. Again, this came up in our discussion before. It just there seems to be a weird lack of chemistry for him and Jackson in particular. And I would hope they can get over that because I do believe in him. But if not, yeah, I'd give him this 1 year with Doyle and then think about shipping him out for whatever you get essentially.
I agree with everything you stated. I was a big proponent of us drafting Bateman. I was ecstatic when we drafted him, and I just think he had it down here. Unfortunately, that drop hip tackle that happened, or that ankle tackle that happened with him in the Minnesota game, really derailed his season. But I think he is a really, really good receiver that I think this is his bounce back year, but he has one of the best contracts in the league. So I just think right now, financially, I don't think it makes a lot of sense just getting rid of a contract like that, especially when receivers are getting paid now.
Yeah, after last year would have been the time where his value was at a peak in terms of the contract. And after 24, and he'd had a huge breakout season. I want to go back to this question for a second here, Maureen. Let me have this for a second. So, Cool Kingston is asking: Is it that Lamar can't throw the fade? The prior coaching staffs didn't use the fade route, or they didn't have the personnel? Because I think he can throw every route in the tree. There's a lot of Lamar can do pretty much anything on a football field that he decides he wants to do. But Lamar is very naturally a guy who looks for an open receiver as opposed and moves and extends to find that, as opposed to a guy who throws timing routes, fade routes, slants, a lot of comebacks. They're timing routes, and so I think that it's less likely that he's, whether or not the play is called, that he's less likely to be as adaptable to that. And you give up something about Lamar Jackson. The value of Lamar Jackson is ability to extend and find the open receiver. So it's not just a matter of they should have the fade. And they'll have it some. They did it some last year with Hopkins. It was very effective, letting Hopkins go up and find the football. Lane can probably do some of that for the Ravens as well. I just don't expect it to be a big red zone element for the Ravens this year. I don't know the answer to this question.
I like that. I like seeing that. Anything that'll piss them off, that's a positive in my book.
I would agree. I heard some talk that Sarratt might be a guy who would be on as a return man. He's not had a return in his college career.
Mike Washington just went to Las Vegas.
There you go, number 122.
Their running back room is pretty damn good now. Speaking
Yeah,
of
it's
special
actually
teams,
something.
sorry, go ahead.
No. I was gonna say that's actually something I noticed, like with last year with them going on Linderbaum, and now I'm not totally surprised they're going Washington. I think they're really doing whatever they can, surprisingly, to kind of set Mendoza up for success. Like, which we'll see how it actually plays out. But I've actually been impressed how they were sold on him and have kind of seemingly built an offense that he may be able to build into instead of day one, like, okay, let's go have you win some games for us.
I was talking about special teams earlier. Has me thinking. We have 6 wide receivers in the roster. Do we think they're going to keep all 6 active on game day, or
No.
if they don't, who's going to be the inactive guy? Is it going to be Lane? Is it going to be? I mean, I think right now you have Wester kind of penciled in as your punt returner. So if Wester's there to go, assuming you have Zay, Bate, and Tez there, which one of our draft picks is going to be the game day inactive?
Yeah, they have not had any problem doing that in the past. Tez Walker had a lot of time as an inactive, and then he became a quality special teams guy that they really couldn't not have active. But they've shown a complete willingness to deactivate a 5th outside linebacker, David Ajabo. Spent a lot of time as a healthy scratch. They'll do it, and sometimes the decisions are all forced for you anyway. You have trouble fielding 48 guys, or because you're not healthy enough, and you have a lot of walking wounded on the roster.
It'd be interesting to see if Lane's actually the guy they, similar to Tez, they have inactive for most of the year. 'Cause I really like Lane's ceiling. I mean, you can't coach 10.5-inch hands and near 6'4.5". But he does need some work in the weight room to get better against press coverage. But he has, I think he's got an incredibly high ceiling. So maybe they just make him inactive for a year and we see where that goes.
Good point made by Jim Seitler here. Honey, let me take that one back for a second. Cleveland has 4 5th-round picks. They're all in front of the Ravens, who are the 14th pick at 154 is their next one. But Cleveland has 4 picks, and they're all basically in a 7 pick stretch there early in the 4th round. I'd say the chances are pretty damn high they pick someone the Ravens want. Even Cleveland will just stumble onto that out of their own. They could literally frustrate the Ravens with some tight end or center selection at that spot.
Do you think the Sarratt pick was reactionary from the Browns getting both Concepcion and Boston? Just interesting.
I don't see any reason why that would need to be a reactionary thing for us. For them drafting receivers, us to react and draft receivers.
It doesn't make me wish that we had picked a potentially cornerback. That was the other option I wanted outside of center. Is just I again, like, I understand the picks earlier in the beginning of the draft, really going and swinging for needs, but I'm a big, again, like I said earlier, I like picking interior linemen in the 2nd or later, especially guard in the 2nd and then center 3rd or later. So I really was hoping for like a wide receiver or a cornerback in the 1st. I'm more wary now though. I'm hoping we do get to cornerback soon, even potentially before center, because I just want at least someone else, in the room just for a little more depth.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask about cornerback. I feel like we're going into the season with we don't know if Marlon is going to transition fully into safety. Kind of feels like they're just going to keep him at nickel for the time being. And Awuzie had an outstanding year. Makes you kind of wonder, are they okay with the draft picks of Longer Beam and I forgot the other draft
Kone.
pick,
Kone.
Kone, essentially going into next year? Because it kind of feels like they're okay with those draft picks throwing them out there. But I just want to get everybody's take on what is everybody's feeling for cornerback next year.
So they have a lot of below the line choices. So Coney and Longerbeam were originally 6th-round picks. They lost a developmental year to injuries, each of them in round 1. And Marquise Robinson from the practice squad. I don't even know how he relates to the two of them, but he played pretty well in the preseason last year. And then you got TJ Tampa, who probably lacks the necessary speed to play the position. And with regard to your earlier comment, though, Humphrey, he's a nickel, but he's only a nickel in the dime. He's a slot corner in the dime role, which is 30% of the snaps, maybe if the Ravens are playing good football. But he's going to be an outside corner for most of the time in this year. I don't think he's really been challenged so far with anybody in this draft, and I don't think there's anybody they could draft at this point who would really challenge him for a starting spot. Caleb Elarms Orr off the board to Buffalo. A couple inside linebackers have gone here the last few picks. All right,
I think you took Muhammad off your board.
Okay, sorry about that. That may be part of the problem. So Muhammad's a cornerback. No, he's off.
I think your screen froze for us, so I wasn't seeing the updated version of the board.
That could be. Maureen just came in here and passed me a note that there was a problem with it. So we have Woodaz off the board, and Caleb Elarms Orr is off the board. Good. I think we're caught up. Maureen's doing a great job on this, by the way, and I've got to just tell you how lucky I realize I am to have a wife who really wants to do this with me. Not only draft night, because this is fantastic and what she's doing here, but she does all the offensive line scoring with me. And I've thought over the years about doing a little video of us doing the offensive line scoring, because there's all this, I wouldn't say it's hilarious, but there's all this banter back and forth I think you'd find funny about the the way we score this. But she is she controls the sheet. She takes all the notes when we do the defensive review, and her I could simply not do what I do without her help. And so thanks, hon.
That's awesome, Ken.
Thanks, man.
Mm-hmm.
Ken, I think there was I think when I first heard the episode of you and Maureen, was it a defensive episode, I believe? A defensive scoring episode? And I thought that was brilliant. I thought that was a great idea.
I appreciate it. Whenever she comes on, she does really well, but she's very camera shy, doesn't really want to be on the microphone even. And I'm just the opposite. With my background, I really happy speaking to a crowd at any time. And most of you guys seem to have that comfort in front of the camera and in front of a microphone that I consider to be kind of like normal for people who are comfortable with their understanding of a topic. But Maureen is not. She's just not comfortable, doing that with me. And for whatever reason, we have not done as many shows. We had a few where she's been on and talked about her involvement in this, but I'd like to do more.
And you're just pushing your luck, Ken.
Maureen is technically a panelist here, but her devices are not connected. We had her. She jumped in and challenged me about the tight end group when I was harping on Nowakowski last night.
Ken, who was it that discovered that Italian restaurant and their the lovely soup? Was it Maureen?
I'm sorry. It was where was? I'm sorry. What was the question, Alan?
I said, was it you or Maureen that discovered the tomato soup at that restaurant in Hamden?
I think we both did at the same time.
A mutual discovery.
Yeah, we've got our we need to get this place Daniela's as a regular sponsor for us, but it's our favorite Italian restaurant in the city, and we go there a lot. Yes, they always serve it for me boiling. I like my soup. Like the way I describe it is, I want it to drop through the strike zone, but that soup is like, oh, it's. I don't want to even know what the ingredients are. It's so delicious that
It'll only be ruined for you.
Yeah.
It's a good soup.
It's probably bad. Yeah. I want the temperature to drop through the strike zone. All right. A little tired of all the Marlowe slander. At some point, it's not slander anymore, Jeremiah. When he did not have a good year as graded by multiple services, as looked at, was he the worst corner in the entire league last year as PFF had him rated? I don't know that that's really true, and I definitely didn't study it relative to the other corners who are near the bottom of the league. But I think it's a more rational thing to say Humphrey had the worst year of any corner than it is to say that Faalele had the worst year of any guard. I'm not even sure Faalele was the worst guard on the team, for example. And there were a couple terrible guards playing down in Miami who were a lot worse. So anyway, it's fair to wonder about Marlon this time. Why does the rest of the panel feel about this one? Would you guys be excited for Marlon moving to safety, or do you think it's still too early?
I think he'd be a really good safety. I think just his ability coming out of Alabama, I think the one knock on him was ball skills, tracking the ball skill and tracking the ball. And now he's transitioned to tracking the ball and he still can tackle. I think we've always wanted a safety that can tackle and has good range and has good ball skills. And I think he would transition seamlessly. But again, I think one-on-one, I think he's kind of getting up here in the age when it comes to competing with these younger receivers. So I think the transition would be seamless.
A lot of portable skills.
I think it's perfect. Because right now it seems like with Minter we want to run those three safety sets a lot, and you have your three starters kind of penciled in with Hawkins, Starks, and Hamilton. So who's the backup? If Hamilton goes down to injury, who's behind Hamilton? What do we do in the nickel position if he's gone? So I think Humphrey sliding to that solves a lot of problems on the roster for me.
Yeah, that was a huge thing. That was my biggest question. I'd love to see Humphrey at safety, but who's he replacing? We've had these investments in Starks. We just got Hawkins and obviously Hamilton. My theory is that, but this was before we got Hawkins, was that Humphrey would be the true strong safety, and then Hamilton would essentially float.
Ooh. We just had Connor Liu go off the board to the Bengals at number 128. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. It's unfortunate. But yeah, I like the idea of him moving now that we have Hawkins, though. Granted, Hawkins isn't like a surefire, like he's obviously a great player type situation. But I have concerns. I'm interested to see how he does this year, how Humphrey does as a cornerback still this year. Was last year some weird thing? He had a couple injuries, he looked a little bit older, but at the same time, he still hit like I think it was like 20 something miles per hour in one of his plays. So clearly he still has speed available. But yeah, I'm curious to see him play maybe one more year of corner and then make that decision moving over. But I wouldn't mind seeing him move over by any means. I just don't know who's getting bumped or how creative are they going to get in that defensive scheme to make sure they're utilizing everybody.
I was going to bring up, Craig's mentioning that EC sitting, wondering why Heck's falling down the board. If you look at the chart right now, 173 and 174 would get you a pick right now. Yes. Like these picks coming off the board right now. So if they're starting to get a little antsy and want to get Hecked or something, that could be the move.
It's exactly the kind of trade proposal that I've been wondering if they do. Because we do need to make a lot of picks this year. We don't have a lot of roster players, but going from 11 picks down to 10 picks isn't really much of a cost to me.
They could probably get kicked back a 7 too if they really were concerned about it, and that wouldn't really give them a necessarily one of their coveted draftable players, but it would cover one of their priority free agent UDFA needs, so they wouldn't have to pull out of their UDFA pool and make themselves less competitive for other UDFAs.
I wonder where the next danger zone is for drafting a center. I'm seeing Houston come up as the first pick in round 5. I'm not sure if Miami, LA, New Orleans, San Francisco, Atlanta, Indianapolis, Dallas were
Miami, maybe. Yeah, Miami, maybe.
Well, they have 2 picks, so we'll see if Hecht comes off here.
Will Lee III, the cornerback, goes to Carolina. He is a guy definitely was on my list. I had him at number 20 of available corners. Still some pretty good guys out there. Abney, Rivers from Duke, Kilgore, South Carolina, Demings, and Jackson, all available in the top 20 still of corners, which I guess we'd expect at number 129, but you do need 3 corners among 22 starters. You expect about 1/7 of the guys to be corners to date.
Going back to the Marlin conversation, I'd like to give him another year with Minter's scheming up some pass rush and seeing how he does with that, and then move him after that. Just with the depth we have at the safety position right now.
Okay.
I mean, this is last year under contract.
I mean, that might benefit us though. I mean, it's his last year of contract. I mean, after the contract plays out, he wants to stay here. We move him to a position that might fit him a little bit better, depending on how the year goes. And typically safety is a little bit cheaper anyway, so it might be beneficial to Ravens at that point. I mean, if he goes somewhere else, it would be unfortunate, but it's one of the situations that I'd rather have someone else pay him. I mean, he's already expensive as tar this year, but it is what it is. So, but yeah, I think that actually benefits us. I actually even more want to do that one more year and see how it goes.
The
I think
edge.
he has a couple. Sorry,
Trey Moore off the board to the Dolphins. The edge from Miami. So that's from Texas. That's a guy who to Miami. That's a guy who Miami is a team that might have drafted a center, right?
They have another pick coming up in like 7, so we'll see. But hey, take as many edges off the board as possible. I don't think we're going there again, so take them all.
No 410 production. Completely agree with you. I think the Ravens need to go for size and, most importantly, pass blocking ability in the middle, given the size of the AFC North right now, and sacrifice on mobility. So the guy I'm really looking to not get is Brailsford in this draft somehow. Were he to, the Ravens to draft to get him. I think also maybe Stevens might be a guy I'm a little shy of where he is. I'm not sure I'm eliminating anybody else from the list, but I prefer, a guy 310 and up at center.
Yeah, I agree with that a lot. My biggest thing about last year that was, like, I think really disappointing is that, to kind of go back to your comment about like Falale and how he ranked relative. I know a lot of folks picked on his performance for justifiable reasons. My biggest thing though is last year is how much help Voorhees had to get from Linderbaum. Often left Falale on his own. And what's really great is having Simpson and Vigna is that whoever we have at center will be able to be a lot more fluid on how we end up using them. And they're not going to have to more than likely focus on one side or the other, like I felt that we were kind of forced to last year, and what really put us in a precarious situation. So, I mean, I said earlier, I'm cool with Bullock if they decide to go that way. So I guess in a way I'm cool if they don't go with the center. But yeah, like I said, I definitely wouldn't be bad to have another body.
Trying to remember the last time the Ravens drafted a couple of wide receivers, and I'm sorry, pivot real quickly on you here, but That 2018 draft, which was so great overall, was the one they got Jaleel Scott and Jordan Lasley in. And they may have drafted. I'll have to look and see if they drafted two in a draft since. But let's just say hopefully it doesn't end up like that draft. That was a pretty much a nightmare in terms of results for those two.
I want to go back to the offensive line conversation. I think as much flack as Falele might have received from Raven Nation, I think Voorhees, rightfully so, probably was as bad, maybe probably played a little bit worse than Falele. It's just from a technique standpoint, and maybe, him coming back from that injury and him, not being able to, have NFL strength, I guess, for his body. I think that really played a factor. But it is, I think with Bullock, I think the size is, having a local kid and the size really does play a factor. I think I would always want your center to kind of, as athleticism is a big thing, I would rather have a bigger center like a Matt Burke. And I think we just have a trade, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I just got the notification from the Ravens app.
The Ravens moved up to trade somebody?
Yeah.
Okay, great. This has got to be a center, I would think.
This might be hacked.
Wow. All right, then. I guess we will retract what I just stated for the Bullock opportunity playing center. If that's the case, yeah, I think it's the 133rd pick.
It's 133 in exchange for 154 and 2027 6.
I like
That's
that.
not bad at all.
Wow, that's not
I like
bad.
that a
Really
lot.
cheap.
I like that a lot.
So that's somebody who really does not think there's a lot of value in the remainder of this draft. Trading for a 2027 6th round pick. Wow.
Yeah, this feels like heck.
Okay.
I don't know
Jeremiah Wright, the guard from Auburn, go to the Saints at number 132. The Ravens acquired 133.
Yeah, the next pick.
Okay.
If this is
should
hacked,
for the
I'm
Ravens. Yep, there
I'm
it is.
gonna take my hat off for EDC for playing the board incredibly well, because people have been clamoring for Hecht at 80. So to get him in the 130s, heck yeah, man. Good job.
I will say this, I'm not saying anything like revolutionary here, but all you have to do is make a lot of calls to dumb teams. I mean, not saying that the 49ers are dumb, but somebody might take a deal for a trade up, right? You could just try. We all think this is good value. So
Yeah, the only thing I'd be down on it is the waiting. What you were just talking about is that, like I said, I know he has the injury. I really like the tape with Lou more than Hecht, but if we're talking about that value of pushing back to this pick instead, totally acceptable.
it's also one of those things with the comp formula. They might just feel they're overloaded in that part of the draft next year. And want to get a...
It's not going to be precedent. If it's another wide receiver, I'm actually going to be upset.
Yeah.
Here we go. That's just.
Have you heard of Brooks?
What's the JJ value? But the difference between 154 and 133. Does anybody have that up right now?
133 is 39 and a half, and 154 is it's about 10 points.
And
A
then
little under 10 points.
6th round pick in 27 is.
Oh, yeah,
it
that's her. That's the international fan.
That's about 10 points. If we're thinking about it's going to be a potential end of 6th round pick, that's about 10 points. So it's about even on JJ value. Maybe
It's
plus or minus 1 point.
discounted for 27, so it's a little bit there. But that's interesting. It's a lot less bad for the a lot less good for the Ravens. Let's put it that way. All right, come on, give us our second offensive lineman or Michael Trigg. I take Michael Trigg, but Matthew Hibner of SMU.
Who?
Huh?
Come on, man.
He is not on the board here. All right,
I've never even heard of his name once.
Who is that?
I mean, he's big. He moves decent from 2 clips I've seen.
Welcome to your next Patrick Ricard.
Oh man.
So, gotta feel like they might have, or a lot of teams, frankly, might have Trig off their board at this point.
Yeah.
I think that'd be probably accurate. I had him kind of off my own personal board with some of the stuff I heard.
I did hear from someone who might know that he's a quote knucklehead. So that could be the reason. Yeah.
Okay, so five groups had Hibner on their list. ESPN at number 180, NFL.com at number 182, and then that's 50 picks behind where we are right now. Mock Draft Database at 215. I think that's an aggregation, obviously, of who has him. Draft Buzz at 320 and PFF at 392. He does run a 457.40 and he's 6'4", 251, but 37-inch vert is good and 28 bench reps. So I assume they expect him to be an inside blocker. I'll take a little more look at what he's provided so far in that regard.
PFF has him playing more in the slot than in line.
I'm just surprised they went with this guy over Joe Lee. I mean, just looking at Brugler's board, Joe Lee's at the 5th, this massive hole there, and then we went down to 19 to get Hibner. Just I don't know if they covered this guy. I think they could have waited. So it's like one of those weird things where they trade up. We think it's because it's a teardrop, and I'm not sure that's the case.
Been a very good pass blocker according to PFF. Been used a lot in that capacity. 96 pass blocking snaps last year with only 2 pressures allowed. He did not fare as well early in his career. 2 years at SMU after 3 years at Michigan. So Michigan connection paying dividends again. Not a lot to say about him. Let me look at his receiving stats here. He's got 430. This is good. He's got 10.1 yards per target last year, so that's positive. His yak per reception is up at 6.8, so he makes something happen there. And he did that with only 1 missed tackle forced the entire season. That is very unusual to have a yak that good with so few missed tackles forced, and did it on a dot of 8.8 yards. So not one of these 3.6 or 4.0 A dots that you sometimes see with a guy who's a move tight end.
He is 24.
Yeah, great.
I mean, kind of feels like a Kohler replacement, honestly, looking at him. I don't know if that was something that they were. I mean, I was upset that Kohler got let go, but or lost. But I don't know. He kind of reads as a similar kind of player, where you kind of have those explosive, random plays thrown in there, but then he's still going to generally be, part of the inline.
Kendall Daniels off the board to the Falcons at 134. So the Ravens' next selection now, it was 174. Where is it now?
162 is our next selection.
I will say this. I was very curious of the new coaching staff. And he used the term again last night, so I don't know. With day 3 being scout day, I feel like they've gone more and more off book on day 3 over the last few years, and just I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it.
This is another chip for Triggs' shoulder, and frankly for Joe Lee to be drafted behind this guy.
Yeah,
Daquan Wright is another one.
They had Wright on a 30 visit, so I wouldn't necessarily take him off the board just yet. Maybe in the 170s we could see Wright go off the board to the Ravens. Personally, I'd be a big fan of that. But we'll see where this center ends up coming, if one comes at all.
That's and that's, I guess, with this trade, it kind of makes me wonder a little bit. Do the Ravens really want to start two rookie interior linemen? That's and I it's I think this particular trade kind of pushes the idea that maybe they really do like Bullock and they want to give him an opportunity to get as many opportunities to be a starter as possible. I mean, it'd be interesting to have two interior linemen, but with Oyoni's background, I mean, he's going to be a monster. But I'm curious, do you guys think they would want to? I mean, I don't think the idea is to go into it with two rookie interior linemen, but what are your thoughts on it? I don't think the Ravens are going to prioritize center in this draft with who's left on the board and what they already currently have in the roster.
The one thing I guess I would say is that I don't really consider Corey Bullock to be much other than a rookie right now. The one thing you have going for it is he's had some good preseason snaps, he's not yet. I'm correct on that, right? He has not yet been active for a game and played. I might be wrong about that. He might have played a couple snaps last year.
I think he had like less than 10 snaps. I think he did play a little bit.
They were a couple not special teams, but like not kneels. They were a couple like goal line like at the end of the game because I remember us talking about him towards the end of the season. Yeah, they weren't actual like substantial plays. He did get in a handful of snaps, but they weren't really like middle of the game meaningful plays.
Yeah, something I'm kind of remembering about 6 snaps, but I think that was Carson Vincent actually who had that. So maybe Corey Bullock was in for a few 6 OL and maybe a couple of one 3-snap sequence for Linderbaum kind of thing. But in any case, I mean, it's a guy with not any experience. So even though he's had a developmental year, he may have more grown men strength. He's certainly pretty big to start with. I think there's a real question as to whether he is a guy the Ravens can lean on and expect anything more than they would from a rookie. Yeah, Garnett, I agree.
I have to think that if at this point, maybe they're comfortable with 2 of their in-house options at center. Maybe not wild about it, right? Maybe it's not the ideal circumstance, but I don't think that they would be going into the season and it's Bullock or bust, right? Maybe it's Bullock and Emory Jones, or maybe it's Pinter or Gwynn, right? Maybe they like 2 of those guys and are pretty comfortable with the competition. Because I don't know, I do think you can plug in center a little bit easier than you can some of the other members of some of the other positions. But I'm just hoping that they've got something in mind and they're comfortable with it. And, they're saying, hey, if we take, if we were to have taken Slaughter or Hecht, we don't think they'd be any further than Bullock or Jones or something to that effect.
Good point.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Oh, sorry. To kind of throw cold water a bit on the Bullock being the starting center, they did release. I forget when exactly. I think it was like it was a promotional video they did of them at off-season program and the off-season program, and for one, like about a half second in there, you can kind of see the ones on the offensive line, and I saw Pinter flanked by Simpson and Jones. So it appears to me they may have Pinter above Bullock.
And that's fine. I mean, that's kind of what we were just saying with them being comfortable with the in-house. It's just when I said it a little bit earlier, center does not really raise the floor of your line very often, but it can potentially raise the ceiling. It's just not out of all the positions on the line. It's just not the one that you really need to take the biggest swings for. And if they do really believe in Vinya and they already know what they have in Simpson, they can feel more comfortable having someone in between of them, especially the one you just mentioned. I know he's got a little bit of experience already. It just to kind of jump on that, coaching is such an important part of line play. Like you can have such a massive difference in ability of individual players made up by so much by coaching. And it's going to come down to that. I think at the end of the day, whether they pick a center today or not, it's not going to come down to that. It's going to end up coming down to what they're implementing with Doyle and with Redford for the actual coaching side of it. Because that was a massive issue last year that, in my opinion, made a subpar line of players look much worse than they actually were.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, when you look at it, Mike Trout, Albert Pujols, they weren't drafted 1 or 2 overall, right? Different sport, but I feel like with the change in coaching staff, now we're really trying to figure out, okay, where can these guys make players better, right? We knew what Harbaugh brought to the table. He had a lot of positives, certainly maybe had a negative or 2 in there, but with the new coaching staff, especially on the O-line, where can they get players that aren't as likely, kind of something that they did with Joe D a couple of years ago, and turn a player, from water into wine. I really think that if they can get what they like in camp and work and teach and coach, sometimes all it takes is one tweak to your technique or just seeing the game from a coach differently to realize how you need to adjust in a certain circumstance. And you go from, not being as well thought of to, at least being something close to average. And if we can just get close to average center play, hopefully the rest of the guys flanking him on either side can really, make this line take a decent step forward.
I think that was the big upside of the Ioane pick. What I wanted with him is because I do view him very highly in terms of at least his pass protection. I think he comes in as like a top 10 pass protecting guard in the NFL as a rookie. So having a guy like that next to a center who may be more deficient in some areas, I wanted us to do our best to insulate that center. So
we just had
done that. So
we just had Bryce Lance go off the board to the Saints. I think at this point, much as some of us really liked Bryce Lance, not an option for the Ravens. So any wide receiver taken is a good thing.
Take all the wide receivers, take all the edge rushers, take all the guards.
I'll tell you what, down to number 21 of my wide receivers, there's only 2 guys remaining, which I think is a little surprising for this point. Burks is still out there, and so is Daniels.
Yeah, wasn't this also one of the drafts that it was some weird stat where it was like one of the longest drafts without a wide receiver picked or something like that? Can't remember if that was the exact thing, but I remember people were kind of scratching their head like, where are all the wide receiver picks?
Just 4 in round 1, so that's not many. Actually, it might have been more than that because I can't remember when Concepcion was drafted, and he's a divisional pick.
He was first round, like 24 or something.
Okay.
Think about close to par value for him, maybe a little bit overdrafted.
And Boston was round 2, right? So we were still talking on day 2 about him being available.
That wasn't long.
I think he went in the 30s still.
Hey, Ken and team, for those of us who are recently joining and maybe missed the first chunk of today's draft of the third day, would you guys mind just giving a brief summary of number 1, the Ravens picks and how you feel, and then number 2, what's happening day 3 of the draft? What are the trends? What are we seeing? Just to give some of us a summary that have been in and out all day.
Great. Who would like to start? Alec, you want to start on that?
Sure. I think we saw the day start with a surprise, with the Ravens selecting another wide receiver, one at which that Sarratt, basically everyone I've looked at had rated higher than Lane. Brings you that big slot ability. And then I guess one of the big surprises was after the Lou selection by Cincinnati, the Ravens trade up not too far past it for what we assume is a center, and then they go ahead and draft a tight end that none of us had on their board. As far as trends, I mean, a lot of wide receivers have gone. I feel like a decent amount of corners have gone at this point, and some linemen. What do you guys think?
I'll just say one of the big stories of the day so far has been the trade up to 101 to draft Jermod McCoy. So that was a big move that finally ended his free fall. Other than that, yeah, I'd agree on some of the things. It's been the year of very weird tight end picks. Some of the top ranked tight ends are not there anymore. I don't know exactly how this is going to work out for the Ravens in terms of a second tight end they might draft, but they might. Yeah, they certainly may have options on Trigg, Jolie, Wright, even Nowakowski, who they've got a good pass blocker in the form of Hibner, but they may want another guy who can be in there and make some plays as well. And I don't know. I think probably I'm just talking myself into it because I think they're probably out on Nowakowski now.
Yep, I think they're out on Nowakowski as well. I think the pick, if there is a second tight end pick, I think it's going to be either Jolie, Wright, or yeah, that's really all I got. Maybe Koziel. Who knows? I don't think. I think Trigg might be off of a lot of teams' boards, as was probably said earlier. So I don't think he's the pick, personally.
Somebody posted a comment a minute back that Hibner was at Michigan while Minter was there, which is interesting.
Yeah, he's really old. He's 24, 3-year senior. I knew when I saw SMU, I was like, I scouted him from SMU. That's RJ Maryland's school. So I guess I saw snaps of this guy. I just didn't realize that he was on the field.
Well, we do have a pattern of taking 2 tight ends and the second tight end being better. So I think they just saw that and realized, oh, we got to take a tight end.
Yeah,
Who might not be the best tight end first.
Yeah,
we gotta burn somebody to pick the better guy later.
So I didn't see anyone mention him yet, but I was just looking through some of the options of the different lists of best available left. No one said anything about a Jack Endries from Texas.
Yep.
Oh yeah, we both had him like in the back end of our board.
Yeah, he's not number 8 on the board right there.
Yeah, 8 and 10 for me. He'd be fine. He's like kind of the milquetoast tight end though that I thought that I feel like this guy is, where it's like he's an all-round talent. He's not necessarily a big receiving threat, not like a dedicated blocker either. So I don't know if it fits the team build at this point. I mean, frankly, if you believe the smoke around Njoku signings, the roster's full, from a tight end perspective. So maybe this is all we'll see. I don't know.
Perhaps. Hibner does feel like a guy who would replace Smythe next year on the roster, at least to me.
Yeah, it was rough watching Smythe though. I don't think that'd be saying a lot to replace him. I mean, granted, they were putting him in to essentially pick up for Ricard, but yeah, it was rough to watch.
And isn't most of his pay this year guaranteed?
Yeah, I don't think Smythe is
Smythe
leaving this year. I was more so referring to next year when he's not under contract.
No, I agreed. I was just, I had thought, hey, maybe you get Smythe on board, but if you don't like him as much as what you bring in, maybe you can cut him. But I was surprised to see that. I thought it was like a $3 million contract, that it seemed like most of that was guaranteed. I was hoping at the time when he was signed that it was something you could get out of if you needed to. But agree with the next year piece.
A position we haven't really discussed, I would say virtually at all. I'd say is running back, and I don't really see. I mean, Singleton is. I mean, there isn't a running back on this list that is, that's exciting, I guess you could say. But it kind of makes me kind of curious with Hill being this. This would be Hill's last year. Is this his last year?
This is his last year.
Last year in the contract, and Ali. I mean, he showed something. I mean, I was surprised to see him play as much as he did, but again, with with Hill being down, Ali was, I guess, viable. I guess. Um, I guess that leads me to the question: would running back even be a consideration at all? Seeing so, I mean, we should be fine with Henry and Hill, and I guess Ali, but is that even a conversation to even have, or is the talent just so watered down that we wouldn't even look in the running back pool?
I mean, I think they do need to find a bell cow running back, a guy who can
Mhm.
take a lot of carries. And the reason is not that they want to replace Henry, it's that they need to have a backup for an injury. And right now, it's very scary to think what would happen if Ali and Hill were the only two guys on the roster, because I don't think they have a bell cow in the group. Now, that said, they might be able to find that guy in the undrafted ranks. And that's exactly the big bell cow I can think of in recent years for the Ravens is eluding my mind right now. Number 35 left the team with the most yards per carry of any player.
Gus Edwards.
Gus Edwards. There we go. That's terrible. I can't remember his name now after that period of time. But Gus is, was an undrafted guy, and Priest Holmes was undrafted, I believe, right?
That's correct.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, he was.
So they might think they can get that guy later. And the other thing, the Ravens have been fairly. Ephesians Prysock is off the board. That was one of the darlings there. Yeah, I mean, they just, since they've had success doing it, I think they might look to do it again. Keaton Mitchell, also UDFA, of course, not a bell cow, but
I mean, a big thing about that though is it's gonna be a big change though, because we're not having a fullback anymore. It doesn't look like. So, like I said, unless they move around some of the tight ends, I mean that was a big component in my opinion to having the ability to kind of bring these lesser known running backs in, is that you're committing to giving them lead blockers that we may not be seeing as much now. So that is going to be something that's interesting, which is why I was a little bit curious about having Washington when we asked our top three earlier. But again, it's running back. You can generally find ways to create production even without a key player. But you're right. It is a little scary. As much as I love Hill, to have Hill and Ali, because Hill can be productive, but probably not in a bell cow situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd say very, very scary if you're down to those two.
Mm-hmm.
And what the other element of the scary is what they had to do when Dobbins went down to injuries, and they lost Dobbins and Edwards the same year, and they end up with this geriatric group of running backs that were terrible. And Lamar still improved them some, but going through those seasons with the end of Le'Veon Bell's career and number 15 Freeman.
Devontae Freeman.
Drake.
Mm-hmm.
Drake. It's the one I'm thinking of there. And then there's another one that was a bigger back who had a big long run against the Steelers. Oh, geez, I cannot remember these names now.
Latavius Murray, maybe.
Yeah, Latavius Murray. That's it. Yeah. Bengals pick being made. He's their fan of the year. And it's Colby Young, the wide receiver from Georgia. So we're going pretty deep into the wide receiver talent with Colby Young, who I do not have on the extended list. So a little bit of behind the curtain stuff. So I have about 23, 24 guys at wide receiver that I looked at. And then for day 3 in particular, I need to start adding a lot of names from other sources. So I just add from the NFL Draft Buzz board at each position additional names to go on the list. But I haven't ordered them, and I have not. I'm not responsible for the rankings there or any reviews so far. But Colby Young wasn't even on the list of the top, I think, 36 guys.
Defensive tackle Xavier Harris, big dude, like 6'8", 330 plus.
Still available.
I've seen him sitting around as he's been on ESPN's best player available for a while, and I don't know too much about him, but just was wondering if you guys had covered him. Does anyone have any interest or maybe watched him play this past year or two?
He's an intriguing player in terms of his size and ability to move around and whatnot. Not a, he could add value to the Ravens. The problem is they have so many nose tackles already. You already have Travis Jones and Okoye and Jenkins. And it's not like either Okoye or Jenkins wouldn't be let go after one more year, for instance, but just picking up a fourth nose tackle doesn't really seem like a great idea for the Ravens. You can do it, but you're probably, cutting Okoye loose if you do.
What do you think about Okoye again?
Yeah, there's still potentially some developmental upside to Okoye. He's played very little football, and he's not that old, even right now, even though he spent 2 full years on the Chargers practice squad. Kick it around the room. Who else likes Okoye enough to want to make a developmental commitment to him?
I like his size. I like his. I mean, again, him being on the practice squad gives him a little bit of opportunity of seeing what it's like to being on an NFL roster. From a developmental standpoint, I mean, there's things he can work on, but I do think that's still valuable. So I would say the developmental piece on Okoye, I think there's something to still work with. So I'd say leaning towards a development track for him.
All right,
Yeah, I
Kamari
sometimes
Ramsey.
thought that his footwork was a bit lacking, right? Like he has the size, he has the strength, but sometimes he would play like a player who didn't play football all his life, which you can't hold against him, right? You kind of are who you are, but I feel like with his build and his athleticism, I'm always wanting more from it, and wondering if maybe Anthony Weaver, maybe some of the new coaches can get something else to tick, but this certainly isn't his first stop. So he's been exposed to, a variety of coaching. And I'm wondering if maybe he's hit his ceiling a little bit, or does he have a ton of room to grow? And I guess that's what we'll start trying to figure out in training camp and preseason.
By the way, I agree.
Sorry, about Xavion Harris. He does have a domestic violence charge. So he has some pretty big character, red flags. So that's, if you're wondering why he's falling down the board, that's definitely your answer.
That's a good point. I did not know that he had a domestic violence charge.
So I mean,
Never
that's
knew so
actually
many young men could have a domestic violence charge until you start following the NFL. You know what I mean? Like you look into it and it's like, man, these guys are 21 years old and these guys all have domestic violence charges. Makes you shake your head sometimes.
Yeah.
no. So that's something that's interesting. Is it comes up in our other groups I've been so often is just talking about like not necessarily who cares type with the situation, but it's just like it's the NFL, like you're saying, it's unfortunately very prevalent, and it's just a lot of folks are like, what should these things be kind of contributed into like who you're really looking at, and it's always been an interesting question because I mean there is a professional side of football. It is a business, but then on the other side, start asking what responsibility teams have in considering those things. But I see that come up a lot, surprisingly.
Hey Ken, thank you for having me on. I'm gonna head out.
Understood, man. Hope you can spend more time on us with pods this off season. We've got some good material coming up. Love to have you.
Ken, we had a question coming through the chat from Matt Ramsey Humba, and he said, any update on the corners, Longer Beam and Kone? Anything
none
that
at
any of
all.
you guys have heard?
No, I first of all, I wouldn't be privy to anything like that. I expect to see them at OTAs and certainly at camp, but I have no specific understanding. They were hurt both before the season started, so I am really expecting they'll be back for camp this year.
I haven't heard anything negative, and that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a cornerback selection that they think might fit with the Ravens' upcoming pick here? I think that in the theme of the Longer Beam and Kone question, we know what this team has. You've got Marlon and Awuzie, and both of them have had their fair share of injuries. You have Wiggins, who we're hoping to ascend under the Minter and scheme, but certainly could use a depth piece here. Maybe, not a huge need right away, but certainly might be next year at this point.
Keith
It's a
Abney's on the board.
got shout outs for Demings, Abney, Massis, and Thaddeus Dixon. Well, I don't know anything about Thaddeus Dixon, but I did add his name to the list.
I mean, Abney might not be terrible for a slot, and then again, especially if we're trying to find out what's going on with Humphrey. But I don't see anyone that's like jumping off the board at me. But he's probably the first one that I really would think of.
Do you guys put much stock into Keon Martin? I feel like he had a really good game last year. Maybe it was in Cleveland, and then had some sort of injury despite having what I thought was a pretty decent game, and then kind of fell into the background and disappeared a little bit. But thought he was at least a decent player for the role. Knowing we got some guys ahead of him, but what do you guys think about Keon Martin?
I thought Keon Martin played. I thought him coming out of training camp, I thought he was an interesting player to make the team. And that game in Cleveland, there was a couple stops specifically on Martin's end that was very impressive. I mean, he's not afraid to tackle, he's not afraid to cover, and just need to get more game reps. So I think he's a very interesting option. Now, as far as him playing on the outside, he might be a little too small of a frame to have that build on the outside, and he provides a lot of depth from a nickel and dime perspective. But he is one of those undrafted dogs, I would say. So I really like his game. I really hope we can find ways to keep getting him on the field.
Nine picks away. Oh, no, we're not. More than that because we trade 154. 162. 19 picks
19
away.
picks. 19 picks.
Who knows? Maybe they'll trade another another pick to get up.
I mean, at this point, you could probably get away with trading a lot less to move up. So we'll see.
Still some good players on the board. I feel like at this point, though, I don't know if they like Hecht.
And I think you might have been muted.
I don't think I'm muted now. I'm okay. But no 410 production had an interesting point here earlier I want to talk about. But there is a strong defensive tackle board. There's still a fair amount of depth there. The problem is a lot of these guys don't exactly fit the Ravens. So Capehart, Keenan, Harris are massive nose tackle types. Zane Durant, I don't really know. But Rayshon Berry and Landon Robinson would be smaller, passing down 3-tech replacements for 6th-round pick last year. Jesus. Peebles. And if they do that, they basically are giving up on Peebles after a year. I don't know that they're ready to do it, but they might be, or they might be okay letting it be a competition with a pick at this point. Landon Robinson, definitely an interesting player, and Rayshon Benny, a guy that I think is in the value range right now.
I always thought that the People's pick kind of drove me crazy because you draft him, he's got talent, he's got potential, but he's more one-dimensional just due to his size. And I always thought last year, why did you draft him if you didn't think he had the size to play, right? And you weren't going to get it in there. I just always felt frustrated. Like it seems like people could create some havoc and just never found a way to use him.
Matt, I'm trying to type this into a message, but it's not working for whatever reason. Can you check if you have another headset? That would be great. It seems like we're getting some bubbling. Is anybody else hearing that, or is it just me?
No, I heard it too.
Same
Okay.
thing.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, the gist of what he's just asking is that, like, was it it was just kind of strange to pick Peebles and knowing that he wasn't quite. It sounds like physically the size that they wanted for how they wanted to use him and what the reasoning for that was.
Right. I mean, if he would have been a good player to have if they were closing out a bunch of games and you wanted a 3-tech on the field who could get after the quarterback regularly on a lot of plays. They just weren't in that position as much this last year, an 8-9 season where they're not playing as many games in the fourth quarter with a 17-point lead as you'd like. That also, it kind of tells you an unfortunate truth about a player like Peebles is that if that's his only role in the NFL, that's a very limited context for impact.
I mean, hey, you got closers in baseball, right?
Oh man. Oh well. There he goes.
Sam Hecht off the board of the Carolina Panthers at number 144. So now Parker is looking pretty good here.
Yeah.
As a potential choice, a converted tackle to center guy. So hopefully he's still around, but that's a long stretch of highway to get by. Quite the gauntlet to get through 18 more picks with nobody trading up in front of them.
I'm keen to hear this this presser with the tight end. It sounds like the reporters didn't have much to ask him. Everyone was like, I don't know anything about you. Didn't have enough time to prepare.
I'm interested in seeing this Eric DaCosta presser after this draft to ask about hey, why was the trade up not for a center?
Did we get a
Not
lot
like
of
Sam Hecht?
context? Did we get a lot of context into last year's trading, the strange trading going back and forth? Did Eric DaCosta provide a lot of context into the reasoning for trading? I think it was pretty bizarre as far as what them trading back and trading for. I don't think we got a lot of context to the reasoning for it. Was there something they were looking for, or was it value? I don't think we
I think
got
they
a.
said I think they did give us the reason. If I recall, I think it was just like a mess up on their behalf. They were, I think someone wasn't in their room or something, and they just had to trade back because there was something they just weren't able to make the pick.
No, that was the no. It was it's kind of come out now. It was the what's his name, Sanders pick. They wanted to draft Sanders. They called him, and then they didn't have a pick ready because they didn't want to get picked.
So that was a lie they told.
That was a lie.
Yeah, no, it came out later. Like, what actually went down there. I think it kind of worked out for the best. It's so funny looking at that pick and everything that happened there, because then we ended up getting Carson Vincent. I mean, we all wanted Farmer, and I was very ticked off at the time that they traded back, didn't get Farmer. But Vincent, I think he's turned out quite nice. So, I also just like I don't know if having Sanders here would be net beneficial. I mean, he looked like a 5th round quarterback, but I don't know. I like that Huntley's in that role right now.
Also, is Teddy Buchanan expected to be healthy by training camp? Did we get any updates on him? I'm not sure if he's going to be ready by training camp, but I don't have a lot of.
He's modeling the New Jersey, so.
Oh, so yeah.
He said he's ahead of his
game day
recovery.
ready. In all seriousness, though, I have no info on this. I feel like he's ahead of schedule. I feel like that he might be available by early season. It might be a similar to likely situation. Obviously, a different timeline with the injury, but where they might decide to have him not actually IR'd and hope to bring him in one of those first few games. I don't know. I don't have any, like I said, new information, but it could be a little ahead of schedule. Just like he looked good. Like I was looking at that leg. I'll be honest, like in the jersey, I was like trying to see. So we'll see.
Yeah, I am kind of curious. I mean, we are kind of looking at the back nine stages of Roquan, and I mean, I like Jacob Rodriguez, but I also was like, Jacob Rodriguez is going to be 24, I think, or 25 going into the season. So I don't know if he was going to get dinged for that. And I guess it didn't matter because he was a second round pick. But yeah, I just thought there was options as far as, you know, what the next stage of linebacker would be, especially with this scheme with Mentor. But yeah, I was kind of curious, like, what our options would have been for linebacker also. Because we're not getting any, we are kind of getting younger, but, you know, we're going to got to think about a Mike now at this point. So,
I wonder if they really are considering T. Higgins as a Mike of the future. They don't really see him as more of a backup and special teams guy, but does not really seem to have the athleticism you'd really want in the Mike, but certainly made some plays during the preseason when he got his chance. And
Jay
forced
Higgins?
his way into the team. Did I say T. Higgins? I do mean
You
Jay
said T. Higgins.
Yes. All right.
Wait, I'm
think
seeing chat that
Chandler
we're on
Martin
the
is
kicker. Did we
gone,
trade up
right?
again?
Chandler Martin left the team. Yeah, he signed
Right.
somewhere else as a free agent. By the way, the Brown. You guys probably announced it, whatnot, but the Browns drafted Parker Brailsford, who's the really small center. I had as a no on my list. I don't have too many no's, but I had a top 20 or so of interior offensive line, and Brailsford is just too small for the division, I think. And it's a surprising pick for the Browns with the amount of beef that's in the AFC North right now that they go with a 289-pound center.
Wait a
They
minute.
got the
And
You're-
Sam Heck is gone too. 2 picks before. I don't know if you guys said that.
Sorry, Maureen, what did you say?
I'm sorry. Are you surprised that the Browns made a bad pick? Don't they do that every year?
Well, they made a bunch of good picks in this draft. They took our guy Fano with their first selection, and then a couple of receivers.
This is Jason's positional favorite at center, so it's a big. If you did interior lineman with Jason, you'd have been quite a part on this guy.
All right, life goes on. But I say anyway, it's the right Parker for the Browns to take. The wrong Parker would have been the Parker, the last name.
Brian Parker's still there. Jaeger Burden's still there. And after that, we're kind of running down a who's who of nobodies.
Yeah, they have the Iowa guard Stevens is still there. Schroff from Notre Dame is still there. Coogan is a center. I think I forget who he played for. Indiana Pat Coogan, yeah.
Golden's a center.
Okay.
I think he has an injury, so I'm not sure though.
So I'm not gonna lie, I'm watching I'm watching some Hibner footage, and I think steal might not be the right word because I don't think he's going to make a big impact. But I do feel really comfortable with my Kohler assessment. I think he's really going to come in and provide a little bit of surprise production. Watching him, he reminds me a little bit of Andrews based on his footage when he first came in. But I'm going to be interested that. I don't know if I agree with the pick yet. We'll have to see it plays out, but they may be seeing something that some other folks didn't. I think he might bring in some production.
Same place, Jake. Absolutely love the fact that he's embracing the move to center as opposed to having it imposed upon him by a team that he goes to.
I just got a text message that's one of my buddies was stating that Hibner had 2 catches in 4 years at Michigan before transferring. Can someone confirm that?
I think he's only there for 3 years, but that could be true. I just looked.
Yeah, I mean, very, very small production when he was in Michigan.
His total snaps played, I could give you that during the time at Michigan wasn't that many. Period. He was on the field only for let's see, 52, 117 total snaps in 3 years at Michigan. But the last 2 years at SMU, he's played basically 700 snaps each season, 697 and 710.
Yeah, I will echo. I'm sorry, I don't see your name. But like watching him, he looks the part. Like it doesn't feel like a reach just from a film perspective. When I was talking to Jason about it, he actually scouted 3 games of him. He said he liked him. His biggest issue is that he's older and he's kind of a one year wonder. So it wasn't enough to make his board, but I think in a world where this was a sustained production, he would have.
Okay, so here are my notes from Pat Coogan. First of all, he's 31 and an 1/8 inch arms at 6'5", 311. So a very lean frame guy at center, even though he's got a decent amount of weight there. I thought he mirrored well. Processing speed is good. He's a natural line leader, but he's going to face a whole nother level of upgraded competition, in particular, ones that will take advantage of his size and length at the NFL level. One of the notes I had was his foot speed was not ideal for pulling. So that's something I'm not sure I care that much about, because the Ravens in their past have made a lot of average athletes into pretty good pullers. Does know where he's going in level 2. So he understands his assignment, goes to the spot. And he's a center or nothing in the NFL. So Coogan, that's one of the issues with him, is you can't move that guy to guard. His arms are just too short for it. Here's good news about Coogan is he only turned 21 in April. So he's one of the younger guys. If you believe you can overcome some of those deficits of arm length, then you could have a nice long career for you.
Oh, yeah, that's another thing that's nice about with a center, kind of overcoming some of those things, is that centers almost always, not of course always, but almost always going to be part of combination blocking. They're going to be a lot of assisting, so you don't have to have the measure as much. But someone said it earlier. I don't know if it's the plan right now, but I do think that the Ravens, they should just go ahead and bulk up in the interior of the line this year, and then kind of because we talked about it before with Derrick Henry's production of yards after the contact, and we talked about all that. I want to go ahead and give him as much breathing room up the center as possible this season.
So when in doubt, go big at center.
Bo Stevens from Iowa is off the board, another interior offensive lineman. So we're having kind of a run here on day 3 of interior Iowa guys, both guards and centers.
Did you guys talk about the Tyree Wilson trade?
No, I didn't hear about it.
Yeah.
So it looks like the Raiders traded Tyree Wilson and a 6th to the Saints for a 5th round pick, if I read that right. It flashed up on the screen real quick.
I thought I saw a 7th, but yes, that was a trade.
Yeah, something to that effect. And wasn't Wilson one of the top players taken in 23?
Yeah, I think he was like the 7th overall pick, I believe, in 2023. He was that was the Raiders'
Yeah, I
first
think
round
it
pick.
was.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Bugs, send me a DM, please, on Twitter. That's at JP Bugs.
Kind of go along with that talking about who sits the day out for the wide receiver. I mean, would you? Well, I guess no one would like it because the most likely selection would still be another wide receiver. But at this point, when do we start talking about getting those dedicated special teamers, or are we even going to look at getting a punter? Because I know some folks have talked about that, just because obviously losing our punter last year. But again, we don't really want another receiver, but are we going to potentially get a dedicated return person, or are we just fine as sticking with Wester? And because again, is he not going to be on the bench, or is he going to be in game day? So I'm kind of curious how that plays out.
I would be
Wester's gonna lock in as the returner.
I'd be surprised if they draft a punter. We're the only team looking for a punter, and I'd allow other teams to draft a punter to spite us, for lack of better words. But we're the only one that don't have like a clear option.
It's a case
That's my
where
concern. So I can go ahead.
now we'll have Randy Brown's outstanding with his camps and whatnot. There's very high probability he'll have found another punter with the Ravens don't have to use a pick to get one.
Sarratt has history returning punts for what it's worth.
Where at? Because I didn't see him listed as any stats for it in college.
High school, I believe.
Yeah, in high school.
Okay.
So
that could be a lot of players that would fit that bill. It's like, oh, somebody has
Well, I
experience
mean,
kicking.
Zion Young offered to be a kicker, so I think Tyler Luke is on notice.
We have
What's the
Dalton
consensus
Johnson.
on Wester? Are you guys comfortable with having him be the punt returner going into this year, or are you thinking there's opportunities to get better? Where do you guys feel there?
I feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah.
I would say I do not value his ability to return kicks high enough to stop us from pushing him off the roster by some off-season signing like a la D-Hop. I don't think we need a D-Hop after what we've done, obviously, but I just don't think highly enough of Wester at this point to make decisions because of him, if that makes sense.
That's kind of the crux of what I'm asking, is that, like, as far as I know, he's the only person that comes up with returning responsibilities, but he's also one of the more likely guys to be on the bench with these draft picks.
Right.
So it's just, where are you getting that production from? I mean, we put Hill back there before, but that just not regularly. I don't think that would be a regular solution.
I mean, I think they'll try out a bunch of people, and I think Sarratt could easily be one of them. He has that kind of profile, and I mean, they could even have a corner go back there. It's hard to say.
Yeah,
So-
always a boring conversation until you need it.
Wester played 58 snaps last year on offense. So it wasn't nothing. I was kind of thinking it might even been higher than that, because I kept remembering seeing him for 11 or 7 or 9 snaps in a fair number of games, but it had to be more limited than that. But he never.
He had
I don't think
It
he had
came
a
in
target all
bunches,
year.
Ken. Yeah, it came in bunches. He was in a couple packages, and I feel like I said, like, you would see more of him in certain games, and other games he would be not at all. But yeah, that's one thing I'm really keen to see, is like how much focus there is on just like a total special team specialist.
He actually played
I'm hoping
more
we're
snaps.
moving away from some of those.
Justin Jolie is finally off the board here,
No,
and he went to the Broncos.
no.
Well, they need a tight end, so
Yeah, they do.
that's unfortunate.
I was
Is
kind
all-
of curious with Declan Doyle's offense and what we were experiencing with Todd Monken. Do you think that we would go away from the idea of a misdirection? I think that was lacking a lot last year, as far as getting either a Keaton Mitchell or a Wester or whoever going from one side, or jet motions or whatever the case may have been. Do you think that Declan Doyle can implement that back in this offense to try to create as many opportunities to have the defense going one way or another? Or is it more so the move tight end, shift tight end will be that implementation? Just getting your thoughts around what this new offense will look like with creating as many mismatches and for the defense.
I want to say Jagger Burton just got taken by the Packers, so that's another
Hate to see
offensive
it.
lineman off the board. That definitely puts pressure on Parker, even if I prefer Parker to him.
I wouldn't be opposed to us trading up a couple spots because I see the Vikings there, and I'm very nervous about the Vikings.
Well, San Francisco have been trying to gather picks, and they're next on the clock. So there you go.
To answer your question, though, I think that I don't necessarily care for a ton of misdirection, and that's more of an addition to a stable and kind of successful offense. Really, what I want to see more out of them is motion. I mean, we just did not do a lot of it. We didn't do a lot of play action, and you're pretty much not taking advantage of uh, getting a chance to see what the defense is doing pre-snap. So I want to see more of the pre-snap stuff before I'm really worried about implementing, additional stuff when the actual play calling. Because again, I just think that's where we were lacking a big part last year is that it was weirdly simplistic in a lot of ways last year.
It's weird, Jacob, because they worked so hard on that at camp to get a cadence that they couldn't, to do. And they did do a good job, by the way, of reducing offensive false starts. And the bigger gain was probably in keeping the defense a little bit on their heels instead of coming out of starting blocks, downhill on the pass rush. I think they did a pretty good job with that. They had some personnel issues on the offensive line, obviously, that probably took away some of their options for misdirection. And the other thing that there was really missing from the misdirection game was Lamar and the read option, and he just wasn't healthy enough to do it or do it effectively. So, I actually think they're going to be back to a very scary, motion heavy and misdirection component offense, because I think it's the natural thing with Lamar Jackson. If you don't use it, you're giving up a big part of who he is as a quarterback.
I agree.
What kind of target share do you think is possible for the two new receivers in this offense?
Great
I know
question.
sometimes it's easy to say, well, yeah, this guy will get 80 targets, this guy get 100 targets, and in the Ravens offense, targets aren't always as aplenty
Okay,
as you would expect. So what do you think, Ken?
Let's toss down a target number, each of us within the chat here, and then we'll kind of run through it here. So it's Lane.
I think Trig is still available. That's a great question, Jake. Yeah, I think Trig is still available.
Trig is still available.
Yeah.
Jaden Duggar of Louisiana goes to San Francisco. They're doing an ode to McCoy here. I guess it's really an ode to the Raiders offseason so far they're doing.
So with the Ravens pick coming up and the board looking like what it is, anyone excited about anyone left that you'd like to see the Ravens pick?
Yes, I would be excited for a variety of people. I would be. I think I'm going to say Trig is off the board. Emmett Johnson, running back. He was one of my favorites, and I think he'd be worthwhile here. And I'd also be excited about a variety of different tight end prospects that I actually scouted.
Daquan Wright would be one of mine, along with Parker, Rayshon Benny. And you only throw in an oddball here we haven't talked about him. The guy I'd really like to get late in this draft, I think he'll be available, is Cole Wisniewski, who's a safety who had 8 interceptions at North Dakota State in 24, moved to, was it Texas? Or I'm not even sure where he played. I think it might have been Texas in 2025. Texas Tech, okay. And I like him as a prospect a lot.
I'd kind of have to just basically echo every single player you just listed off, Ken. Big fan of Daquan Wright. I love watching his highlights. Moves really well after the catch. I really like what I see from him. I'd like us to take him with one of our next 2 or 3 picks. We also did visit with the Ravens, or at least had a meeting with them. So
Yeah, I'm gonna trust you guys. This is way past the depth of my knowledge for players. So I'm a scheme guy. I'm always impressed how much you guys can follow with all these the college players.
I think Parker would be an interesting pick. I think his willingness to go inside, play center, I think that would be an interesting value pick at 162. And
What's his
Wright would also be
measurables?
That's a great question.
This is.
Let's see.
I'm still in on getting a center, but let me see what he looks like.
Anybody want to give me an update on the Oriole game? I'm not taping it.
You do
sorry
not
about
want to
it.
know.
now
Yeah,
I
we
have
got-
to look it up.
We just brought in Wilson to pitch. It's 12-1. They hit a grand slam last at bat.
Yeah, it's
Oh, you got to be kidding me. After
Yes.
last night, we get the reverse of last night.
Rogers only lasted he didn't get through the second inning.
Damn,
He had the
that's
bases
bad.
loaded. Gave up 3 runs in the first. Not looking good.
Isn't Rogers' velocity down a little bit too over his last couple starts?
I'm not sure about that, but I know the fastball is getting hit at a 300 clip after being at 150 last year.
incredible. Wow.
Those are a wild team right now. I really don't know,
Woof.
night to night, day to day, what to even think.
Durbin just smacked that ball. It's batting practice out there.
I mean, at this point, game's lost.
Right? It's just not pretty. They're going to be all flyouts. That's. Oh, man.
Let's live to fight another day.
Yeah. Stat padding.
Yeah, no, I mean Parker's tiny. I don't know if I would. I shouldn't say tiny, but
Parker?
he's not very big. If I'm looking at the right one.
I think you're looking at the wrong one. He's 6 foot 5 inches.
He's
Yeah,
got
he's got to
a
add a
thin
little more
frame.
weight though. Yeah, say he's thin framed. Tiny is not the right word. You're right. My bad. He's just not stocky for the position.
Are you sure you're looking at Parker Brailsford and not Brian Parker?
Looking at Brian Parker, that's probably why then.
Brian Parker's the guy we were talking about. Parker
Yeah.
Brailsford's a really small guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have him listed as 309, which is again, it's not tiny, but I mean, I agree with what I would like to see someone in the over 320 at a minimum, because I would like them to put a little more weight on as well once they get into the NFL. Again, I want to get big, so I wanted us to go ahead and get big on the line if we're going to draft somebody. But he is one of the highest guys left, so I don't think it would be a bad pick in that sense.
Yeah, I think there's the heaviest center in this class is 313.
Oh, that's smaller than Bullock.
And that would be Jaron Kump from Utah, who isn't even expected to be drafted because he's
Yeah,
26.
the Ravens list Bullock as at 6'3", 320 on their homepage. I do think there's a lot of merit in having a bigger center.
Yeah, it's definitely it's just an alternative to kind of where we've been at, especially like Linderbaum. I don't think it's the only route to go by any means, but again, I just feel like to maximize get what we get out of Derrick Henry, I prefer some line movers, because I don't know if it was just last year, but he just didn't seem to have that same after contact pop. So I want to be able to let him really, get his his legs moving before he gets to the second level. So the bigger the better. I'm personally, if I had the choice, I'm looking to kind of just take an outlier on that and try to go big.
I mean,
Yeah, that's where
the
like
notion-
that Danny Pinter scared me a little bit. He seems super small. Sorry,
Yeah.
Ken, go ahead.
No, he is. You're exactly hitting on it. We just had Jason Wolbert join us here. Jason, welcome to the group here. And you were JP Bugs on in the stream here, but you've been on before and appreciate having you. Might be still working out his sound, not sure. Okay, TAFE went to Miami.
Testing.
We can hear you, Jason.
Do you guys think some of the weight for players, like some of the offensive linemen, may be a little light, where in order to run or maybe do some of the agility drills, they cut a few pounds? Because I thought I saw that Ioane was listed at 320 pounds somewhere, and then he was listed at maybe
I'm
like
not hearing
300.
anybody at the moment. Sorry.
Play with your audio settings at the bottom of the screen, Jason, and see if you can get hearing. So you should go to the gear on the bottom, go to audio, and make sure your headphones are listed as your speaker. I'll let you work that out.
Yeah, that's a good theory as far as they may be cutting a little bit for the agility drills and everything. I could definitely see that. It's not something I heard of, but it's common sense. It's a common sense type of thought process.
You know, we're getting to this point on day 3 where there's a lot of players that we just don't recognize. There are other guys: Rayshon Benny, Landon Robinson, Xavier Harris. The Godfather, Dante Corleone, has not been taken yet on the interior offensive line. It's one of the great nicknames. I mean, I said it. They have to call this guy the Godfather when I saw him. Sure enough, they do.
Did you hear that Sarratt's nickname's Waffle House because he's always open? I'm reading another write-up about Hibner, and I like the elevator pitch as far as if you're looking for a tight end 2 for 12 personnel sets who can stretch defenses when offense runs misdirection and play action. Hibner offers a combination of straight line speed, ball tracking, and blocking that will meet an offense's needs. That does sound like what we might want. Sorry,
Max Bredesen, who's on the tight end list, has just been drafted by the Vikings. They've got him listed at fullback here. I'm sure he's been a combination guy.
Hello, all.
Is he related?
Hi, Jason.
Sorry about that.
I think he is related. So Max Bredesen and
Bredesen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, younger brother of Ben.
Vikings did not take a center, so I think Brian Parker will likely be available for us at 162. So we'll see if we take him.
Now we have two back-to-back picks in 173 and 74.
Ooh.
So
Chiefs.
Another interior offensive lineman off the board at Tampa Bay, Billy Schroff of Notre Dame.
mm-hmm.
Not saying that's a great player or anything, but every interior offensive lineman that comes off the board at this point, I think, is putting pressure on a pick for Parker, making it through to us. So one more, get through Kansas City's pick. Don't let it get. Oh no, they traded the pick. This is the worst possible news. This is literally the worst possible news.
They might be going for Trig.
Could be. Or
Did you
Benny.
trade up for that though?
I don't know where they came from. Did they just show it on the screen?
I don't imagine the Chiefs taking a center.
Right, that's a good point.
Have they drafted a tight end yet?
I don't believe so. No.
So who had the pick originally? Because I saw it and it was in
Pittsburgh.
Chiefs. And,
Okay, Pittsburgh did.
traded.
Mm-hmm.
Chiefs probably told him like, yeah, we want to pick center. They're like, sure, have this pick.
They have gone all defense.
Well, maybe a wide receiver, maybe a tight end.
Hmm.
Wouldn't surprise me if this is Daquan Wright. I think. I mean, it could be Trig. It could be Trig also, certainly, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was Daquan Wright. You know, them making a player out of him.
I'd be so pissed if they took Daquan Wright.
I'd be more pissed. Well, I'd be pissed if they take Carson Ryan. Still holding out hope about him.
Surprisingly, taking a second.
Okay, you're getting kicked from the stream here.
And they cut the commercial, right?
Now, if this stream were crazy before, we just went up a couple more notches with the introduction of Mr. Ed here. Ed, how you doing?
What?
I think you're right, JS Ray. That would be difficult for the Ravens to accept all that off the field stuff. Ed, thanks for joining us again. We always appreciate you. You've got daughter duty today, I see. Okay, we're having trouble hearing you because you're on mute. That's the reason. All right, we'll figure it out. First time I met Ed in person when we went to, I think, Cincinnati for a game. I believe that's right, not Cleveland. But he brought his son to a bar. I thought that was cool. Yeah, something you can, a family thing to do.
Hi, Ken. Can you hear us now?
We can hear you just fine. How you doing, Ed?
Oh, hell yeah. I'm doing good. What about you, little girl? Wow, you seem thrilled.
No, it's not.
You're not?
All right.
They're really delaying telling us who this pick is.
I wonder what the Chiefs must have traded up for to get this pick. Could be another DB. Potentially could be another corner.
You know, ordinarily I would say they're trying to snipe the Ravens, but based on the last pick the Ravens made and traded up for, I have no idea who they would pick.
Right. Yeah.
Truly.
Rayshon Benny is maybe the only guy I can think of that they might really like ahead of the Ravens. Rayshon Benny with the Michigan connection, Robinson with the Navy connection. He'd be a free 30. Either one of them could be guys that they'd want to get ahead of the Ravens for. I could not tell you otherwise who it would be. And it may just not.
No, please go ahead.
It may not be just about the Ravens. The Steelers may have been talking about trading the pick to somebody else too, and it may be another position that doesn't even involve the Ravens.
We just briefly mentioned it because we were talking about young Art Buchanan. I mean, no one's really said. I mean, does anyone want an off-the-ball linebacker at this point for a little more depth or anything?
I'd be more concerned
Sean
about
Elliott still there?
He is still there.
But I don't think that's what the Ravens would want, right? They need somebody that can be like a rangy coverage linebacker, wouldn't they?
I think they named the next Mike, Jason. So I like
Mike.
Yeah, for 2027, Mike would have been Hill. or maybe Allen. Hill, Rodriguez, Allen, Goldie, and Trotter all going on round 2. Day 2. Emmett Johnson goes to the Bills. Okay.
I'm very
I
upset
like
about
that
this.
pick.
I'm very upset about this because literally who I said I want them to pick the Ravens.
So now they have a duo of K9 and Emmett Johnson.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah,
They massively
again,
upgraded their backfield there.
yeah, they did. At least like he isn't the clear, he's not going to be a starter per se for them, but great depth in my opinion, and a guy I think it might have been legitimate to trade up in front of us. I really do. I mean, I'm biased. I liked him, and I think we have a need, right? Like I think he would easily slot in over Ali.
He was my running back too in this class.
Yep. Yep. Same. So the pick is in for the Ravens.
So do we have a consensus of what position the Ravens would go here? It feels like the 4th round was kind of a surprise, I would say, leading up to this point.
Yeah, before that, maybe.
Yeah.
Center, defensive tackle, corner, tight end.
Say it again, Jed.
O-line?
O-line?
But how do you say it?
Yeah.
What do you mean O-line? What do you mean? How do you say it?
Yeah. He's right. Yeah. Could be O-line.
I'd love that.
Oh, Zay Flowers. Oh, okay. Oh.
Hey, while you're at it, why don't you show the Orioles how to play baseball?
Did you guys see the pick yet?
Yeah, we did. We're just gonna wait and
Got it.
I won't say anything until it goes on the TV.
Sorry, Chandler Rivers, the cornerback from Duke, is the guy. Apologize for being on mute there.
Yep. I like that pick.
It makes
Very
sense.
much.
It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
I've heard that name before.
Chandler Rivers does not miss tackles. He's very physical for his size.
Yeah. You didn't, because they didn't announce it. They just put it up there.
Wester was in London for it, so made the team, confirmed.
No, this is good. I mean, I think he was actually someone I was looking at a minute ago when we were talking about when Maureen asked us about who we might be excited for. I don't know why I gravitated toward his name, but that's kind of the same thing I was saying with Aubrey. I think he just really allows us to try to get the most out of Humphrey if he's able to come in and at least play a little bit of slot and anything like that, especially being physical. We've been missing physicality on the back end for a little while now, outside of obviously Hamilton. So that'd be nice if he can, kind of bring a little something to the inside.
Rivers would be a Humphrey replacement in that he plays inside. He can play outside, but he's more, his size says slot/nickel.
That's my problem with the pick, Jason, is I think he's a slot guy. If he's 5'10", 185, ran a 4.40, so speed's not a problem. Coverage metrics were not great this last year, 7.8 yards per target and 85 opposing passer rating. He is not a great tackler. I think I heard somebody say he was a good tackler, but he's got a 13% career missed tackle rate.
Really?
Yeah. And he's had only 4 flags the last 3 seasons. Very positive and oftentimes hard to do in the slot in 174 targets. Now he's played some slot and more on the outside during that time. He was beaten for 5 plays of 20-plus yards in 2025. The long was 56 by Virginia's Chandler Morris to Trell Harris down the left sideline. That set up a field goal that imperiled Duke's ACC championship hopes. I wonder what I was trying to do by gathering all this information. This seems awfully specific, putting this together there. But sometimes I do like to look. I know what it was. I like to look at common threads in bad plays for a player. That's a really powerful scouting technique. You look at highlights, you're never going to see what the player is weak at. You'll see what he's strong at, but you won't see what he's weak at. If you look at the plays he gives up, you'll see, does he bite? Did he just get out physical at the catch point? Did he miss a tackle to give up a big play or whatnot? But sometimes I'll look at every interception or every big play over 20-plus yards a player gave up in the defensive backfield. I have him at number 15. My projection to SCB has him farther down the board than he otherwise would be. he wasn't my cup of tea. But I know that I did the show with all 22 films. He really liked it. So Derek really liked him, and that's a positive. 29 3/8-inch arms.
Jade, I'm gonna give you a chance at something. How do you pronounce this guy's name?
Who are we talking about?
Harlan Bauer. I found the connection, Ken. So Harlan Bauer was the assistant coach at Duke, and where did Chandler come from?
Gotcha.
And Harlan, literally, this is his first year on the roster because he was handpicked by Mentor. So this feels to me like one of those, when you talk about the, people in the room saying, go get your guy, whatever, I feel like that's one that basically echoes to this.
How do we feel about that? Because there are a number of picks now that have been like that.
I'm cool with it on day 3 because what does it really matter for a day 3 guy? If you're talking like day 2, I'd be like, yeah, but they're all a crapshoot basically after 100.
I don't like the term crapshoot or lottery ticket, and DaCosta uses it because he doesn't want to say I'm smarter than the other GM, so I like a 5th round pick in my own hands. That wouldn't go over well, and it wouldn't make him a popular guy among the other GMs. But the truth of the matter is, he is better with that late round draft capital than other teams are, and the Ravens are in general because they do more scouting. And I think the notion that it keeps getting put out there as a lottery ticket is just it fuels a lot of the idiocy of trading away draft capital for as if it's a door prize at a carnival or something, a door prize at a church raffle or whatever.
I'm trying to think of either the GM or the coach who said something about this, like the idea of if you just keep trading back and accumulating, like, let's say 7 day 3 picks, that you have literally quote unquote more tickets and therefore you're more likely to cash. I wish I knew which guy it was, but that is actually a theory that some people inherently believe in, and you're not going to take it away from them.
I'm okay with that, but I think it's like World Series of Poker entries is the better
Yeah.
way to put it. If you're Phil Ivey, you're sure you have a chance, you have one chance to win, and so does some person like me who's an idiot, jumping into the event. But the truth of the matter is, his chances got to be 16 times higher than mine. Even
that's it, man.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's the overriding theory, is that more picks is the secret to good drafting, because no one's as good as they want to be, right? As they think they are.
So Rivers' pick is probably the first one that really bothers me a lot. I wasn't crazy about the Sarratt pick, but this one probably really bothers me a lot in terms of how he fits with the Ravens. I can't imagine that Minter's going away from using Hamilton as a slot corner. It's too central to who they are, and it fits what he did with Jerwin James and whatnot. So I'm trying to figure out how he gets on the field.
I don't expect Rivers is going to be starting for a couple of years.
I mean, he is a 5th round pick.
Right. That's true. And he could stay on the outside, I suppose. But that's pretty big disadvantage he's working with in both height and length.
Tanner Koziel went off the board to the Jaguars, the tight end.
Yeah.
I don't know, Ken. Nowodowski is still on the board. It feels like 173, 174, potentially one of those picks the Ravens could just snag him. I think we're kind of getting to that point where, we are kind of picking at the litter a little bit. I think that'd be right as what I thought he'd be selected around that range, but kind of getting to that point in the draft now.
Nick Singleton. Seen some running backs starting to go.
What's our
Sounds about
next
right.
pick?
Went to Tennessee. Okay.
Our next pick's 173, I believe.
And then we get the 174 double feature.
Yep.
What could they
And
do?
then it's a long way to 211.
Sure is. And an even longer way to 250 and 253.
Oh, gosh.
I will not be on the stream for that. I can guarantee
It could be you don't want to see us get our next future punter at 2, whatever that.
I mean,
pick
I
is?
would. I just have other commitments tonight. It's taking too long.
Jay, they want to take a punter. Do you want a punter?
What's that?
Oh, good lord.
I mean, that's not a bad take, honestly. Punters are unnecessary, okay? You just go score points.
We
You don't
want
need
the
them.
Florida guy. We want that Tommy kid. We want that guy. Tell him who you want. Who's the player you want? Do you remember? Starts with the P. He's over in this column right there. Yeah. Cole Payton. We're gonna run the wishbone with him.
What's that?
That's the formation I use when I play college football on Xbox.
I don't care.
No.
If the Ravens can get Cole Payton in round 7 and stash him on the practice squad, I would love that.
I
Man,
would
you
not
gotta
be
trade up
opposed
to
to
get a guy
taking-
like that.
Would not be opposed to taking a quarterback in round 7.
How about Taylor Green?
Love it.
I would take Diego Pavia as a practice squad player. I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that at all.
I didn't realize Caleb Williams had such a low completion percentage last year.
Oh, careful, Ken. You're talking about that's her dude. She loves Superman.
All right.
Do
He's
we?
trashing your QB.
The only thing I'm thinking of is, we've identified a question mark at linebacker. Do you think they'll try to use Kyle Hamilton more as a linebacker, and then they do have a slot need?
The normal amount is a dime back. I would not say as a linebacker. They have 3 guys to fill 2 spots at the standard Mike and weak side spots. If Hamilton, will move to play dime again, I think that's something they've done and will continue to do. That creates an opportunity for a slot corner to come in and play those downs, which could be Humphrey, or it could be with Awuzia and Wiggins on the outside, or it could be a guy like Rivers who takes a slot role away from a Keon Martin who played some of that last year. So
Right.
you could make the argument that they have an opening for a slot nickel, a dime slot corner. But I really don't expect the usage of Hamilton to change. It's just one of all the things I don't know about the scheme that either Minter or Boyer is going to bring to the team. Minter has already worked with a Hamilton-esque player in Derwin James, and he used him similarly. So,
Right.
I think that they'll stick with that.
Ken, did we go over the individual wide receiver target shares that are
No,
to be
we-
expected of the 2
We didn't.
receivers?
So we tossed them in the chat, and they're probably gone. But let's go right down the line and see. Remember, if you can, what you said for targets. Let's start with you, Baha, since you brought it up.
So I was just looking up what Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, and then the third receiver. So to me, it looked like Zay Flowers had 25%. Rashad Bateman was anywhere between 15 and 16, and wide receiver 3 was around the range of 10 to 15. So that's Hopkins. I'm assuming that's Tez Walker. So I'm gonna just take a stab at it and say anywhere between 7 and 8%. I know that doesn't make up 100, but I'm not expecting a lot out of the receiver share. Like, I'm not expecting a bulk amount, but anybody else wants to chime in or provide their insight?
I had it as a number of targets, but let's convert yours if you can. Like you're saying 7 to 8%. So the Ravens had 422 attempts last year. By the way, opponents had 203 more passing attempts than the Ravens had last year. Combination of factors in that. 422, and you're saying maybe 8%?
About 8%.
So that's going to put us at about 34 targets for that. That's basically right where I am for Sarratt. For Lane, and then I had about 22 for Sarratt.
Okay.
So 2.0 per game and about 1.5 per game for the 2 guys.
Sounds about right.
Alec, where are you?
I'm not prepared for that. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Matt, did you put in numbers?
I didn't put in numbers, but I don't see I tend to think of it more as a percentage as well. I don't necessarily think that either will eclipse 10% target share. I think there's a strong possibility that one of them might be inactive on game day. So we'll see.
Jason, you might not have been in the stream when we started talking about that. Okay.
No, sorry. I will say that I do expect a lot of tight end targets still in Declan Doyle's offense. Although we don't know if that's going to be Njoku is going to be part of that or what. So, and probably still plenty of targets to running backs as well. We're not going to be seeing the fullback, but we're still going to be seeing a lot of 2, even 3 tight end sets. So I think it's going to be spread around quite a bit. And I'm interested in, are they going to carry 6 wide receivers now? Or are they going to go to 7? Are they actually going to go to 7 wide receivers? That's not very common for this team.
No, it would be not very common for the league at this point. I think 6, and you got to have 2 guys who really help you on special teams to get any meaningful number of game day activations. So Tez Walker's been a good special teams player, and so has Wester. So those guys would be the 2.
So wait, we think they're going to carry 6, maybe 7?
I don't.
That's old. It's been like a month.
Stepped into that one.
Yeah.
5 picks away.
I can't see the Ravens keeping 7 wide receivers. It's not in their history, and like Ken stated, a lot of teams don't even carry. I mean, a lot of teams carry 6, but 7 receivers, and I can see Lane possibly getting inactive just because of. I mean, he doesn't have the greatest hands. I mean, he's an athletic freak, but I feel like Sarratt would be a better, overhand catch, or just has better hands. So, but I just can't see the Ravens keeping 7 receivers. I just don't. It's not in their history.
So we have our 6 then. Flowers, Bateman, Walker, Sarratt, Lane, and Wester.
Seems
Yeah,
like
I
it
would-
to be.
Kendrick Law of Kentucky just take another wide receiver off the board. That is an area where a lot of players are being drafted.
Yeah, it also means that, at least on paper right now, assuming Bateman isn't traded, or assuming Bateman isn't traded at the end of the season, that we have our 6 receivers for next year too.
So your Flowers is signed to the 5th-year option, is still potentially could be traded, but yeah.
I don't want to float the idea, right? But what exactly would we get if we were to think, or there was a trade compensation to get out of Zay Flowers? I know it's not the healthiest conversation in Raven Circle, but
Sure.
that price tag for wide receivers and just seeing what JSN just received kind of makes me a little worrisome as far as what the market's looking like for receivers nowadays. So what would we be looking at? Would it be potentially a 1st and a 3rd, or
I think the A.J. Brown trade is going to determine a lot of that.
Okay.
I think we can probably get more for Flowers than they'll get for Brown because of the age difference, slight age difference, and Flowers is not a malcontent. But that'll give us an idea.
And Brown is a player who is going to have his contract redrawn, and Flowers would be a guy who would be starting with a new contract. But the point is, these are market value players, so you're not gaining the benefit of any of the rookie deal. If they traded Flowers now, the compensation could be significantly higher. And I'm not saying they should. Please, if you're listening out there, I'm not saying they should trade Zay Flowers. I'm just saying that all options have to be on the table when you have a quarterback like Lamar Jackson, who you're trying to keep under contract, and they have to really pay through the nose for. So you gotta figure out how you're gonna where you're gonna not spend. And I obviously it should be pretty obvious to people. It's not going to make Lamar happy to not spend on Zay Flowers.
Yeah, I feel like it's a non-starter. He will be a Raven. Because like if the whole tenet of the Ravens right now is to build around Lamar, they're not going to take away his favorite receiver.
It would be basically blowing up the team.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
it's just not happening, right? Or if we have bigger problems in our hands. So like that's why I'm like, I don't know, I'm not too worried about it.
Oh, that is Michael Keaton. I was just saying this guy moves around like Michael Keaton from Gung Ho, in terms of.
Oh, I was going to say, hey, look, it's the founder of McDonald's.
How many points did he score? Donut, babe. Oh, crap. The Steelers got him.
That's the
Riley
original
Nowakowski
Batman.
goes to the Steelers at number 169.
Oh, crap. Boo. That's the guy. Oh, well. Oh, Batman.
I didn't think we were going him after we got the tight end we got.
Who's on TV, Jade? Kind of Spider-Man.
Yep.
After we got him there, I don't think we were.
We must respect
going
Ken's
Nowakowski.
privacy during this difficult time.
Uh-huh.
Yikes.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Ken, the Browns took Brailford.
Yeah, that makes me feel a little bit better. Nick, thanks for joining us here again today. Appreciate having you. I cannot hear you right now, Nick. I assume you're.
Somebody's leaving, so you should wave. No.
Who's leaving?
He has a broken tackle waiting to happen there. Very much fits the what the Steelers did with Faulkner in terms of breaking tackles, getting the ball to a guy in space who is one of the best at it.
They got the mullet too. Dunker.
Who do you want, little girl?
I wanted Cruz and
Cruz?
Pick.
Ken, do you see the next pick?
All right.
Joe Royer of Cincinnati goes to the Browns.
Don't love that either.
No, I do not. But he's further down my board, honestly, of guys. I mean, I'd rather have Wright, for example, than Royer.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's still other players I like better, but it's still, I think, a good player.
I think if we are in fact drafting two tight ends, that second tight end is going to come at one of these two picks.
That's exactly what I'm
The
thinking.
state of the board.
Yep.
You got some
And I hope
guys.
it's Carson Ryan.
You keep pounding that drum. I don't think he's going to be the pick.
All I can do is dream, all right? Don't take it away from me yet.
I think
I'm
running
gonna
back
be-
is still in play here.
Who
Left
would-
running back. Let's
If
see.
you had to pick a running back here, who do you think you'd take? Katron Allen?
For the Ravens,
Yeah.
Randall. Somebody that doesn't have to do much at the beginning. Has the traits. Doesn't have a lot of experience, but he can learn under some. I mean, he can feed off of King Henry if he wants.
Okay, we should be all good here now. Sorry about that, folks.
Hey,
I
Nick,
was
how you
wondering
doing?
how everyone was doing this afternoon.
Well, we just had Riley Nowakowski taken, which has dampened the spirit in the room.
Yeah, certainly him going to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
My favorite running back right now, as in stepping in week 1, is Claiborne. But
Yeah.
I don't think the Ravens. I don't know if the Ravens would take him.
I mean, they just got rid of a Claiborne-esque player, right?
If
I've been
Claiborne
in and
goes
out of-
undrafted,
Speaking of getting rid of, we're going to get rid of little girl here. Say bye.
Bye-bye. Nice meeting you.
Bye, Jade.
Bye.
I've been tuning in and out of the stream, so I may have missed it. But have you guys discussed Triggs fall? It seems like the character stuff is really scaring teams off.
Yep.
Yeah, we have.
Scared me off too. We'll see who ends up drafting him. Maybe the Chiefs after us. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, someone's gonna have to take the risk.
What a Chiefs pick that would be, man.
It would
mean,
really be a Chiefs pick.
We had no problem drafting Mike Green at 45, or not 45, but we had no problem drafting Mike Green at 50. I don't even remember what we in the second round, but
59 maybe.
Yeah, 59. So I'm curious that's opened that gate. I'm surprised that we're not considering the type of talent Trig is at 173. Maybe it's Deshaun Ride, but
Could be a combination of character and injury concerns that are kind of a double whammy to take him off the board. I mean, I'm only looking at Dane Brugler's the beast, but a one-game suspension, a sideline incident with a coach, with the athletic director getting upset about an undershirt he was wearing, this is also the kind of like the two bullets that Brugler has is not enough for me to take him off the board completely. Certainly at this point. But I could understand if teams, have the combined injury and character concerns. But he could be a very good player for whoever gets him. Whoever said it's a very Chiefsy pick is absolutely right.
So there's two things in here: attitude issues dating back to his time at USC, and suspended for smoking marijuana in his hotel room. I didn't hear I didn't see the separate thing last out there about him having a fight with the coach. But
is the athletic director, but yeah.
Okay. Wow.
All right.
I mean, smoking marijuana in a hotel room is a like intelligence, common sense concern for me.
Right.
Yeah, smoking marijuana is one thing, but smoking anything in a hotel room is like, dude, what are you doing? Like you're going to get caught doing that. Like it just that's like a very common sense thing to me that I guess is a little concerning along with all the other stuff. So again, I get it completely.
I'm trying to remember the team in the NCAA tournament this year that was actually doing it, like literally in the Sweet 16. It was an entire team. It wasn't like just one guy.
Okay, last pick is in before the Ravens get a double whammy here.
Who is Karen Prunty?
I'd like to know.
Oh, I know who Lorenzo Styles is. Is that?
Yeah.
Excuse me. You're yeah.
Lorenzo Styles, the safety from Ohio State.
Okay.
Yeah, please don't tip the picks. We're trying to enjoy this together. That wasn't a bad one, but we've had some bad ones here.
So that was about 3 seconds ahead of time.
Yep. And it's been pointed out to me that I may have a delayed feed. I'm watching on DirecTV, and some of you guys have internet access directly, but I'm probably going to be the last one to know normally.
Yeah, I'll wait for you to announce it. At least, don't want to spoil it.
So who do we want? These are good choices here. Brian Parker, Landon Robinson, Dallin Bentley. Maureen took it down.
Brian Parker, Daquan Wright. If it's those two back to back, I'm jumping for joy.
Yeah, tight end du jour of someone we've actually spoke about, and Benny.
Would not mind Benny either.
And yeah, Parker would be that'd be fine too. I could work with that.
Yeah, I'll take a Brian Parker. Yeah. And
they have not turned in the pick yet. They're still letting the clock run down to about a minute here.
Oh no, they're showing yeah. I was like, they're showing a tight end, but no, it's the Royer pick. It's like he looks familiar and not somebody I thought it was available still.
I think they're trying to make a trade.
It could be because we haven't seen not the.
Are they able to spill over to their own pick? How does that work?
Yeah, actually, only there. Yeah, that's true. They could do that.
They would
They
have
could do
until
that.
the end of their pick to make both selections.
They're into their second pick to make both sections. Yep, absolutely. Now, of course, if they trade, they'd be trading 173, so that they could still trade it and allow someone else to do it. But the funny thing is, they could trade 173 and then turn in 174 themselves quickly, and then the other team would be screwed.
Pick is in.
Okay.
All right. I'm not seeing a pick is in note. You're getting it from somewhere, Alec, and I'm not seeing it here on NFL Network.
I have the note on NFL.com that the pick is in.
All right, here it is. Pick is in is now here on NFL Network.
All right, so now I got I'm back to the 10-second delay, so I'll keep quiet.
It's like the longest 10 seconds ever. I wonder if the delay's longer than that. I hate to do this, but between consecutive picks, I'm going to make a run to the bathroom here too. Added 2026, head coach Jesse Minter and guard John Simpson.
Technically, if you added a head coach, wouldn't that give you 2 head coaches?
There you go.
I had to come off mute for that one. That's good.
I don't know if this is the pick, and they don't need another safety, but I wouldn't mind VJ Payne in round 5.
I like VJ Payne, but
neither would I.
I wouldn't be crazy about that pick before the offensive line situation is resolved, or the tight ends.
Yes, but I also don't think, like, at this point, we're really going to have a resolution of the offensive line situation. I mean, even if they get one of the guys remaining, I like some of the centers remaining, but I don't think any of them I'm like, yes, we're all set.
Okay, so the pick at 173 is Josh Cuevas out of Alabama, who is on the list.
He's on the list. We both had him ranked.
Yeah.
That'll play.
And they got 174 coming up. I'll be right back.
So Cuevas was a guy, if you listen to the tight end show, that Ken introduced first. And I was really grateful for, because I didn't know what quite to say about him. I liked him. I think one of the things, he just seemed like an all-around good tight end. Let me see. I have my notes up, actually. Yeah, he was my number 9. I said he had sudden quickness and fights for yak. Smaller in size and more of an H-back guy. So keen to see how we want to deploy him going forward. Like I said, not my favorite guy of the guys left. That would be, of course, say one last time because it's my only chance to say it. It would be Carson Ryan. I actually also liked McRee, who I don't believe has been drafted yet either. But I know he wasn't on Ken's board, so I might have missed it. But yeah, I think this is a fine pick.
This dude played outside linebacker in high school.
Yeah.
He's a West Coast kid. So I'm trying to think who on the Ravens coaching staff has West Coast ties that would have, let's say, tipped into this.
What nepotism occurred in this pick?
Well, I mean, Alabama, right? So.
Yeah. No, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Alabama's the easy choice. So I'm going to work on this for next year because I think I figured out the trick to this. Basically, with these day 3 dudes, there's always some sort of random connection between, let's say, player A and then we'll say coach, staff, front office, like whatever. Like the easiest one was the K-State running back whose dad was on the Cowboys roster. Like, right. I mean, that was a gimme, right? Of course, the Terrell kids from this year, you could argue it's like, well, it's never happened, but I mean, come on. So
it's the Red Star system.
Yeah,
is what it is. People who know people.
That's exactly it. I mean, how did Zion Young and obviously like Nate Wiggins here kind of made sense because they're buddies. So there has to be something that would almost like put somebody over the edge, or like I can speak to the player's character versus somebody else, and that's what would let the front office be like, that's our guy versus just being a guy.
I'm talking to a guy who's a very big LSU fan. He says Cuevas is going to be a move tight end who will be a fullback.
Yeah, I mean that tracks. I definitely saw a lot
Fullback
of
in
H-back
Boyle's
snaps.
offense?
Hidden as a tight end. Well,
Yeah,
Cool.
like the move guy.
So I've got a few notes on him. He was on the pick is in. Let's wait on the pick coming up, and then we can go around the horn on these guys. So the pick is in. It'll probably be what, 5 minutes and 2 commercials away, but
Well, we just finished a commercial break, so we'll see if
Yeah,
they cut
you-
back
Yeah,
to
yeah,
they
commercial.
came back from the break to go to the studio. So I think I'm trying to think of the rotation between the 5th and 6th round studio cuts that they're doing here.
I think there's an arrangement between Eric DaCosta and the networks to always go to commercial break when they pick, so he can confuse people.
Yeah, he paid off the NFL.
You
think
gotta
they're-
go watch that show. I don't think NFL is going to re-air this, but they put it on. I want to say either Sunday night or Monday night. It was behind the scenes of the draft, and it was shot in 2024. And they explained how the broadcast queues up commercials because they own now basically ABC and NFL Network have to go at the same time. And there's what they basically want is like something along the lines of queuing the picks back to back to back so that when they're lined up, they can get their 3 to 4 minute window and come back and just announce it flat. Unless there's somebody scheduled like a celebrity or something like that, like Michael Keaton, for instance. But there is a pure method to their madness. And it's actually kind of amazing how it truly operates.
That's pretty
Cuevas
cool.
has been around the block here, and career yards per target look like what? 1520, actually pretty good. 1,521 and 170. That's 9.0 yards per target, basically career. Running back Adam Randall from Clemson is the pick. Very big running back, 6'3" and 3/8, and he's 230, 235, 238.
He looks like a tight end running. Yeah.
Ken,
Well,
you called it.
there-
You called it. Called it. Yeah,
There's
getting
the
another
guy.
running back. Yeah, that's going to be the. Is he going to take snaps away from Ali? This is a bell cow back.
Yeah. Let's,
I just yelled downstairs at my daughter, we got Randall. I'm sure she's really thrilled. That's one of the names she called out before she left.
Running back 19 on Brugler, 7th round grade of free agency, but higher on Jason's board. He was what was it? Like 10.
7 starts at wide receiver. Huh? Interesting. Okay.
Yep. Randall was a converted wide receiver.
Younger guy, 21 and 0.8.
He does not have many hits taken as a running back. I think that's significant.
Looks like he had 250 receiving yards last year. He had nearly 50 targets.
This is a mentor pick 100%. Participated in PAW Journey service trip to South Africa spring of 04. I know that Mentor is a service community guy.
supposed to be a truly lousy pass blocker, according to PFF. Had just a terrible year at it last year.
That tracks being a converted wide receiver.
Yeah.
Well, we have Justice Hill for that, thankfully, for now at least.
Senior captain.
Well, that's
But I
really
was saying
bad.
that this is a guy that's not for next season or perhaps even the season after that. This is someone who we expect to be potentially running back one on the team in 3 years, something like that.
Yeah, he turns 22 in July. I'm looking up his relative athletic score right now, but obviously that size is a big plus. 9.44 relative athletic score. He's just not agile, short area mover. But just a big, strong, fast boy to add to the backfield next to Lamar Jackson.
Some Wolverine situation going on. Apparently, he played with broken bones in 2022 and 2023 and recovered from an ACL surgery in 6 months.
Wow. So he's got that Kyle Hamilton healing.
Yeah, exactly. He has an alien shape and just like Kyle Hamilton too, right? Like kind of an odd body size.
Mm-hmm.
He also he ran track in high school.
There you go.
Multi-sport athlete. That's one of the check marks.
One of the things I'm honestly waiting on at this point too is if the Ravens do decide to go, let's say, offensive line in particular, is finding guys with a wrestling background, because Minter and Volker wrestled in college.
I love the way you're thinking, dude, because I think it's not too far off from how this actually works sometimes.
So context is, I'm actually 2 years behind him from college. Volker was in one of my classes. I mean, I don't know Minter that well, but I definitely know who his wife is. She was involved with like student life or student government or something. And they still have family here. When I say here in Ohio, even though Rick Minter is now an analyst in Baltimore.
Well, that turned my frown upside down a little bit. I'm happy with the last 2 picks. So progress, I guess.
Really kind of short on defensive picks here in this draft so far. So we've gone with Ioane, 2 receivers, Randall, Cuevas, Hibner, and they have only gone with Rivers and Young on the defensive side so far, right? I'm not missing one, am I?
No, you're spot on.
Yeah, that sounds right, man.
I think maybe one more offensive pick is the maximum number they do. I don't see them going any more.
Yeah, their big defensive acquisition this offseason is the coaching staff.
100%.
And frankly, like, I don't think they have that many holes that haven't been addressed on defense. Yep. So it's like, you can add depth. That's not bad. But I think it makes sense. Yeah, given the defensive identity is not shifting as much as it is the coaching, I imagine. And then I think offense, there's an obvious big change in the air with how this is going to run.
Let me reframe that. I think that, we talked about this being a trench-based draft, and you guess you could map Zion Young to that, but he's really an edge. The interior defensive line and the offensive line, they just have Ioane as the only selection on either side of the ball. They didn't draft an interior defender, at least not yet, and they've only got one interior offensive lineman. And you could say that Young will play some snaps inside, but
he probably will.
Yeah.
This tells me that there is a lot of confidence, probably, maybe in Matabike's return, if we didn't invest heavily in the interior defensive line, or even anything really in the interior defensive line. We've had opportunities to make picks for some interior defenders, and we haven't. So I think they're confident in Matabike. I think they're confident in Peebles.
Rayshon Benny's still on the board, right?
Yeah, he's still on board.
His defensive line coach is now on the staff here.
He played under Minter too.
He did.
I think for a year, I want to say.
Yes, it was the year before he left to go to the Chargers. And then Minter brought up the defensive line coach now.
Right.
So clearly he's going to get picked in round 6, right? Clearly.
I almost feel like it reflects poorly on him if he doesn't.
$410. I'm bullish on CJ Okoye developing.
Garnett, that was my home screen for like most of my childhood. Your icon there.
I'm not necessarily sure that we'd go Clowney at this point with the edge room as it is. I think they'd prioritize other positions for free agency acquisitions.
Like say center or
Well, I don't think
defensive
there's
line,
any.
maybe.
I don't think there's any centers you could grab in free agency at the moment.
So
Is
are
there?
the Ravens or the Giants signing DJ Reader?
Did you see something?
No, I'm asking the question: are the Ravens or the Giants going to be signing? There's a message up here about DJ Reader.
I believe it's the Giants.
I agree.
But obviously, I don't know. I haven't kept track of their entire class, but based on both what I heard pre-draft and what they've done in the draft, I think he's going to the Giants. And I'm sure you guys mentioned this after the second tight end pick. Or I don't know if we did mention this, or maybe you did after the first one. Joku's not coming to Baltimore now. That was a backup option.
Certainly true.
We're out on Njoku. We could potentially lose out, I guess, on Reader to the Giants. I don't know if we're still in on Reader or not. But has there been anyone that visited with us that we think we would sign at this point?
I assume you're talking free agents, not like one of these like draft pro day. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, free agents. So I don't think we're going to re-sign D-Hop at this point for sure.
I was going to say, does Brett Urban count?
I think Brett Urban's kind of just penciled in already.
Yeah.
If he wants to play, he'll come back and he'll be on the 90-man.
Maybe Calais Campbell. I mean, he's ageless.
Okoye is still only 24 years old. He doesn't even turn 25 until October.
Spotrac, by the way, has like Onyemata, Reader, Jones, Ogunjobi, and Calais as the top 5. And all of those guys have been in the league for like 30 years each. Get a good veteran presence is what they would say.
Kevin Coleman off the board here to Miami.
Calais had a good year last year. I mean, he's just not slowing down.
Nussmeier's still not drafted.
That's because it stinks.
I believe it. I have no idea.
He just ain't where they projected him. I think like Jeremiah was trying to hype him up as like top 5 or something like that. It's just not quite there, man. At least I don't see it.
Got a tweet from Jeff Zrebeck. Am I okay to say it?
Yeah. Does it relate to a future pick or a trade or anything like that?
No, just an opinion.
Okay, go ahead.
So pretty clear now that the Ravens will exit this draft without any clarity to the center position.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Ken, I think you and I talked about this on the phone on Thursday about how it was like feeling how, from what I had heard, felt pretty likely they weren't going to go center until day 3, and now clearly they aren't at all. I think certainly not what I was expecting coming into the week, but once I heard that on Thursday, and I guess we were all expecting them to do something today, but I guess I'm curious from the panel of the 3 current clear center options on the roster: Corey Bullock, Javon Gwynn, and Danny Pinter. Are there any one of those guys that you feel a modicum of confidence about right now?
No.
Right now, no. But I mean, after let's say OTAs,
that's going to be the test. That's going to be really interesting to see even who they have lining up where. I really like Ledford. Clearly, the Ravens have a lot of belief in him. They paid him a ton of money. This is a big show of faith in him, I think, based on how they're approaching the center position.
Do you have any knowledge of how much Ledford's contract is?
I don't know the dollar amount. I know it's one. I think it's one of the highest paid position coaches. Certainly one of the highest paid offensive line coaches, and I think probably one of the higher paid position coaches in the league. I don't know the exact number, but I know it's up there. Yeah.
Well, certainly, I don't think will be going anywhere unless Minter goes. because he wasn't a hire of Doyle. We hired him before Doyle was hired.
Oh, that's right. Elijah Sarratt on the Baltimore homecoming. Quote, I feel like it's a meant-to-be moment. Sarratt, the Ravens' 5th-round pick, played at Baltimore St. Francis Academy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he did. Given like the number
There's
of
the connection.
Maryland guys in this draft, people who grew up in Maryland, in the area, in the DMV even, I wanted us to get one of them selfishly, so I was happy to see Sarratt follow us.
There's
Cool for
another
him.
Maryland guy that was hosted for a visit. It's the lineman dude. Hang on a second. My ability or inability to read is really killing me right now. Alan Heron, private workout.
Maybe a UDFA?
Yes.
I agree with this comment here from Isaac. It's going to be very difficult to grade this draft. I think it's also kind of a fool's errand to try and grade the draft right after it. But we're gonna go through, and there's going to be some picks we really like, and there's going to be some picks we don't like. I think we've already experienced that in this draft. Anytime you basically say this pick sucked, you're basically just substituting your judgment for people who do a lot of work on this. So, if things don't fall together well, and that maybe they don't anticipate the position runs, that's maybe another question. But there's something they didn't like about Parker, and I'd love to hear what it is. And obviously, we think we know what they didn't like about Trigg, and that seems plausible because all the other teams seem to not like it about him either. But I still, Daquan Wright on the board, that's a little surprising that he didn't come off already.
I just want to take a moment to shame NFL Network for not showing Cole Payton highlights when he got drafted by the Eagles. That's my dude. He's the best QB in the draft, and shame on them.
Well, we're approaching the end of the 5th.
Ken, I like what you said though about was it this fool's gold, fool's errand? Is that the term you put out there?
Fool's errand, yeah.
Yeah, because what a lot of people don't consider is how many coaching staff are different coaches and schemes are these guys going to go through? Josh Rosen had 5 different OCs and 3 different QB coaches. Now, granted, Baker Mayfield's had virtually the same thing since he's been here, and Sam Darnold's been through God knows how many. But yeah, you put these guys through so many different variables. You never know how that's actually going to pan out.
This is a good question here. If we just had a question that was which position, I'll put it back up here. 1 sec. We'll get back to Lauren's question in a second. Which position in the next pick has the best shot at making the 53? I'd nominate safety as a possibility. I think the Ravens will carry a 5th safety, and I don't think he's on the team yet necessarily. They've already got a 4th who's a special teams ace, so they have room for a 5th who can play the back end. And if I had to pick one other position, I'd probably say interior defensive line would be a good chance for the guy to make the team. Yeah. Still some big names there.
I'm seeing a lot of punter in the chat. I have to agree.
Okay, that's
go get Tommy. Go get him.
Cheating though.
Yeah,
that feels like
that's
cheating.
Onesie positions don't count.
I'd say maybe an inside linebacker.
Yeah.
Inside linebacker or safety is where I'd lean.
In terms of a position that sticks, you're saying?
Yeah, that would actually have any kind of chance to make the roster at this point.
All right, pretty good chance. Pretty good chance still for a UDFA inside linebacker to make it, I would think.
Absolutely.
They've had a lot of success with that.
UDFA or drafted.
I retract my comments about NFL Network. They made up for it. Hey, is the streak still alive of a UDFA making the roster, or did that end last year?
No, we had 3 last year.
It broke in either 2-3 or 2-4, I think.
Yeah,
it did break
broke
a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Maybe it was 2-2 with all those picks, but it's in one of those 3 years.
You want to talk about the next Mike? The next Mike's going to be Jay Higgins because he's unstoppable.
I'd love Jay Higgins to be the most successful linebacker in the world. That would be amazing,
wouldn't it? All right, since we brought up UDFA and we're almost in round 6, do you guys have like a guy that you don't think is going to be drafted that you want the Ravens to sign?
Well, a lot of my
Let
priority
me find him.
UDFAs actually ended up getting taken in like the 5th or 4th round. I had guys like Wade Woodaz, linebacker out of Clemson, as a UDFA target. He got taken.
Interesting.
I don't know if I have anyone that would qualify, because I guess a lot of the times when I look at players, I think they're draftable. If I like them, I think they're draftable, right? And then they fall through the cracks. It's a bit of a surprise. So I don't have anyone like intentionally. I don't think we'll get drafted.
I have a handful of names. Cole Wisniewski from Texas Tech. Eric Gentry out of USC. So 2 guys who I don't see getting selected. Who's the other one I have here? Carson Ryan out of BYU. But that's another. Same thing with RJ Maryland. Those are both other tight ends that are just. I guess they could continue to add undrafted guys to the position, but they're not making the roster with the draft picks. One other thing, an interesting note I just saw from Jeff Zarubik. 6 of 8 on offense, like you guys mentioned. Vega is 6'4", 320. Lane is 6'4", 200. Sarratt's 6'2", 210. Hibner's 6'4", 251. Cuevas is 6'3", 245. And Randall is 6'3", 232. So I think Declan Doyle has sent a very clear message within the building and now publicly about what he wanted to add to this offense during the draft and maybe what he felt like was missing from the current group, which is some real size, which it's fairly true.
There's a dude
How
in one
many
of my
times we've been
fantasy
asking
football
them
leagues that drafts 6'2" and receivers, but bigger only every year. He will not draft anybody small. So I like that theory. Big fan.
USC posted a graphic of Jacoby Lane wearing a number 8 because I guess that was his college numbers. Like, you're not wearing that.
Bold choice.
UDFA's,
Okay,
by
gentlemen,
the way.
I'm realizing I've yet to eat any food today, so I'm gonna hop off and go take care of that. I will be back on closer to the next time the Ravens are on the clock. If you guys still have room, then Ken, thank you as always. This is fantastic. You guys are great.
You should take that Heinz's guy's advice and get some Waffle House, man.
I might get Waffle House tonight to celebrate the Sarratt pick. Who knows?
That's funny.
Found 2 UDFAs, and this is maybe on one of them. So the maybe is Landon. Oh my God, what the hell is his last name? It's the Navy kid, Landon Robinson. Thank you. Yep, because he also played under Volker. And then the other guy would be Curtis Allen from Virginia Union, running back. He's literally, quote unquote, D2 DH.
Robinson's kind of a people's clone. I think he's probably a little bit better than Peebles as a prospect.
A little bit.
But same type. I have a center that is off the radar that I would be at least taking a look at because I saw him at the Senior Bowl, and he's being brought inside from tackle. Delby Lemieux from Dartmouth.
The Dartmouth kid.
To Steve in the chat asking about Taylon Green. I don't know if there's any connections on the staff, but I know he had a visit with the Ravens.
I'll find a connection if you want me to. Trust me. I can get it.
Ken, do you have any stats on Lemieux from PFF?
I think you're on mute, Ken.
Thank you. All right, so Delby Lemieux has a good pass blocking, good run blocking grade and a good offensive grade. Let's see what his. Oops, let's go the wrong one here. Some pretty good production in the Ivy League, it looks like, but the opponents they played last year were New Hampshire, Central Connecticut State, Penn, Yale, Fordham, Columbia, Cornell, and Brown. So any Ivy League competition, you have to take it with a grain of salt, of course. And he's played exclusively left tackle so far. You and do not have an arm length. Be interesting.
Well, he was taking snaps at center in Mobile. So
Okay.
my guess is he's got short arms.
Yes, I would bet that too.
How do you spell his name?
Like Mario Lemieux.
Uh, 31 3/8.
Okay. Did you get that from the Beast?
Yep, it's a pro day measurement, but it's not favorable, so I imagine it's relatively realistic.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how he does it. The Beast is like such a national treasure.
It's a big effort. Okay, now here's a tight end I've never heard of. Just came on the board off the board. Seydou Traore of Mississippi State.
Didn't scout him either. Yeah.
That has to be the slowest safety I've ever seen, man. he was jogging past that guy.
I just like don't understand how Carson Ryan hasn't been selected yet. Like, I mean, he's been. It's not just me that likes him, you know. Like, and he seems, straight laced. I don't know if there's going to be any other like issues that popped up, but who knows?
So a lot of the round 5 guys that you all mentioned are still available. Any thought on whether or not they might still be available when we pick in the 6th round?
Of course.
We'll see. We'll see.
I would
Every
say
year,
actually
Marina,
any of the
day
guys
3.
with injury concerns would be.
Yeah, I feel like day 3 we just repeat ourselves for every single pick because they just don't pick the guys that we want.
Right.
I remember this happening, and then like Salah got picked. So.
I mean, the way it works is everybody re-racks their board for Saturday, and then like the first half of round 4, all the teams take the guys that they think fell, right? And then after that, everybody's in a blender.
If I had to pick like a name about 7 or 8 names that I think are still interesting to me, VJ Payne is interesting. Also at safety, Wisniewski is interested. I'd really like to see him be a round 6 or 7 guy for the Ravens. If we go to inside linebacker, I don't really love anybody. I'd rather play the cards they have or get a UDFA guy. On the edge, I'm not looking for another player. At IDL, I still like Benny Robinson. And at this point, I think any of Harris or Corleone, either of Harris or Corleone is good. I think Keenan does not really meet the Ravens' need. Harris probably does not either. but he's moved a little bit around more with Ole Miss in terms of being a very, very big body. I don't have anybody at running back I'd be interested in. I don't have anybody at wide receiver I'm interested in. I think they've already drafted their limit at tight end. Interior offensive line, I still want Parker, and I'm now willing to turn my nose up at some of the guys who I had much lower on my board, like Coogan, or he'd be one, being a guy, or Golbin maybe, who was much further down the board, but we're late enough now that it might work. I don't know if there's anybody who can move inside from tackle. J.C. Davis is still available, right? He hasn't been taken?
He's available.
Okay.
Avail.
Yeah. Those are the players. I mean, that's about all I really have any interest in at this point.
Zane Durant off the board.
Okay.
All right, gang, I'm going to head out. My daughter's up, but I appreciate being on the show today.
Thanks
again
for
the
coming on
invite.
out.
Yeah, and go Ravens. Hopefully we get some surprises at the end of the draft. I think I'll say I'm on Benny watch.
Okay.
Wherever he goes, that'll be when I'll
Yes,
be
sir.
disappointed. Take care, guys.
Thank you.
Take it easy out.
Thank you.
I know
We
he
were
had a
talking
lot of
Wisniewski,
Yep.
and we were talking about Coogan. Can we check on the ages of?
Yeah, Wisniewski is older because he's and by the way, it's pronounced, I think his name is pronounced Wisniewski, although
Really?
all the other guys who played center in the NFL who spell their name exactly the same have been Wisniewskis and never corrected people about it. So it's a really weird kind of a situation, but I believe that is the correct pronunciation. If we're
Coogan's
dealing-
23.
Not
Allegedly.
terrible.
Let me go to my notes on Wisniewski because I did look at him during the safety group. So I need just a second to bring it up, and I'll have Payne then too.
Yeah, Indiana and Texas Tech are two, in my opinion, great stories in that they were able to gather together a bunch of older guys, and Indiana won a championship out of it.
And Texas Tech paid for a championship and didn't get it.
Kind of. I mean, yeah, they might as well have basically this year.
Okay, so coming down to Wisniewski, he played his first 4 years at North Dakota State, had 8 interceptions in his final year there, and then went to Texas Tech. Runs a 4.52 so that's okay for a safety. It's certainly not great. It's a pro day measurement. 34.5-inch arms. Now, here's where things get funny. NFL Draft Scout lists his arms at just 31 1/8, and I got 34.5 from NFL Draft Buzz. So I'm not sure what's going on there. I've never seen a difference like that, but something funny happened in terms of them mixing up the measurements from somebody else. He turned 24 in March, so he is definitely an older player. 5.2 yards per target this last year, which is certainly more than solid. And not a good stops to missed tackle ratio. So he's had problems tackling, and it's been fairly consistent at 25.1% missed tackle rate for his career. But he had 8 interceptions, and he's definitely a ball hawk on the back end. He kind of, from a size perspective, kind of reminded me of Hamilton. From a skills perspective, he more reminds me of Geno Stone, a ball hawk who misses a lot of tackles. But he's the most, I think he's probably the most known unknown player in this draft. Meaning he's a guy who a lot of people have. Boy, I'd like to have him in round 7 kind of thing.
That was a cool term, dude. The most known, like unknown.
Yeah.
I dig that. You should be up there taking Jeremiah's place, man.
That sounds like a very Donald Rumsfeld statement.
Yeah. Known
knowns, unknown unknowns.
Yeah. That's unknown unknowns for economics is a common one. Six passes defense on 32 targets at Texas Tech is actually okay, but his production earlier on is ungodly when he's at North Dakota State.
I'm trying to find out why VJ Payne is falling.
Yeah, I'd love to hear that. Carson Sherrar, a linebacker, goes to Iowa. I don't think he was on even the extended board, but we're
Jalen
getting to
Green
that point.
did go to the Browns.
Oh, he did?
So that dream is dead.
I missed it. I wasn't looking at the board. Oh, Taylor Green. There you go. The Browns.
In my time here doing my research on Green, by the way, I did not find any connection from him to the staff. And I was looking up about 5-6 coaching staff members. I could at least tell you if maybe he like grew up in the Carolinas, or let's say played in Indiana or Miami of Ohio, but none of those.
Yeah, let's talk about this. This is it's supposed to be Ravens-centric coverage, and rather than bemoaning what picks are left and how little impact they could have, Adisa Isaac is a player that the Ravens could still be hoping for a bounce back from. He's entering year 3. He's lost a significant amount of developmental time being inactive, only just a couple activations here and a few snaps played in the NFL, but a guy they could hope still will be back. Anybody care to like toss out a percentage chance that they get some useful play from Adisa Isaac in one of the next 2 seasons? I'm going to go say
because you
15.
said 2 seasons.
Yeah.
25.
Okay.
I'd say
19.7.
Oddly specific. I'd say I'm at maybe anywhere between 15 and 20.
All right. Hey, Matt, you're off camera right now. Is that by design?
Yeah, I was about to say I do have to drop off. Yeah, thanks for having me on, Ken. Appreciate the time. Appreciate the rest of the panel too.
All right. Appreciate you, Matt. Great mock draft too.
Thanks. See y'all.
All right. It's up to us to bring it home then, guys. I hope you guys will hang with me for that, and hopefully we
UFC starts in an hour. What am I supposed to do, Ken?
I'll hang around. Just got to get a drink. I'll be right back.
All right. All right.
Well, it means anything to you, man. All I know is that the first fight is Julia Pilastri, KO round 3. So if I already know the, result, I'll be good with that.
I'm not giving up on the 3rd round pick before year 3. I'm trying to be where we are relative to him. I mean, obviously the Ravens have got an outside linebacker room with 4 other guys, and the question now is whether or not they'll pick up Jadeveon Clowney to add to that room and be a 6th essentially, which would be the number they would typically take into camp. They've had some decent guys. Keeman Rucker was last year was on the team, and he was not able to break through and get playing time, but it's tough. What do you Isaac KG17? What percentage would you put on it on that Adisa gives the Ravens something of value in the next 2 seasons in terms of play? Oh, did Carson Ryan just got taken? Somebody.
Hey, well, they wouldn't have signed off like 5 minutes ago. Way Watcher, I like your thinking.
All right, got some good suggestions for people who are still here on the board. Bauer Sharp of LSU is off the board to the Buccaneers. This is a good point. It does look like from this draft, having 6 wide receivers, it does look like the 11 personnel transition is really going to happen. They haven't shown any notion of getting a pure fullback here, although Cuevas could be a move guy. I guess Hidner could be too, but it certainly sounds like the Ravens are going to be running more 11 personnel. Oh, okay. That's a legitimate question. Let's see if we can do that. What are the remaining pick numbers for the Ravens? Does anybody have it right now in front of them?
See, 6th round pick is 211.
Okay.
7th round picks. Scrolling down, 250 and 253.
Okay.
Thank you, because I closed my window by mistake.
Put it here. Okay.
Jacoby Lane, quote, catching passes from Lamar Jackson. If that doesn't put a smile on your face, I don't know what will.
There you go.
According to this, is it Summer Sports? Well, it looks like that's what it is. So the Ravens were in the bottom last year for 11 personnel, along with Pittsburgh and Miami. Relative to this, the Bears, because that's where Doyle was, they weren't much better. They were ranked around 23.
Yeah, that's why I'm not sure about the whole 11 personnel thing.
Yeah.
They'll run it more. I mean,
Yeah, it won't be exuberant, is what I would anticipate.
yeah, probably middle of the pack. I think the Ravens were one of 2 teams that actually ran or had more snaps out of 12 than 11 last year.
I would think the Chargers are probably the other 2.
Yeah.
That's a great little trivia question though.
I was kind of doing like a weekly opponent analysis.
Yeah.
Leading up to each week for RSR, and looking up personnel percentages was part of that. And Ravens were at the bottom.
The Browns will be the other one.
Yeah. That makes sense.
All right. Still got a ways to go, about 24 more picks to the Ravens.
Are we going to make Rich Eisen happy and draft a punter? Dude loves them special teamers on day 3, man.
Does. Just anything to break it up, I think, for Rich at this point.
Okay, Tron Allen.
Okay.
Goes to Washington.
They needed a back.
That's a very good opportunity for him. Right now they brought in Rashad White. I know that because he's on my fantasy team, my dynasty league. And Jacoby Grosky-Merritt. So I'm looking at the Ravens' opponents' drafts, and I know a lot of people are saying that the Browns are having a good draft.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't feel that scared about it. For one thing, the Browns, how many picks do they have?
Like 11?
There's brown littered all over your board. Pittsburgh, Drew Aller, Max, their round 1 pick is a developmental offensive tackle.
I like
the round
Maxi
2
at scheme, though.
Yeah.
I think Iheanacho will play somewhere this year for the Steelers. I'm not sure where, but developmental in the sense that it's going to take him time to become the player he can be, for sure.
Bernard, I see, is a wide receiver 2 type. Dunker, I think, has some injury problems.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about your guy Nowakowski,
Yep.
but I mean Pittsburgh and their tight ends, you know, whether Freiermuth or Washington now, it's kind of a lateral thing, I would say.
Did they have somebody leave? Did Washington's didn't leave the free agency, or didn't neither did Freiermuth, did he?
I don't think so.
I thought one of them did.
Steelers depth chart.
Yeah, you beat me to it.
This is worth having a quick discussion about, since defensive line is one place where there are a few players left. So want to talk through this with no 410 production. So if you look at who the Ravens have on their roster, they have essentially 3 nose tackles with Travis Jones, Okoye, and the guy from the Raiders. I forget his name right now, Jenkins. And then they have, in terms of 3-tech, they have Matabike, and they have Aeneas Peebles, who's really isn't big enough to be on the field in the run game. So they have to cover for that by having extra nose tackle snaps. In fact, last year with the injury to Matabike and additional injuries that occurred, they actually had 4 nose tackles on the roster for some games. So I don't really think they're in the market to get a nose tackle, which Xavier Harris would be a good one for that. And who else is really in that nose tackle fit? Keenan, big time, is a nose tackle. So the guys that they're looking for are Benny, Robinson. Harris could be a guy. It's late enough that you can take a chance like that. Or Corleone might be the guy. But there's not a lot to go from. And the problem with a player like Robinson, and to a lesser extent Benny, is that they're more or less 1-for-1 replacements for Aeneas Peebles, who was just drafted a year ago. So when you make that change, you're giving up on your 6th-round pick from a year ago and replacing him with probably a 6th-round pick this year, if you get one of those guys. So there are several players available. It doesn't hurt to have some competition. I don't think it would hurt to bring somebody in and compete with Peebles for what might be the last spot on the defensive line. The other thing I said earlier was that the Ravens really are out of a position where they need to carry a 5-tech on the roster. So when you move from base defense to the nickel, you take out a defensive tackle, often a 5-tech, and you put in a slot corner. The Ravens play with that slot corner on every single snap, with Hamilton there, or Hamilton at dime with somebody else at slot corner on other snaps. So it does. Having a 5-tech on the team would compete for Kyle Hamilton for close to the line of scrimmage snaps in some ways. There are some exceptions to that. 3rd and 1, 4th and 1 kind of plays, they can still use a guy who might play that spot. But they can also, on 3rd and 1 or 4th 10, use another nose tackle. So they've got those guys. And I think the guy who's most impacted by that is Brent Urban, who it's probably less likely he's back this year because of exactly that fact. But I don't, the need for a 4th nose tackle doesn't really strike me as being all that important. The Ravens have consistently been able to go out to the open market and find guys like Damata Pecco, or who's the guy they had this last year? Big nose tackle, Tupou. So they've been able to get guys that they, have needed to play that nose tackle position when they had losses on the defensive line. So anyway, Broderick Washington is right now he's in limbo. I'm 95% sure. Well, maybe after this draft, I'm 91% sure that he's going to be cut. But he's probably got a slightly better chance to make the team. But he also, at the amount of money that the state can save, which is about $4 million, I just don't see them keeping him around. They might renegotiate that salary down, and he plays for $2 million or something this year, and maybe that works for both sides. But he's the only other guy that I think fits into the picture. And they've got other guys on the practice squad. They had the guy Taven Bryan, who's a former number 1 pick, was on the team last year. I don't know if he's actually already moved on or if he's still around. Maybe they signed him to an extra year, but I kind of doubt it. Anyway, that's the it's a group that you'd like to have 5 guys. You'd probably on your 90-man roster would like to have 7 to compete down to 5 to make the final 53, and then you really like to carry all 5 active on game day on most weeks. And the Ravens may violate that rule some this year because they play so little base defense. Anyway, anybody else have something to add to that in terms of what the defensive line situation is currently?
No, did a great job.
Dude, that was monstrously in depth, man.
All right, I'm going to look and just see if there's anybody else that I'm forgetting here. John Jenkins, Travis Jones, Nnamdi Madubuike, CJ Okoye, Aeneas Peebles, Broderick Washington. They do have David Olajiga on the roster right now out of Central Missouri. He's a guy who's on the practice squad. And he might be, I'm not 100% sure, but he might be an IPPP guy. So they get an extra practice squad spot to cover him. They don't get an extra 90-man spot, and they don't get an extra 53 for carrying him.
I will say that if the Ravens do cut Broderick Washington, then a Benny or a Robinson or whoever they pick up would be replacing that roster spot.
I'm not sure that roster spot actually exists is my problem. So, I think it may already be 3 nose tackles, Madubuike and Peebles. And so somebody has to replace one of those. And then, maybe it's Peebles is the guy who gets replaced.
So they're just waiting on Washington until the very last moment when they need the money.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Hey, if you're in the stream, do us a favor, hit like and subscribe if you don't mind. A like will help drive some traffic to the YouTube channel, and I'd really appreciate it, guys. I know a lot of people
promote the channel, little girl. So smash that like button, right?
Smash that like button. Blah, 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 blah.
I believe that's how you sell it. I tried, Ken.
All right. So I think you're talking about Isaac here in terms of controllable years, but it's 2 controllable years remaining. The sand is running short in the hourglass for Adisa Isaac, I'm afraid. So they're gonna. I'm sure they'll make a decision in 2026 that's really based on what the team's needs are, and then in 2027 he becomes a cut candidate immediately by just being a 4th-year player.
Well, why don't you see the chat? What did the chat say? Who'd the Bengals take?
I don't like that.
You like the Bengals?
No.
I've just been linked an interesting tweet. It's not. We're into round 5 of the draft, and this is the Raiders' wide receiver room. Trey Tucker, Jack Beck, is it Betch or Beck?
Beck.
Jalen Naylor, and Dante Thornton.
Josh Cameron, the wide receiver from Baylor, is off the board now to the Jaguars. And huge appetite for wide receivers in this draft.
A shout out to
Yeah, shout out. There, you hit him with a shout out. I like that. If it helps, chat. She's reading it. She tries.
I can't read.
You hit him with the blah blah blah. You're a Seinfeld fan. You're supposed to say yada yada yada.
I don't get that.
No.
Yeah, I think this is a legitimate question. Does the draft make it look like Voorhees can get the axe? His chance of getting the axe might be lower than it was before. I mean, obviously the Ravens only drafting 1 offensive lineman is a question. There aren't necessarily a lot of other choices. Everybody has suggested that Voorhees be given a chance to try and play center. A lot of people suggested that. He's got shorter arms. It might make sense for him to try that. I think he's still the big problem with him. The arm length really does hurt him. He's a strong guy, but he doesn't have the functional strength of an offensive lineman to anchor properly. Part of that is how easy it is for defensive linemen to make first contact with him. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he makes it or not. But there's certainly some juicy money out there to be harvested from an Andrew Voorhees cut. I kind of like the notion that he's still got 2 years of runway and he's been a starter for a full year. But you know, the growing pains we've already paid for don't necessarily result in some sort of specific gain in 26 and 27. Anybody feel strongly about Andrew Voorhees being kept or axed?
Not strongly one way or the other. No, I think the wild card here is Emory Jones.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point.
The thing about center, right? You need to be able to snap. So that's what we need to find out. You know, can he actually snap consistently, or is he going to give us some of the plays we've seen before when they tried to pigeonhole people into the center position and they snap it over Lamar's head or something?
Right.
I'm also curious as to how Declan keeps let's say the play design. Is it more under center? Are you going to mix in the pistol? Are you going to go to shotgun, the 5 to 7, that sort of thing? Well, yeah, that's going to dictate who's better at snapping the ball straight up or not.
Well, for that, you look at Chicago's offense last year, right? Now I know it wasn't.
It's something relative. Exactly.
Yeah. But
that's your buddy Caleb. He played in that offense.
Yay!
Another mobile quarterback.
Right.
They relied on the run heavily in Chicago, and they did a pretty good job of that. So I think we may be seeing more play action. We'll see.
It's one of these things I'm not really sure. We got 4 minutes each for picks in the 7th round. We have 5 minutes still per selection in the 4th, 5th, and 6th. So it's not going to speed up a ton because I think groups are getting their picks in fairly quickly. But if we took 4 minutes per pick the rest of the way, we'd be looking at how much? The last pick is around 255 or something. So we got about 62 more picks times. So it could be as long as 4 more hours that we'd be here. I don't know anything about him, Green Curtis 13. I can look up some Cameron Ball statistics while we wait, though, because we have some time on our hands. Let's do that.
Right now we're in the middle of the Fighting Harbaughs making back-to-back picks.
What do you think of that one? The Fighting Harbaughs. That you're going to be your new team name?
What are you talking about? I don't understand.
Well,
the Giants.
I hate that team.
There aren't many teams you like, are there?
I don't like the Giants, the Bengals.
Giants and Bengals.
Who else we offer?
Do you have their 2 picks, Ken?
Sorry, Jack Kelly got picked. Okay. I'm sorry. Do I have their 2 picks? I'm sorry. What did you mean?
The Giants' 2 picks. Yeah, I was just wondering if we were still in sync.
Okay. So Jack Kelly being taken. I didn't do it, but Maureen is actually covering us on the spreadsheet today. So
thank you.
See. I know she had a problem that she was working through.
Jack Kelly is a very Harbaugh player.
Who was the other guy?
J.C. Davis.
Oh, that's offensive lineman. So he's thought to be a guy who could move inside from tackle.
They have Davis listed as a tackle.
Thank you. You got him.
Good catch.
Okay. Yeah, they usually put up their college position anyway. They don't try and move them preemptively on draft night on the NFL Network. Oh, Brian Parker got taken by the Bengals too. I missed that.
Wait, they got Lou and Parker.
Yep. That this is a point in the draft where if you're not careful, you'll miss a lot of picks because they'll put them on the board 5 at a time and whatnot.
Yeah, and they'll roll them at commercial unless they have like a planned like super announcement or something. Like they do they'll pick a random country and they'll put like 20 people there and have a whole big like draft party sort of thing.
Right. We just lost another center off the board, Pat Coogan to Tennessee.
I think here
at 194.
You don't know. So
I don't think so.
Jade, help out the chat here. So this guy, there's your buddy. You wanted Jordan Vandenberg, right? So okay, So first of all, where did he play ball at? What school is this? The Ramblin' Wreck of exactly.
Yeah, that was just Georgia.
Now it's Georgia Tech.
Mine Georgia Tech, and not Georgia. I like Georgia.
Sorry, Raven Boy Wonder. If he went to Georgia, she'd want to pick him.
Yeah.
Green Curtis. I like Stonehouse too.
What's that?
Kick the ball.
I don't.
Oh my goodness.
All right. There's 4 guys. Jack Kelly's off the board now, but Torian York, I believe, is still there. And Red Murdoch. And Harold Perkins. Perkins is still available. Malik Benson, another wide receiver off the board.
Okay, so there's the wide receiver to Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
That's their 5th on the roster. That makes me wonder, are they going to get a veteran?
Could be DeAndre Hopkins.
Okay.
It doesn't pertain to us terribly much, but it is an AFC team.
So I said to her that Stonehouse is a punter from Syracuse, and she goes, "Is that a name or a place?" Well, I think somebody here went to Syracuse.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh goodness. I don't think you need any more spring breaks. You'd be back in school, young lady. Here, I tell you what. Obviously, you don't. I was gonna say here. I think. So yeah, was that an Oregon receiver that just got picked? Should we show him the Ducks hat? Is that what I'm wearing today? Yeah. Or should you pull up the Michigan one?
No, the Ravens one.
Get the Ravens visor.
Yeah, Red Murdoch the last few years has led the conference, the MAC conference in forced fumbles each year with 4, 7, and 6 respectively. 17 forced fumbles is an all-time career FBS record.
Your next great Ravens undrafted linebacker.
It could be. That is his actual name is Khalil Murdoch, but he goes by Red Murdoch.
Well, there's another Khalil from Buffalo.
Yeah.
Khalil Mack.
It's very interesting. There's some outstanding ball production, fumbles and interceptions from inside linebackers this year, highlighted by Hill and Rodriguez and Murdoch as well.
Yeah, I was with you, Ken. I had Hill higher than when he went.
Let's see what Murdoch's other offensive numbers look, or his defensive numbers look like.
The ability to create turnovers is so important, especially on the second level of a defense. But it's hard to quantify, right? Going from year to year because there's such a high variance. But some people just have a knack.
Yep. He's a good tackler too. 9.4% missed tackle ratio and a 4-to-1 stops to missed tackle ratio. So he's making lots of stops. Context would be an issue. How's he doing on yards per target as a coverage guy? He has a high coverage grade from PFF, but 768 over 92, about 8.4 yards per target. That doesn't excite me. How about the passer rating against him? 111.4 career. I don't think I can get behind that. So it seems like he's a fairly one-dimensional run stopper. He is 22 and a half years old now. Will be 23 in September.
That just means he's more mature, Ken.
Yeah, I'd be cool with him as a either UDFA or a 7. No problem at all.
I will say, being in the MAC, if we want to, this is an absolute stretch, but he would have ties to Mike Mickens, who coached at Bowling Green.
Because he
Jay,
played.
you know where BG is? It's about 3 hours. It's about 3.5 hours north of here, and it's in the middle of nowhere. Like literally the middle of nowhere, dude.
Gerhard Perkins game.
All right. Okay, got a beep from somebody here. I wonder who that was. All right.
Steve, West Coast offense in this day and age is kind of a catch-all term because that was a thing that was, it was originally developed in the 70s, right? And started flourishing in the 80s. And then we started getting a lot of variations of offense off of that idea of a West Coast scheme. Gerhard Perkins is a more modern term. It relies a lot on people talk about the idea of concepts, passing concepts, how not just one route, but how everything intermingles together. I'm not sure ultimately how to answer the question.
I'm not familiar with the term
now.
Yeah. I also think we probably need to just allow ourselves to be surprised by how we see both Minter's defense, which I think there'll be fewer surprises on, but definitely Doyle's offense just develop in front of our eyes. That's part of the fun of being a football fan, is we get to see what they're doing differently week to week, how they're using packages differently on defense, how they're using packages differently on offense, how often they rely on various building blocks of offense, like play action or motion or things like that are different. But as soon as we try and start predicting it, I kind of understand the allure of it, because people want an "I told you so" and they want to be ahead of the game in terms of predicting something. I just think it's kind of there's an awful lot of people are going to be wrong about what Doyle's offense is going to look like, or even what Minter's defense is going to look like, which I think will have less surprises.
Fact of the matter is, he has a unique quarterback right now.
Yep.
There are others that are like him, but not him.
And on defensively, they have a unique player as well, who not entirely unique. There's about 3 in the NFL right now, and Emanwari and James also, who fit into the same things. Everybody's trying to duplicate it, much the way everybody's trying to duplicate Lamar Jackson. And it means you have a lot of options in how you want to put your playbook together.
Yep, just get in the lab, and we know he's doing it.
I know you guys haven't mentioned any of the quarterbacks, but knowing that Cooper Rush is not a good backup, is there any quarterbacks remaining that would fit into our offensive scheme?
Well, we don't know what the offensive scheme is yet, but Cole Payton is my QB2.
Altmaier.
I was in on Green. I don't know who I like now. I'm not sure, and I really didn't look at the quarterbacks this year, which is one of the issues. Because I didn't figure the Ravens would draft one, but I don't know who there is who is a dual threat kind of guy that the Ravens might be tempted to draft and keep the offense the same.
Cole Payton reminds me of he's a little Tyler Huntley-ish.
Okay. Well, he's already off the board, so he's not available.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's off. Oh no, who took him?
I did not see, but Maureen obviously did, so she caught it.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Cole Payton being off the board.
Eagles at
Philadelphia.
Bro's gonna be a Hall of Famer.
Round 5, pick 38. He went to Philly. I see that.
I mean, dude, he had 13 rushing touchdowns last year, and half of them were from the goal line. So it's like, well, gee, I wonder what happens if Jalen, isn't there.
Right.
That sounds like he'd fit right into the Bills' offense.
They got Jalen Hurts marked too. Okay, so I apologize there. Out of the ones that are left,
yeah, let's put some pinks or some other colors on players that we would like to have. Who in the quarterback column do you guys like? Do you have anybody?
No.
Not here.
There are a couple slash guys, maybe Jalen Daniels of Kansas. Haynes King of Georgia Tech.
Both available.
But I don't have much confidence in them as a quarterback.
Okay.
I think Haynes King is going to be like 25 if he's not already. But he is. I mean, he meets the requirements.
How about anybody at the offensive tackle group? Is there anybody, Emil Wagner or Pounds, or is Isaiah World still available? It's kind of hard to believe, but I'll have to take a look.
That's who I was looking at. Isaiah World is interesting because he was bad. He was just bad last year. But I think he was better the year before that. He's one of the players where you want to go back 2 seasons to see his potential.
Taken, unless this thing is not refreshed.
NFL.com still has him available.
Okay.
Very good.
Yeah, and he finished extremely poor in the college football playoffs with 2 terrible games. Now, one of them was against Texas Tech, where he just got rolled over.
Yeah,
also Indiana in a bad one. Yeah,
but he's got the frame.
And he's 22.6. He'll be 23 in September, which is okay for an offensive line. But 6'8", 318 is a lot of that. Probably was a weight ascribed to Jonathan Ogden when he was drafted. He weighed a lot more than that when he throughout his career. But
I don't see any offensive tackle left on the board that I would like more than Carson Vincent.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Carson Vincent, I'm optimistic about developing.
You should be, because last year, first of all, he's a 4th/5th round draft pick. They got him right on the border of those 2 rounds because of that weird trade back situation. So, and the second part of it is that Carson Vincent had as great a developmental season as you can basically possibly have for a guy who's not going to get playing time. They kind of knew he wasn't going to get playing time to start with. He played about the most of any player, any position during the preseason, and he was good. And then, he beat out Joe Noteboom to be the backup and active on game days towards the end of the season. It's really hard to check all those boxes in a rookie year for a developmental player. I'm very optimistic about him.
Yep, exactly. And I think I'm fingers crossed, right? But we're hoping he's going to be the Stanley replacement.
Yes. You saw, I don't know, not everybody has seen this, I think, and I just learned out about it within the past 2 weeks or so, but Ronnie Stanley's contract was restructured, which essentially keeps him in Baltimore through the 27 season now, whereas before they had a $16 million cap savings in 27 for cutting him. So now they basically effectively via restructure, they've committed to him for an additional year.
So keep Vincent. Make sure he gets as few snaps as possible so that they can extend him for as cheaply as possible. And
Yeah, I guess after this next year, you consider. I mean, they have potentially 2 tackles leaving after 27 if Rosengarten isn't resigned, and I presume Stanley will not be. But who knows at this point. That's a good point, Chad. Those were. They did. I think they did a pretty good job getting 2 wide receivers. I guess I probably would say that in each case they might have overdrafted at the spot they got them. Sarratt, no, I'm okay with Sarratt. Sarratt, I don't have any problem with where he was drafted. I more have a problem with Lane. So the combination of the two, I'm okay with. In the case of the tight ends, I'm not sure where Hibner would have been available. I'm not sure if he should have fallen or he would have fallen more. Does anybody have a strong feeling about that? Was Hibner a guy that other people liked?
no inclination.
Negative. I would tell
It's
you
weird.
if anything 6th round, but I mean, who knows, man.
But for both position groups, I like the guy they drafted second more than the guy they drafted first.
Right.
But we have seen results like that before, right? Dennis Pitta over Ed Dixon, for example.
Yeah, Mark Andrews over Hayden
Mark
Hurst.
Andrews, right? And those are both tight end examples. So I don't know. Once the draft is over, it doesn't matter where they drafted him, right? Except for first rounders.
We have not had very many guys who were completely off the extended board. Might be Prunty at cornerback, but a lot of the cornerback board has been taken, so they're down to some real shot in the dark kind of players there on that cornerback list. Like VJ Payne of the remaining players, like Wisniewski, there's probably other people that I would consider. I was a little disappointed when Jacoby Thomas got taken because he was one of my Red Star guys. I thought he might last, and then he goes on day 2. What the heck? Anybody know of any off-field incident with Rayshon Benny that would make him less draftable? Because I would think even Harbaugh would have taken a chance on him by now. I mean,
no, it's an injury red flag.
Okay.
Let me look up the specifics.
It was in the Rose Bowl. That was years ago.
Yeah. Broke his right fibula in the 2024 Rose Bowl against Alabama.
So he played in 25 though.
But I don't know if it's so he also had a knee injury from a car accident that was in high school, but I don't know if it's lingering or something like that.
I mean, broken bone I would think is going to be acute, but I don't know about the knee injury. Yeah. DaCosta is a consensus builder, but I hope he takes this opportunity with a new coaching regime in to basically take more control of the player drafting and development process in his own hands. I think that it was almost too much that Harbaugh was involved in the process prior. I know he wanted it as part of why he wanted to be in charge of personnel going to the Giants, but it might have been unhealthy for him to have as much as he did. And the picks we heard about weren't really impressive ones, like Ben Cleveland
or Ben Mason. All the Bens, no more Bens.
Ben Grubbs, no, he was okay.
Oh yeah, no, Ben Grubbs was very good. Yeah. Ben Grubbs is like a forgotten great player.
Yeah.
Because he went over to New Orleans and did even better.
Yeah, you know who really loved Ben Grubbs was Preston. Preston thought Grubbs is way better than Yanda, and he said so in 2011 or whatever when Grubbs was about to leave. I guess Grubbs left right before the Super Bowl, right? I think he played through the 2011 season in Baltimore, and I think they had that weird uncapped year between CBAs, and then the Ravens re-signed Marshall Yanda when the free agency was accelerated. And, Preston for years after that clung to the notion that Grubbs was the better guard. And I mean, he has to have given up at some point. He has to have, but he's Mike Preston, so maybe not in terms of.
Once people get set in their ideas, it's really hard to get them off it.
Yeah. And then, it changes to backfilling at a certain point. Well, I was right at the time. At that point, no doubt about it. No rational person could have said that Ben Grubbs wasn't, better than Marshall Yanda. Well, no, people could have if they looked at it and predicted it, or even scored the stuff block by block. And I don't want to beat on Mike here. He's taken some abuse this offseason. CJ Williams off the board to Stanford. So from Stanford, the wide receiver. And I think he might be the second of two Williamses. So we want to be careful on that at the wide receiver position. We have.
I'm actually looking up Orioles specs right now because of the one comment in the chat. To answer your question, I think Pete Alonso, tight end. 6'3", 245.
All right.
Very fiery.
We got anybody else? Enrique Bradfield as a slot receiver, or trying to think of who else.
Messiah was big.
There you go.
You're gonna have to help me out on this, since I don't know, the Orioles from not watching the team here. But
it's all right.
What I'm fascinated with, at least, and I'm gonna call it recent history with the NFL, is players that get drafted by MLB teams that end up obviously going to the NFL, or players that played like baseball in high school and college, and then they turn their careers around to football. So, like, that being said, like, I think Kyler Murray would be a phenomenal center fielder or a shortstop.
Let's okay, Mayo. There's a tight end prospect. Let's go back to the comment on the UK, Maureen, if we can, for a second. Great. I really appreciate that. First of all, a lot of things. The Ravens strategically, because they work with this very tiny little bit of land geographically, need to try and market themselves internationally and as more of a larger regional experience, rather than just being a Baltimore team. There's just not enough total landmass. The Commanders are hogging a bunch of it to the south of us, and the Eagles to the north, so in the Steelers to the west. So it's not a big amount of turf they have, but they really need to look internationally for fans. And while I'm not a fan of playing a bunch of home games abroad, I would love for the Ravens to, play some games internationally that are road games in various places where Lamar Jackson can get further exposed in, whether it means New Zealand or Australia, they play a game. Obviously, coming up, it's a fantastic opportunity playing in Brazil, because that's a big population to work with. But got to find a new way to get additional fans that are with Ravens. And I'm glad to hear they handle it so well. Flowers and Wester being there is very cool. I expect they would take some player. I'm not sure who it would be, and glad to hear that they did a good job with it.
I think they're gonna love Lamar down there. I mean, he looks like a football/soccer player.
We've had a ton of wide receivers taken off the board that you didn't even have on your list. Any thoughts on why so many wide receivers are going?
I said the same thing, Maureen. It's just this is the extended list too. So I went to just drop down a whole bunch of names that I thought might come up on day 3. I went down to I think 36 deep in the wide receivers from NFL Draft Buzz just to have additional names there, so you wouldn't have to type them all in. But this is way exceeded that. I think the last 7 guys on this list, beginning with Wetchen, were additions beyond the NFL Draft Buzz Big 36.
Yeah, Wetchen was the first addition to your spreadsheet, and everybody under has just been added.
Mm-hmm.
The question was why so many wide receivers have been drafted total, or ones that are
No,
off the
why
board?
particular in this draft when we have other positions available? I mean, we've got a lot of players that we thought would be taken that are still available, and yet there's a run on wide receivers that didn't even make our cut.
Right.
The easy answer is because NFL teams carry more wide receivers than any other position, except
I
perhaps
agree
corner.
with that.
Yeah, but the relationship here is such that I wouldn't have expected. Like I had 24 at many positions and 36 at wide receiver. I would have thought we'd have still been okay. But offensive line, in particular, the IOL, I went with 36 also. Offensive tackle looks like I went with like 34. Or sorry, no, that's not offensive tackle. You have Brailford, honey. Move Brailsford over into the interior offensive line column, please. He's in C34. Move him down to D38. All right.
Yeah, truthfully, I can't think of a reason unless that there's something that maybe there's, let's say, multi-sport, right? Like you get guys that have played football and they ran track, or football and basketball. Like, hey, we're looking for red zone threats. But I'm going to call it the run. It's not even really that. Yeah, it's just that the quantity of receivers does seem a little odd here.
We always say that you can't have enough cornerbacks, and I see quite a few cornerbacks and safeties. Is that this year's wide receiver class is better than the defensive backs?
Collectively, yeah. At the top, no. I'd especially emphasize that if McCoy was truly healthy.
Right. I think the top 20 are all gone of the cornerbacks, and the top 20, except for Burks, is still available. Is that correct? Or did he get taken somewhere?
I don't remember that he did.
Okay. So still some injury we're dealing with there. Now, I got to say this. I don't want the Ravens leaving Trigg undrafted. Then just where just anybody, obviously can pick him up for nothing. It's too much of a chance he ends up going to an AFC rival if they do that.
To answer your earlier question, Mark, that's a good question, and I would like to know if there's a growing Ravens fan base in Nigeria.
Yeah, great question. And that's the most populated country in Africa. I think there's 300 million people who live there now, or pretty close to it. So it's definitely a place where you want to get fans, and I guess they could play a game there. The NFL is fairly risk averse at going to new places which have potential conflict. So it'd be a question as to whether or not they go to a game in Nigeria. But there's all kinds of people setting up camps there to try and recruit Nigerian players.
They played in Mexico City. I don't see that as being any safer.
Mexico City is a day an in that day, out that day experience for NFL teams, which should tell you exactly what you need to know about their willingness to take that risk.
Yes.
And that was true a few years ago. It's possible that since then they are comfortable staying overnight, but Yeah, risky.
Tested but did not play football yet.
Ooh.
I don't know. I mean, first of all, I'm not even sure that some of those guys can be drafted because they have to be a certain number of years out of college. But I'm not sure if there are restrictions on drafting or if they have to go through are available as free agents. I'm not sure. I don't know. Alex Harkey, the tackle from Oregon, taken.
Yeah, let's get all these Oregon players off the board.
Oh.
Ken,
Find
where do
them
you
all.
have? Oh, sorry. Ken, where do you have Jeff Caldwell listed in your wide receiver list?
He's on there. He's down. Okay. He's on line 34 of the spreadsheet, so you can probably see him at the bottom right there now. But that doesn't mean he's 34th. He was in a bunch of names I added by going back to NFL Draft Buzz, and I only have the top 21 in the case of the wide receiver group are my guys I scouted. Below that, it's all people I added from NFL Draft Buzz, top 36.
Are you saying it was 21 by that exact column, or just holistically going across by like rows and stuff too?
No, it's 21. Oh, I'm sorry. Caldwell's in row 34. Row 21, the last wide receiver, lowest on my list was
Thank
Daniel.
you. Yeah. I see.
And then you see how the way that Maureen did it on the first night was to do this big bold thing to players who weren't on the list at all, which we could probably change now, babe. But thanks for pointing out my shortcomings in scouting all these guys.
How much time do you actually spend on scouting these dudes? Like,
So
do you take just like a month off or something and be like, I'm just going with it, or this is going to just happen?
First of all, this is what I do now for my life. So I don't do any more actuarial work. I don't really have a consulting client who's engaging me currently. So
Gotcha.
I do this full time, and it starts. Well, it really started the moment we got home from Uganda was when we started. Babe, what date was that approximately?
The end of March.
No, it could have been the end of March.
Oh, sorry,
So
the end of February.
Yeah.
End of February. Yeah, you spent the entire month.
So this is very recent.
Yeah.
That's when he started looking at the draft players.
I see.
So I spent all of March and basically all of April to date looking at the draft. But we had somebody asked about the Uganda thing there. We had a great time there. I highly recommend it. It's not a destination in Africa that a lot of Americans go to. We met 0 Americans while we were there. Everybody we met German or Canadian or Spanish or something, but they weren't Americans. They have great lodges, and you can see a greater variety of wildlife there that you can see anywhere else. So you get gorillas there, which is about the only place in the world you can see them. A whole bunch of different monkeys.
That's actually cool.
Much closer to the animals, and you can still see the big 5 on safari. And all the big 5 have some twist. Like the lions, they go up trees instead, which they don't do in other places in the world. At least I don't think they do.
No.
And they have leopards. Leopards are the most elusive of the big 5 in all of Africa. But they have a couple of tagged leopards that you can go out and see, and they are tame as hell. And they try and use the shade from the truck to lie down. And they've obviously had thousands of encounters. They've been habituated to human contact. And I was taking a picture out of the Jeep of a leopard that's like 6 feet away from me at the base of the wheel.
Right.
It's a close experience.
We did a podcast on that. That's listed on YouTube if anyone wants to take a listen.
Yeah. Micah
We're getting
Morris.
close to the Ravens pick.
We are. We got to shut up about other stuff. So okay. So we've got 3 picks to go.
A couple notable names, at least my opinion. Damon Claiborne went to Minnesota with pick 198.
Yeah.
Logan Taylor went to the Chargers at pick 202.
We've got 2 Taylors in the running back column here. All right, I'll be right back.
Chargers went back-to-back guards. It took 2 guards within 5 picks.
As far as the Taylors, technically there should only be one right now. It should be the Virginia guy. Jamari, I believe, is still there.
Yeah, he's a production over measurables guy. Let's see, Jamari Taylor. And drafted. Yeah, one Taylor. Etch, I would suggest go with your gut. Punters and kickers are just not players that armchair evaluators get much opportunity to see.
So if it helps you on that one, if you can watch the Cole kicking camps, those will actually help you a lot in terms of like trying to scout these guys, because they all compete and go head to head. And I mean, all these dudes end up knowing each other anyway. They'll act like they're just best buddies, just trying to have, a good time out there, as if they were at like a bar just playing darts, something like that.
Well, it is a fraternity. They look out for each other.
Yeah. And this Thorson kid, there's a reason why he was handed an award. He's super consistent. I would say, directional punting is probably the best out of the top 3 or 4 guys.
I just like that the top listed kicker is named Smack. I mean, you got to bring in somebody because you don't know what mental state Tyler Loop is in.
I have faith in the kid because I think you got to learn something. At some point, I don't think this is one where it's like, let's say he's on his way out. He's like, oh my God, I let the team down. The Buffalo Bills wide right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it was that egregious. And he knew what mistake it was the second it left his foot. It wasn't like he had to sit there and think about it. So when I hear that sort of thing, that makes me feel better about the kid. Like, okay, there's a self-coaching there. And he actually was willing to speak to the media after, as opposed to just hiding in a corner for, a week or two and being like,
You remember when Justin Tucker missed the extra point against the Saints that lost the Ravens the game? He did the same thing. He went to the podium.
The one that went like this.
It was a weird win situation. It didn't look like there's necessarily anything really wrong with the kick, but it was a weird localized situation, is how it was described. Both those cases, those guys going to the podium is just, I think, a reflection of the selection that goes into the Ravens process in finding these guys. But Loop was clearly emotionally impacted by the missed kick, and Harbaugh had his arm around him coming back into the clubhouse as this was, going over. It was different from the Cundiff situation. Cundiff, the last thing he would have wanted to do is talk to anybody. And you think about Mark Andrews at the end of 24, he didn't want to talk to anybody either. It took him a while to come out and be able to talk about it.
This is where I'll try to move the camera back over. I have it up here. I have the Mark Andrews tweet on my wall from when the Ravens pointed out about the whole weather situation.
Okay,
Always reminded me.
We just had Matt Gulbin go off the board of Michigan State, which isn't that significant, but Gulbin was one of the last guys among the top many interior offensive linemen still around. The top 20 anyway, the last one of the guys I looked at. Actually, that's not true. Reed Adams, I had some notes on.
Can Armaj Reed Adams play center?
I don't think so, but let me go to my notes on him.
I'm at that point. Can this tackle play center?
Yeah, I'll tell you what I had on Armaj Reed Adams, because I don't think it was very. My recollection is it's not particularly kind. So we'll go to it quickly here. Okay, Armage. He's 6'6", 314, 34, and 3'8". So people say I go for arm length only. I'm saying a no on him. He's played 6 years of college ball, so I assume he's 25 in 2026. Meh testing across the board with no bench. Regressed from outstanding 2024 season. Also played rotationally. Oh, that was a problem. Armaj Reed Adams at Texas A&M was a guy they pulled out of games for no apparent good reason. He only played 73% of the snaps. And the discussion that was to avoid fatigue.
No.
He played in Austin, so
management.
maybe a colder climate fixes some of that. But he had a big problem also with penalties. He had one every 79 in his college career, 31 in total. And he's what I had for his pass blocking was he's the poster child for why arm length is necessary but not sufficient condition.
Well, I'm gonna take a detour. I'm checking. VJ Payne's still there. I want him.
All right.
Round 6.
You gotta get up and pound the table, man. That's what they do in the draft room.
Good
guy. Vontae Mack, no matter what.
I'd hate to hold out for Wisniewski and not take Payne. I guess you could take Wisniewski now if you really wanted to, but Wisniewski you might be able to get as a UDFA. Nobody likes Rayshon Benny or Robinson or Harris or the Godfather enough to draft him at this point.
I'll take Benny.
Bring the Godfather on board. It's just cool to have a story at this point, and I know that it's got to sell a little bit.
Oh, there was a question. Why are there 2 Taylors in the running back room?
And I don't know the answer to that. It may have been I added a name to that list, or a list got overlapped somehow. The running back list, I did not look at the running backs at all in this draft, and the running back list came from somebody else, so it may incorrectly have Taylor listed twice. And I apologize for that. I'm on board. VJ Payne is a very attractive option to me. I think other than that, I take one of the 4 named defensive linemen there: Benny, Robinson, Harris, or Corleone. Yeah. I don't want Keenan.
I can go with that.
Okay, any one of those 5 would be good with me. And if they said Wisniewski, I'm not going to get upset about it. I'm going to laud the fact that they're relying on the small school scouting to get something from North Dakota State.
I wouldn't even mind a linebacker, depending on who it is.
Mm-hmm. Does anybody know if Rieger was already taken? I thought I heard that name already taken either earlier today or even yesterday.
I don't see him. Let me confirm.
Okay. All right. We're good.
As I remember, he's not listed as linebacker on NFL.com.
Yeah, I thought they changed his position. ESPN under linebacker
Rager
doesn't have him.
Rager is currently the highest rated edge player on NFL.com with the 6.1 grade.
And he would be number 3 according to ESPN.
Oh, and Notre Dame defensive tackle Gabe Rubio drafted by the Steelers. Okay. So that's none of the ones we've been calling for here, and he's in fact not even on the list at all of interior defenders.
I didn't see him.
Throw him on the pile.
That's where I picked.
Okay, you get the pick?
No, I did not get the pick. We're still a commercial here. Give me a moment.
I can guarantee you they just picked a player.
Okay, please don't tell me anything.
He's a player. That's all I'm saying.
It's just I absolutely hate the fact
there's a
that
person
I'm 10 seconds
there.
behind everybody. Just hate the fact that I'm 10 seconds behind everybody. It's just.
Well, I mean, hey, Ken, I have DirecTV too. So I'm the same way as you. So I don't know how that necessarily holds up with YouTube TV or Fubo or something like that. You know what I mean? But
Hmm.
the way that I do it, and you have your own opinions on this, is I keep a window open of Twitter's live feed and search for every single team, literally just on each pick constantly, so that feed refreshes, and try to get that one ahead of where that is. As the pick, by the way, comes in for the Ravens right here.
It's a punter.
Yep, they went punter.
Okay, I didn't see. So who do they take? Stonehouse or who they take? I don't. Okay, so good for them.
Eckley.
So we can go back to that one earlier chat between the two punters and compare.
All right, let's take a look.
It was Eckley, Michigan State.
Okay, he's over on the right
LSU
side,
guy.
babe. Give it a Ravens color there.
It would have been against Thorson from Georgia. The Beast said Eckley, and the chatter liked Thorson.
Ryan Eckley of Michigan State. Here we go. Okay. In terms of punting, what is there to like? Looks like he's been pretty darn solid for 3 straight years. Yards per attempt have been right around 47, actually about 47 and a half the last 3 years combined, with a net of 41 and change. He's had some long punts. 67 is the longest career. 20 out of 50 were in 20 last year. That's good. How many touchbacks? 1 touchback only. That's fantastic. 20 in 20s to 1 touchback. The previous year wasn't as good. 9 in 20s to 4 touchbacks. And the year before that, he was 26 in 20s to 2 touchbacks. Some out of bounds. 12 punts downed in 2025. That's going to be good. That's going to be not a subset of the in-20s, but a decent overlap with the in-20s.
You know that?
And he forced about 20% fair catches for his career. He's forced about 26.5% fair catches. I think 40 out of 151. Yeah, 26%. Hang time was up over 4 seconds this last year. I don't know how that compares to the rest of the punters in college football. I'd have to look at that.
Well, they have filled in the last actual hole that was left on the roster.
Yeah.
That hang time is not particularly impressive.
Not the best for sure.
I like how
20
you phrase that, Jason.
Thank you.
27th in hang time among college punters. Well, you know what? I really trust Randy Brown to get it right on these guys. So we'll see. He was up there 12th in yards per attempt. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's not true. Okay, I'm looking at a bunch of guys who hardly any punts. So let's have a minimum number of punt attempts of like 36 here. And now he moves way up the charts. He's 4th in yards per attempt. And where is he in terms of net? Pretty far down, actually. His net is tied for 43rd in the league.
His average last year was number one in Big Ten history.
The average punt gross distance.
Yes, exactly.
About. Still amazing that like Sammy Baugh still holds punting records with averages over 50 yards way back when.
Oh, here's what's way more important, Ken. I'm sorry. He has a 92 kick power and 94 kick accuracy in NCAA football.
Yeah.
According to the last patch. So I wouldn't know anything about that because I'm on season 6 of my dynasty.
The Jets would love him.
His throw accuracy is 11. I don't like that though, man.
All right, look forward to seeing him in camp.
All right, we just had an interesting pick go to Chicago, not necessarily for us.
Jordan Vandenberg.
Hey, the chat liked him. Remember that guy?
Somebody asked him about him earlier. Yeah. Quickness.
Side note, I am tuned into the Stump the Truck because I put in a request for who's this guy here? It looks like Jeremy Ombago from school is this? North Park.
Somebody's dog needs to go out, I think.
That would be mine.
World 4 Truck 3. I love it. I do enjoy this when they do this. This is one of the few things they.
I still can't believe that they didn't have the tape on that guy from Yale. Like they have every year, they have Ivy League footage.
5-3 world.
Not even with Houston Christian, really? Oh, they're 100% going to have Jack Strand because he was invited to teams' workouts. Told you. Too easy. Too easy. Everybody knows he's huge anyway. Dude's built like a statue. Do we think, by the way, that one of the reasons that Eckley was selected over some of the other punters was because of the holding experience?
That would make sense.
I just want to say how much I appreciate you guys jumping on here for the end of the draft here. This is, I think we're on a mission now to make it to 255 or whatever it is. Really, 253 is the last Ravens pick. That's all we've promised. But not just the folks in the panel who I really do appreciate, but the folks who are still in chat. Thanks for hanging around and putting up with us and barking dogs and other things that are going on.
Hey!
Yeah.
I appreciate you letting us on.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's always one person like every year that I bring in from the chat onto the thing because they're doing such a good job. But Way Watcher, you've been around for a long time. If you want to come into the discussion, you can right now. I'll make you a panelist if you send me your information. You can send it to me via a Twitter DM, and I will send you a link if you like.
Well, I hate to spoil your party, Ken, but I'm definitely bailing after somebody gets served in this fight. That's for sure.
Oh, the truck came back to win?
The truck came back. Very sad.
All right, Way Watcher, that's fine. Thank you for all your comments here. So we're asking about Bullock. He had a pretty good preseason. He did have a penalty, and anytime anybody has a penalty, that colors the results overall. But he was pretty good. Definitely a guy who you looked at the bulk of his. Unfortunately, there's too many people who don't look at offensive line play as a frequency and severity model for errors, and so penalties are very serious. And so if you have one of those, it's really hard to come back from. So Emory Jones' first game, for example, I think he had 15 snaps and a penalty, and you can't really come back from that. Bullock scored pretty well on PFF, but that penalty would have weighed against him some. Anyway, I think enough people were impressed by what he did in the preseason that they thought he deserves a chance to compete for a center position in a post Linderbaum world. And so I think he figured into the calculus for why they were willing to let Linderbaum walk, in addition to the Raiders overpaid him by $8 million or more. How do you guys see it in terms of how much did Bullock weigh on the Ravens' decision to let Linderbaum walk, or how much was it just directly related to money?
I feel like it was an all money situation based on what DaCosta said in the presser.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that may have started a lot earlier than we thought. Like, I think that started way back when they were extending Hamilton.
Yeah, Mark, thanks for joining us again. And you have some PhD work to do, don't you? So get back to it. But Corleone, yeah, we think he's still available as far as we know. And he's been talked about a lot. That name certainly has gotten a lot of people interested in him. Oh, wait a minute. Here, that might be the answer. Blood clot.
Somebody brought that up from before.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get like a source on that? Or I'll just look it up from here.
I'm on it.
Cool. This is where all those years of like taking typing classes is supposed to pay off.
Okay, Corleone had a pulmonary embolism.
Ooh.
Holy crap.
That's like something someone my age gets.
He does, yes, also blood clots in his lungs. Boy.
Blood clots in his lungs, yes, that would be a pulmonary embolism. I wish the best for him.
Jeez.
That sucks because it's going to cost him a lot of money.
There's Trey Smack, a kicker off the board. That might be the first kicker taken, right?
Yeah.
Kicker, yes. Speaking of kickers, good calf kick there by Pilastri. She's got 3 minutes to get this girl out of here so we can celebrate. I might be able to donate money to you, Ken.
Went to Green Bay.
You take donations?
I don't. Not currently. I might do it in the future at some point.
All right.
Mark, what's your PhD thesis on? Toss that out there for us. It's obviously something complicated. It's taking a long time to type.
He said he was coding.
Thanks. Appreciate you, Craig. We appreciate having all the hardcore fans who are still here, eager to see who the Ravens draft in the 7th round. And I realize.
Check the punter highlights. They're showing them now. Wow, 5. What are you doing? He should have caught that ball. He just stared at it. Okay, backs up the Iowa kid to the 10. All right. And then the coverage is really bad. Hey, he makes a tackle. Maybe be a touch quicker with the drop point.
I want to see him as a holder. That's where he's going to make his money and stay as a team.
Well, they should put those in the highlight reel.
Okay.
I got a message in Discord says, quote, Eckley is an excellent holder.
Okay.
That's all I know.
Corey, I can say absolutely without fear of contradiction, the Ravens will have a 3rd quarterback for preseason. Camp Arms, they're brought in every year, and so they'll have some UDFA quarterback at the very worst if they don't draft one here in the next 2 picks. So definitely they'll be doing that.
Really, they should have 4, right?
a lot of times, and in particular,
It's
if they
very
have
common.
4 guys who snap the ball, it sounds like they want to try out every offensive lineman they've got at center, pretty much. So they
Yeah,
might wanna-
open tryouts at center.
Yes. Yes. Yes, that's correct. The center average salary of the last 14 Super Bowls, going back to 2012, was 1.99%. And I'm forgetting right now the young man who brought that information. I think he's from the UK, and he did a great job pulling it together. And it was one of the really well done research projects that was done. And he said it's one of the other things he was looking at is not enough to just look at the percentage of cap you spend. It's also the percentage of draft capital. So it was a balancing act, and a lot of teams spent a lot of draft capital, but they didn't spend cap, or they went the other way around. The teams that did both, that was generally a very tough one. But the notable exception was the Rams spent some huge component of both draft capital and cap during their winning season. But center is 1.99%. Now, nobody had really spent a lot at center, and Linderbaum is going to earn approximately 9% of cap in his time with the Raiders. That's a good question. If you want an email, you can hit me up. It's filmstudy21@verizon.net. You can hit me up with a question, Jordan. Appreciate you. I use hashtag filmstudyravens on Twitter, and you can put that into a Reddit post as well, and I will search for it. I'm going to try and do more, and Maureen is really the one behind this in terms of these 1 to 3 minute videos. I want to do more of those. It's been very busy in the last month. I've cut down my number of them tremendously, but I'd like to do, one every day and a half, maybe, 4 per week, 5 per week, since people seem to like them and they seem to respond to them. So that's will be something I'll do more of. But if you have a question that can be answered in that format, great. If you have a question that otherwise can't be answered, takes more time to go through it, I'll have it as a discussion topic for a pod, or I'll put it in the appropriate pod.
And in terms of social media, we're checking YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram as well on a daily basis.
The other part of the business, which is really important, is that Maureen is now involved directly in all of this, and she's added all sorts of review of stuff to what we look at for the pod.
I am effectively the unpaid intern that Ken has always wanted.
You're not complaining about that, are you, babe?
No, it comes with great benefits.
29-28.
Well, I know I, for one, appreciate you and all of you, and the burgeoning online Baltimore community. Well, actually, it's not burgeoning; it's flourishing now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of places I can go online now if I want to see a podcast or listen to one or do some research.
Thanks.
We haven't seen this question, but just so that everyone knows that the short videos that are out there, they're the same on all the social media platforms. So whichever one is the social media platform that you use, you'll be seeing the same content.
Oh, that I actually didn't know. I thought you segmented some off to Twitter and then Reddit and Insta.
It's just it literally is done, and there's been some complaints.
It's all
about
uniform.
Yeah, there's been some complaints about sound on this, but Maureen actually comes in here and just props her the camera up on the top of the monitor and looks down at me.
Just lets it go.
Yeah. Right here, yeah.
Ken, have you done any cross promotions recently?
If I knew what that was, I probably wouldn't know. Really, I haven't. I haven't leaned into that at all. Yeah. We want to have a shout out to Chad Albro. So a fellow Syracuse alum, it sounds like. Chad, are you there now at Syracuse? A Syracuse fan or a Syracuse student? What are you? Appreciate you, Michael Dean. Very, very, always nice to hear. And we have so much fun on this. It's probably, the dragging. We're in the dog days of the draft process when we're between round 6 and round 7, waiting a long time for another pick. But I still enjoy talking to you guys, and it's good to have a variety of Ravens topics to talk about while we wait for that next one. And during the rest of the show, I mean, it's so furiously active, particularly in round 1 when every pick matters to who the Ravens get at number 14. If you didn't watch that, by the way, go take a watch and see how upset we are at some of the picks. And Gordon really wanted to trade up, and I was really happy about picks 11, 12, and 13, putting the Ravens in the stuff. I live close to Syracuse. There you go. What's the town you live in, Chad? Liverpool, or where is it near Syracuse? Appreciate you, Stephen.
We recently had a notable player go to New Orleans. Cornerback TJ Hall.
Okay.
An Iowa guy that would, if it was Iowa, Declan Doyle would have been right all over it. There goes my dog barking again.
Yeah, he's from Iowa.
Oh, hi, hon. You want to say hi to everybody too? No. Oh, here comes the dog back. Oh, no.
Hey, between Syracuse and Utica, let me think about that. Like Verona, New York, is that on the road there? I used to go to the casino there from time to time back in my playing days.
Oh, sorry, Ken, you were a poker player at one point. Is that right?
That's right. I played in the World Series of Poker for 6 straight years, so I enjoyed that. I wasn't any good, but that's certainly something. There's an actuary in the Baltimore area who is a pretty good poker player. He's now on a pretty big winning streak right now.
I used to work with a guy 10 years ago that would do the World Series of Poker every year.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of wondered how he did it based on what his job was. But I also found out later he had like a second job. He was using that to like get his base funding. Then he would go and he'd make a little bit of money there and come back. But,
All right. Sounds good, Chad. So am I wrong? Is Verona the other direction on, I guess it would be 90 or whatever the route is that crosses New York State there? Oh, wow. Look at this. My cousin won a WSOP bracelet last year.
hell yeah.
They can't take that away from you. You might pawn it, but they can't take it away from you.
They can physically take it away, but
all right, there we go. Yeah, I'm still hoping that the Ravens are going to bring back Clowney. I think they do have a pretty good edge room in terms of quality and whatnot, but I think they would do well to have a 5th guy since they have 2 guys that are more run defenders than pass rushers.
they bring in Clowney. I guess Isaac's off the team. Maybe. Or they
if they did, he might not make it. Yeah. Or
I would think he'd be on the list.
I hate to say it, but there's always a good chance that Isaac will go to IR anyway. So, but yes, I think that the he's probably gone if you bring in. If I don't know if you're asking Fahizi or me, but I always played in the main event, which is No Limit Hold'em. Fahizi, what did your cousin win in?
Gentlemen, I'm going to hop off here in a minute. I at least want to point out VJ Payne is still available.
Okay.
Yep.
That's got to be the guy, right?
Jack Endry's
Yeah.
just off the board. There's
Yeah, player that I like, Cincinnati.
Ugh.
I can certainly ask all the Bengals fans around here if they like him, and when I hear no, you know, I make a few calls. Literally, just yell across the street down here.
I think that probably is a good pick for the Bengals at that point. I'm still. I guess I more understand the Triggs situation if he's that much of a knucklehead, but
I would love to know that one.
I don't understand the Daquan Wright situation. I'm not. I wasn't aware of a medical, but maybe there is one. Maybe look at my tight end notes.
Well, I'm sorry you won't be able to make it to the Ravens pick, Ed.
Well, you know.
But,
So,
but
thank you.
Hey, that's okay. I'm gonna probably, fall out of my chair watching Max Payne Griffin do nothing for about 15 minutes here in this fight.
Well, you can rejoin us if you want. If it won't be over, will it? You've got a whole undercard.
Oh no, I have a whole 6-hour card here. Real excited to again lose some more money. So I can't make a donation this year. Sorry about that. Pilastri decided not to fight for the last 3 minutes. She stinks. That's okay. I appreciate letting my girl come on too. You know, she had a blast. She likes talking into the camera and everything else too. I don't think she has a career in broadcasting. She wants to be a hairstylist, actually.
We don't know yet. Come on, just give it time. She'll figure it out. Hey, Fahizi, what's the name of your cousin there? I'd love to know. It's a high roller, no limit event that he won. That's like a $50,000 entry. Are we talking about?
I think Fahizi was saying it was Chris. I don't know if you can see it backwards in the chat a little bit.
Oh, okay. Oh, Chris Big Hooney. Is that right? Big Hooney or Honey Hunnechin. Okay.
That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, that is cool.
Learn to play in college. Oh my God.
Took a bunch of money from the preppies.
Yeah. Oh, that's wild.
I'll look him up. I'll look him up after we're done here. Appreciate it, Fahizi. Thank you.
Hey, good for you, man.
Ken, did you start playing blackjack in college?
Let's see. 93 was really the year when I started playing blackjack kind of semi-professionally. And then that continued until 2009, really. So it was a good run, but it was a lot of borings. Here we go. Oh, wait, I want to go back to that for a second. Okay, this is good. Do you think the early offensive focus is tied to the many more questions with Lamar, Zay Flowers' future, new coaching staff? Yeah, it's a legitimate question, I guess, are they trying to make Lamar happy with all that they did? But if they were trying to make Lamar happy, I thought they would have drafted one more offensive lineman and not just stopped with Ioane.
I think they just had more holes on offense. They only had 2 tight ends on the roster, right? And
shorter
not many
wide
wide
receivers.
receivers.
Yes, the tight ends was a problem, definitely.
Big hole at guard.
And Minter mentioned something in the Zoom interview that they aired, at least whatever portion it was, when he did, the whole thing about being interviewed for a head coach. He emphasized very strongly, like, I'm building a team around Lamar. And I think it's reflected here. I should say we is what he was saying in the interview.
One thing about getting a whole bunch of big players on offense, when Lamar misses his throws, he tends to miss it high. So maybe just getting a whole bunch of bigger people will turn some of those missed throws into catches.
Conceivable, or at least into tipped balls that don't get caught by the defense.
Yeah.
I
will say one of the things I like that Lamar does, though, is whenever he misses a throw, he'll either slam his hand down on the mat like that, or he'll do this, like, my bad. Like, he's super quick with it.
The thing that everybody missed about Lamar is his processing speed. That's what I caught. Like I could see that. So between the processing speed, I mean, he's like Quicksilver. He sees the world in a faster way than everybody else.
And it's a lot of different elements he's taking in. He keeps his eyes down the field, but he has a real good sense of that backside pressure and where it's coming from. A lot of ability to duck players who are coming for him and still get his eyes back on the field very quickly.
We just had a weird quarterback taken.
It was the K guy, Kaliamakis or whatever.
Ethan Kaliakmanis.
I can pronounce that one.
From Rutgers.
I did have him on the list at
No, I added him.
You did? Because I thought I added him this morning.
No,
Okay.
he wasn't on there. I just added him right now.
Well, thank you, babe. Okay, I'm going to look for people in the Baltimore area. I want to take Maureen to a new restaurant we've never been to before. Where would you recommend that is worthy of trying to do something very nice for your wife? Just put your suggestions in chat. We'll work through them. We don't have to talk about it anymore. That's good. Now let's not punt this year.
I think that guy is still coaching in like high school, like D4 football or whatever, that still doesn't do that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Spears Jennings is off the board. Just something is up with VJ Payne.
There has to be.
Yeah. See the guys that are dropping. World, I know why he's dropping. We know why Corleone's dropping. We know why Trig is dropping.
All right. Fellas, I'm signing off. I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Take it easy, Ed. Thanks for joining us.
Excellent.
Could go back to this for a second. I don't know that we'll have any other specific events this off season. Like we once had a get together for analytics that was a lot of fun. Could potentially do something else. I'm open to suggestions because a lot of my content stuff comes from suggestions from the online community in one way or another. So if there's some like roundtable discussion of something you'd like to have, I'm up for it. And we could do a panelist thing and work on something together or look at something together. I think that'd be fun. But Braver Football Fan 3682, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the matter. What kind of event would be interesting to you?
You don't want to host the awesome schedule reveal?
I do an event. I do an article every year. You probably know, Jason, that is real specific about grading the schedule fairness.
Oh yes, yeah.
That's a really good question, Etch, and I think we're all in for a hard fall when Lamar leaves. And as much as I am a real hardliner on the cap, the one player you can't be hardline about is Lamar Jackson. You have to get him re-signed. You have to keep him around. If you think there's any chance he's still a player. So I don't. The nice thing about Lamar is I don't think he's really made concessions to age yet. Even last year, I think it was concessions to injury that caused a lot of his banged up and lack of production of the season, a low FNTP number that I often talk about. But in general, I would say that Lamar played very well at the end of the year, very well at the beginning of the year. And seeing that makes me to believe that it was injuries and not concession to age that was the key. That game against Pittsburgh in the final week, I mean, he almost willed the team back into the playoffs again, and it just didn't quite work out.
Well, before Lamar, you were a huge fan, and we had Ray Lewis, the best linebacker, You had
Reed.
Ed Reed, the best safety, and the team was all about defense.
Mhm.
And that's what made the Ravens so great, was their defense. With Lamar, it's been a completely different team because now the offense is the main focus. So, I think there is life after Lamar. We just don't know what that's going to be. I'm sorry, Jason.
No, that's all right. That's
Yeah.
all right. What was I going to say though?
So Ravens life without Lamar.
Right.
Your alarm
Randall
just went off.
Cunningham.
Yeah.
Like Randall Cunningham, I expect Lamar to be able to chuck the ball well into his 30s.
Yeah. Look, Rando, when he came to the Ravens, was 38 or 39 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
Still
So
did
I
some
think
positive things.
if the Ravens want, Lamar is going to be around for another decade, potentially. At least 6-7 years. It'll just be a different phase of his career.
Yeah.
He's going to have to follow in the footsteps of Steve Young, someone who is mentoring him to an extent and has always been in his corner.
Yeah, Michael, I appreciate you on that. I don't know that I'm qualified to do that. I mean, I don't think anybody's qualified to do that. Is the problem with that? I think we don't know what it's going to look like, and good offensive and defensive coordinators mold their system to their players. I can take a pretty good guess on defensive package usage and whatnot, but that doesn't mean I can tell you all the different types of zone blitz or all the rotations and whatnot they're going to use, or even a lot of times, mix of man and zone coverage. It's that what you're asking there is a very complicated kind of a thing. I'm much better looking backwards and telling you what people did do. We can. I think any of us could sit down and project trends about what we think might happen, or guess at that. But I don't think I'm particularly qualified to be that guy. Well, that would be interesting. A trade for Zeitler after June 1. What's the after June 1? Is that makes it easier on the cap hit for the team that's letting him go? I guess that could be. They're already into. Yeah, I mean, there'd be no implications if it's a trade. There'd be no implications.
I don't know why they would do that, though, based on who they already have.
They would maybe want to play Zeitler at center. Let's see. So he was with the Titans in 25. In 20, he's not. He's as far as I know, Kevin Zeitler might not be signed here right now. Is that correct?
Exclusively guard throughout his long NFL career.
Yeah.
He's just been a right guard all the time. Contract status.
I thought he was a free agent, but he might have signed with somebody. So
he's a free agent.
Okay. He's the kind of player. I don't know if he'd want a 2-year deal instead of a 1-year deal, but I don't think I'd want a 2-year deal with him. I think it's too much old maid risk with that contract.
36-year-old Zeitler with John Simpson and now Ioane on the team. I don't see it. Plus, we don't know that there's going to be a wide zone blocking scheme, but it's probable.
Got some suggestions for where to take Maureen to dinner.
You could take her to the Taco Bell that was in the movie with Sylvester Stallone in it after it became a big fancy restaurant.
I think the ask was someplace new, and we've been to those too.
Demolition Man, that was it. Did you ever see that movie?
Sadly, I believe we did see that movie in the theaters with friends of ours, all four of us who thought it was the stupidest thing we'd ever seen.
And yet, a lot of what was in that movie turned out to be true. But yeah, Taco Bell was like the restaurant that won the fast food competition and then became this super rich, ritzy place. Ravens UDFA options at center. I talked about Delby Lemieux earlier. No idea if they have any interest in him. I would.
Bryce Foster. There's a new name.
Oh my goodness. The Bengals are taking players, man. All right, so the Bengals took Aeneas Peebles.
Landon Robinson, we're saying?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They have their own Aeneas Peebles now.
Just came up. Bryce Foster. I did want to look that one up there. Okay.
James Brockermeyer of Miami. I don't think so.
He's played 5 years of college ball. I don't have a date of birth on him, so he's probably a little bit older as a prospect, but he's played basically 4 years as a regular, plus it looks like a redshirt year at Texas A&M where he missed some time. Pass blocking is better than run blocking per PFF. Let's see what his penalties look like. That's always something I like to check on. He's been penalized 9 times in 3,300 snaps. That's probably a little bit above average for a center, about 1 every 350 or so. Sure, if he's on their list to be a UDFA, sure, Bryce Foster might make sense. Nobody found an injury thing with VJ Payne, right? Medically clean, according to 2026 reports, with a very low injury concern level for the 2026 NFL draft. Durable history, playing in all games from 22 to 24. Minor reports of a lingering shoulder issue following the 25 season. Huh. Nick Meta. Hey, Nick. Good to have you back, buddy.
Hey, everyone. Sorry. Longer interlude than I planned, but wanted to check back in, see how you guys were feeling.
Appreciate
what
it.
pick are you guys caught up on? Just what I'm spoiling.
We're up to 228. The pick is in, but I haven't called it yet. And we're not really calling the picks one at a time here, but we did see the Bengals drafted Landon Robinson, so that was a little bit of excitement a moment ago. VJ Payne goes to the Jets. Oh, okay.
That is exactly why I asked if you guys had seen anything yet.
All right. Appreciate it. So there's one of the good value guys. Now I'm really all in on Wisniewski among the guys that are remaining.
Yep.
Also, Rayshon Benny is still out there. Harris is out there. Corleone didn't get drafted, did he?
No,
Or he doesn't have money. Okay. So there's 3 defensive linemen still that somebody could take.
well, the reality is these are 2 guys that have a less than 50-50 shot of making the team, I think. We're probably going to see 2 guys that are could be anywhere on the board or even off your board.
Yep. So I would say this. I think Wisniewski makes the team if they draft him because he'd be the 5th safety. It's a fairly thin roster. They may have other guys that may think Wisniewski is a guy they can get as a UDFA, but I think he'd be the 5th safety on the roster. Very, very set with their starters, and then they have Keandre Jackson, but I don't think they have another safety currently on the roster, unless I'm missing it, Nick. Do you remember one?
I don't think so. I don't have it in front of me, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
I think it's just 4 if they don't convert anyone.
All right, so they've got Humphrey. That's a good point. So it's Hamilton, Jackson, Starks on the roster here.
Hawkins.
And, all right, Hawkins, of course. He should be on here, but he's not. They may not have updated this in a while because I don't see him listed as a DB either.
This is why I was talking about 7th round picks usually are not claimed if you cut them. They usually make it to the practice squad.
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking at things like quarterback here, people that you're expecting to put on the practice squad. Certainly safety or DB would be one of those kinds of positions.
I think one way I also look at this, I mean, especially this spot is like who do you think you can't get as a UDFA? Like,
Right.
I'd be shocked if they took Benny with one of these picks because at this point, probably not going to get drafted, and they should be the ones that can get him the easiest. So maybe I would have been more interested in doing that a couple picks ago, but now that it's very much he's trending towards going undrafted, which is something they have a good feel for before the draft. I guess the name that I keep coming back to is Deion Burks. I don't know if you guys have discussed that.
We're not sure what the problem is.
Yeah, I mean, it's for so long I was like, yeah, it's just not what they need to add to the room. It just doesn't make sense. But at this point, he's such a good athlete. I don't understand it.
Can he beat out DeJounte Wester?
You could try. I mean, I guess that's the thing is this late. I would always prefer to bet on athletes this late. I feel like that was a weakness of some of the past drafts on day 3 was that they did not go after athletes enough. I think there are maybe other guys. I think did Hayden, Navy's Heidenreich is a guy that I could also see as like a guy, and he's bigger.
Isaiah World's an athlete.
Burks had a 4.30 40.
Yeah, like what are we doing here?
And a 149 10-yard. How often do you see anything in the 1.4s in the 10-yard?
Very rare. I can't even think of it.
Yeah. So anyway, I did look at him. Okay, I'll just read you what I have for receiving. 1 cut, no hip sink is his biggest on-field advantage. Presents himself well when closing. So he's basically, that's Zay Flowers' characteristic. Is doesn't really sink his hips, just stick his foot in the ground and go. Contested catch percentage has been poor, 36.8% career, and there have been 11 interceptions on balls thrown to him in 254 career targets with just 14 TDs. So if you wouldn't draft a quarterback with 14 touchdowns and 11 interceptions, presumably you wouldn't take Burks either, who has some problems fighting for the football. ADOT has dropped throughout his college career, so he's become more of a gadget guy, and drop rate improved at Oklahoma, but remains a concern at 9% career. Non-factor is a run blocker. Burks is another receiver who would benefit playing with Jackson, but he's older, and there are just too many limiting factors to be excited about him as a prospect prior to day 3. Well, we're at the end of day 3. I guess it's time to get excited about one of these guys with a bunch of warts.
Yeah, I was about to say, Frank. So if the Ravens weren't going to draft Eli Heidenreich, what team would be the team that would draft him? They just did.
Yeah, I saw that while I was mentioning his name like a minute ago, and I almost cut myself off, and I didn't want to tell you guys. A name I wanted to throw out there is, again, just at this point in the draft, a guy that I really take, Michael Heldman out of Central Michigan. I don't think he's been taken. I'm going to double check now. No, he got a 9.9 relative athletic score, 32.5-inch arm, 6'3", 268. That's just a guy I take a shot on here.
Nick, what about Michael Trigg at this point? He's a 7th round selection. He's going to make 7th round money. He's locked in to be with your team for 4 years. Some of it is you play keep away with other teams that might get him, particularly within your own division.
Yeah, because to me, there's the chance he gets in the building, gets his head together with the right coaching and mentorship, and by training camp, he's looking like the prospect, not the person. I also think that it feels like at this point it's toxic enough that the Ravens just straight up don't want to touch it.
Right.
Something's gonna have to. Right. Something's gonna have to come out after the draft explaining this. Because I'm sure a lot of teams must have a similar thought to what you're thinking, Ken, is that why not go ahead here and get him under contract, get him in your building. Everyone talks about trusting their culture and stuff like that. But to me, the fact that he's still here tells me he's not getting drafted at all. And this is like a very, very big issue. Other guys, I think another guy who, I don't know if he's on your receiver list anywhere, Eric McAllister, another guy who I think is just his off-field issues are too much for teams to overlook.
He's down there.
So
who's the guy who is Caldwell has the 999 Raz?
Yeah, Jeff Caldwell, the wide receiver.
Still available.
There are also times where I look at him like the guy has a 999 RS score and he's still not taken. Like there's something up there. I mean, you can say the same thing with Helpman, right? 9.9 RAS is an edge, good measurables as an edge rusher, not getting taken. So, I always find it hard to.
Sorry.
No, I was going to say I always just find it hard to handicap injury and character concerns without enough information. You do your best. You do your best with scouting report and researching and talking to people when you can, but the medical stuff and the medical stuff especially is just impossible, right? Virtually impossible.
By the way, I don't think this is allowed. And Josh, if you know something I don't, if you're drafted, you're drafted. You are reserved by the team that drafts you, so you don't get to defer it and become a UDFA. There are a lot of players who would love to be UDFAs as opposed to being 7th round draft picks. And
you can decline to play in the National Football League, but the team holds your contract rights. I don't know if there's like an instance after a certain amount of time. I would kind of
like a 1 year wait or something. It might be that you do that. I mean, the Ravens have had several players retire on them while they've been with the team, and Rolando McClain was a good example. And they brought him in. He had already a really weird career of not being aligned with Oakland management. Let's put it that way, to put it as nicely as possible. And then they got rid of him, and he'd arrests. There were all these things of him kind of playing up to the camera while he's being arrested. And came to the Ravens, and they thought they'd maybe gotten something cheap because he'd been a 1st round draft pick originally. And he came to the Ravens, and they could not get him straightened out, and he retired on them. And very much like the receiver they had in 24, right? Who was that? The receiver in 24 that was here briefly. and then he went to Houston, and then he came back.
Deontay Johnson.
Deontay Johnson. Yes, he's the one. Yeah.
Legend. Ravens legend, Deontay Johnson. You got to refer to him properly.
Oh, boy.
Starting to look like Xavier Harris isn't getting drafted either.
That to me is relatively surprising. Obviously, he's got some things on his rap sheet too, in terms of, and I'm not sure if there's an actual rap sheet involved. He may have a domestic violence concern or something, but I know he's had some off-field concerns.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Keenan just got drafted. He's always called Big Tim Keenan whenever you hear him make a play.
Is Renee Conga on your defensive tackle list there, Ken?
I don't know if he's somebody I added, but I don't remember putting that on. 1 second. IDL. Nope.
One of several just really, really exciting day 3 athletes. He's got really good length. He's got 33 6 arms. Interior guy, again, big athlete, super explosive, 37 vertical, and 10-foot 2-inch broad jump.
So you've got Garrett Nussmeier third on your list. Starting to wonder if he gets drafted.
That's not really my list because the quarterbacks and the running backs I did not look at. So the quarterbacks, it's somebody else's list.
If this were 1995, Nussmeier would have gone pretty high.
Yeah, there really isn't anybody looking for a non-mobile quarterback at this point. I just want a pure pocket passer kind of thing. You don't hear that said very much anymore.
Oh man, my tracker's up to date. Okay.
Baron Morton goes to the Patriots, a backup quarterback for them.
They're going to do that thing, draft a quarterback round 7, cut him, makes the practice squad.
That could be.
It's a good bit of business. I mean, I think these late 7th round picks, again, that's another thing is, guys, you think that you're going to learn your practice squad, get them here, and you have a better chance of keeping them than anyone else does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. People just like their own players. They like, they trust their evaluation of their own players more because the players have been in-house. So there doesn't tend to be the kind of movement you'd expect. The Ravens actually, was it last year, the year before, they had a fair number of players claimed off waivers, which was surprising. But they had, I want to say, 4 guys that were claimed off waivers.
I think it was
might have been this last year because JAD and a number of others were in that group.
Who's the rookie guard? Can't remember.
Dellinger.
Yeah,
Garrett
LSU,
Dellinger,
right?
yeah.
He got claimed by I think Cleveland, right?
Yeah, and then they end up cutting him again. But
Samak.
Yeah. Samak might have been in the group last year who was cut. Because he stayed with the team in 23, and then in 24 he was cut.
Yeah, he's on the Panthers now.
There's another.
Yeah, he signed off the practice squad last year.
It's another safety, defensive back, and I'm thinking it was somebody who was playing the back end, some one spot behind Kane, and so he played a fair amount during the preseason, I want to say. And I'm forgetting what his name is.
Ravens did a heck of a job finding UDFA defensive backs last year.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Keon Martin.
No, it was a guy. It's not the other guy who got cut during the season. But the other guy made the team.
Lowry.
Lowry.
Ruben Lowry.
But it's not him. Lowry got cut during the season. And he made the team. It's another guy who was cut during the preseason. The hard-hitting guy played with them the previous year. He and Kane played together on the 24 Ravens.
Max is saying Bo Braid.
Bo Braid is the guy. Bo Braid is the guy. Yes. Thank you.
From Maryland.
Bo Braid from America. Caillou Blue Kelly is from a few years ago. Yeah, that was a bad one. That's a 5th-round pick that went to hell right away.
And yet he ended up starting games for the Raiders.
So the guy who was cut mid-season, it's not Cromartie, is it? But it might be Cromartie anyway. The guy who got cut mid-season by the Ravens after I think playing one defensive snap ended up going to the Texans and starting the playoff game against them in 24.
Not Steven Sims.
This is a guy who was, I think it's not Dominique Cromartie, but it was I could look it up.
What year was this? 24, you said?
I think 24, but it might have even been 23. Go to this here.
Peters?
No, this is a I was on the team. Let's go open this and open a defensive spreadsheet. This will just take a second. We got time, right?
I think so.
All right. 237 is in. We got 14 selections yet to go.
Ooh, Andre Fuller just went. Cornerback Toledo.
Toledo's had a good run of defensive backs. Quinyon Mitchell and
I generally enjoy it when I see players for the MAC drafted. Although there have been some real winners. Like those guys on the Steelers. Antonio Brown was a MAC player. Ben Roethlisberger was a MAC player.
that's true. Miami of Ohio, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm having trouble getting this to work. All right, I'll have to come back to this, but I got another way to get it. Let's look at it that way.
DeAndre Houston Carson? No, he was a vet.
Yes. Houston Carson is the guy. He was a vet, and he got cut, and then he went.
Yeah, he was in Chicago for a long time.
Yeah, so it had to be 23 because that's the last year, but he spent time with the Ravens. He played a total of 8. That's for Detroit. I don't think he didn't get on the field defensively apparently with the Ravens, unless this is his weekly grades. He was on the field in week 7 for the Ravens, and he played 8 snaps, and then the rest of the season somehow he played 581 snaps with Houston. So one man's trash is another man's treasure. And it's the most he's actually played in his whole career. And then he started the playoff game against the Ravens in that after the 23 season.
Okay, we just had an interesting pick go off the board. Seth McGowan, running back from Kentucky, is selected by Indiana in round 7. This is someone who was accused of robbery, conspiracy to commit robbery, and assault and battery with a dangerous weapon a few years ago.
Huh.
Spent 3 months in jail in 2024. But he looked pretty good, especially at Senior Bowl week.
Etched. The next podcast I do will be the review of every single draft pick the Ravens made, and that should be out on Monday morning. After that, 1 second, I got a call coming in. I need to take this. So, are you excited? Well, we're looking up.
While Ken is out, we also have one of the last edge players that I would have looked at for the Ravens if they hadn't already gotten one. Max Llewellyn of Iowa goes to Miami.
So I'm on the NFL Network, and they've been at commercial forever for some Rich Eisen thing, and they're 2 picks behind.
Sorry. I mean, at this point, round 7. I mean, full disclosure, I have not had the TV on 1 second. I'm not interested in the broadcasts. Yes, Chad, Randall is going to be a project, but a project that could pay a lot of dividends. This is someone who has the capability of being a 1,000-yard rusher a couple of years from now. And being a converted wide receiver, you know that he'll be able to catch passes.
I just got some very positive information on Eckley, so someone who thinks he's very good. So I'm happy to hear it. Yeah, and they echoed the very good holder notion. So that's a big relief off my mind.
Yep, he'll be the holder. I mentioned to chat while you were away, Max Llewellyn goes to Miami. If the Ravens hadn't gotten Zion Young, he's one of the last edge players that I would have looked at.
Okay.
But I'm much happier with Zion Young.
I think we all were. If you had been on the pod yesterday, or maybe you were in the chat even, or
yeah,
in
I was in the chat.
stream, we saw every single one of us had Young as our top player at 45. Whereas I remember, getting in a big back and forth with Coach Evans about a Jabo versus Pickens and others at 45. I really didn't like Pickens, so he was right. He ended up being right, and you got to take your L's when they come.
Still don't like Pickens, but that's a different thing, right? Yeah, over at RSR, Russell Street Report, we have a board game that we do, Pick Six, where we pick 6 players that we think the Ravens are actually going to draft. And 5 of us, I'm happy to say, got the first 2 draft picks correct.
Incredible. Okay, Ravens must really like Hinton. Is he talking about somebody else? Oh, I think he's talking about Hibner, right? Probably.
Hibner, yeah, having traded up to
okay.
get him in round 4, I would imagine so. They like him more than Cuevas.
So, answering the question about Eckley, low hang time and out kicking coverage are not concerns. Well, I don't know what sort of a directional punter he is. That may be part of this. That's leading to the higher average. Being a directional punter generally also means lower hang times. So he's got a really good coach he's going to work with here in Baltimore in terms of improving whatever he does well as a punter already. And they'll probably bring Sam Cook back in to teach him some of the ins and outs of Ravens holding, which should be very important to Tyler Loop. What do you think about that, Nick?
Just going to say, I think the holding element is probably something they saw in his game, or at least any experience he has. And again, I think you could argue that is maybe even the most important quality of a punter, even more than their punting abilities, their ability to help your kicking game. I'm pretty on drafting a punter, but again, that's because I'm not really can't claim to be an expert in punters like at all. So statistically, it's a guy that looks pretty good, right? So but pretty glad with that. I think I saw a good clip that Jonas posted of him dancing after one of his punts. So good to add a little flair on special teams. But another case of not necessarily knowing if you can get an undrafted guy too as a punter. You don't always know if you're going to get the one you want, and so you might as well draft him. I assume Thorson is the Georgia punter not gone yet?
Not to my knowledge. We had another punter go, though, Tommy Doman Jr.
That just happened, right?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh.
That happened a while ago.
Here's Armaj Reed Adams is off the board. This is the guy who had all the fatigue concerns at Texas A&M. So that's an interesting pick. You don't want offensive linemen who are rotational in nature. People want the continuity in the offensive line, so you don't want a guy who can play. Yeah, I can give you 70% of the snaps. That's just that's fine at edge. It's not fine at offensive guard.
Well, if he was worried about warm weather, he's going to Buffalo.
There you go. They got a good holder with Stout. They also got a good punter, as it turned out, with Stout, but it took a couple of years for him to develop.
It did, and I think that's a good point. This guy might not be a good punter year one, but you may want to stick with him. Because I know there are people that were just, they wanted Stout gone badly until they didn't.
Devin Eastern was just taken at 242. We got the Texans pick in at 243. We're getting close. This is the home stretch, guys. We got 11 picks to go, and then we're gonna go ahead and sign off after 253 here.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, thanks for coming back. Jason, thanks for hanging it out here. This is through the dog days of this, and I've appreciated the commentary and the back and forth. Great stuff.
I find value because we're getting to that point of the draft where I know fewer and fewer names, and so I just get to listen and hear soak up what you have to say. But yeah, I mean, I think it's been it's always an interesting draft. So that's probably not the right way to describe it. I'm not sure the last time I've seen this big of a day 3 spread in terms of evaluations. That feels even bigger than in past years. Like, I think in past years, it really felt more often that there was a day 2 B class that goes in the top of the 4th round. And I just don't really think that was the case this year. I just think it was so thin really quickly that day 3 feels like just all dart throws. Whereas typically you'll find some guys that you're pretty convinced can play roles as a rookie or contribute. Obviously teams think that about everyone they draft, but just kind of a brutal board. I think that the NIL has really just had such a huge effect on how players decide to go into the draft class. I have to double check, but I'm curious if it's a very much older class too in terms of age.
It is.
For sure.
It is. It's the oldest class ever, pretty much.
There you go. So that's what it's funny. It's like it makes sense that day 3 is as varied as it is, but I'm very genuinely curious to see how many of these guys make rosters as rookies and compare that to past years, because I think it could be a much lower percentage.
2 thoughts. One, it's not only NIL, but this is kind of the last year of the COVID players as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got a lot of 6-year people. They might even have some 7-year people in here. The other thing is people are comparing this draft class to 2013. That's what we're looking at. And what Ravens fans might not realize is how well the Ravens actually did in 2013, because all they can think about is Matt Elam.
But they got Brandon Williams in that draft too, and they got a couple other guys.
From round 3 onward in probably the weakest draft class of the century. They found some players.
Let's go back and review that since we got time for this kind of thing. Really appreciate all the kind words in chat we're getting here. It's an absolute pleasure to do this. So the guys were Matt Elam, then Arthur Brown. That's a bad double at the top. But then they got Brandon Williams, John Simon, who ended up being a ball player who played 100 career games.
They should have kept him.
Kyle Juszczyk, who is still playing, and has had 12 years as a starter. Ricky Wagner played 118 games. Capron Lewis Moore, he didn't ever do anything, 5 career games. Ryan Jensen, who earned a second very big contract and made a Pro Bowl. And then Aaron Millette and Mark Anthony, who did not make it. But a hell of a draft, honestly, when you get right down to it.
If you sort Ravens drafts by total amount of approximate value off of the Pro Football Reference site, 2013 actually comes out fairly high.
They don't have it. So they don't have a total there for the draft. Maybe there's a way to do that. Oh, maybe if you go, I bet I know where to do it. You go back and have all, no, that doesn't have it. So I could choose, no, I
think I hand counted it.
Yeah. Or you could drop it to a spreadsheet. Most of the things now, it's nice for the PFF data, and you can do it with the data on PFR. You can put in a CSV, drop it into an Excel file, and then play with it and manipulate it. And I find that to be extremely helpful. People who don't offer you that CSV ability now, I'm down on.
Well, obviously, what we don't want in this draft is a repeat of Matt Elam and Arthur Brown, but I don't think that's going to be the case since we went big boys.
Conversation I was having with someone yesterday who really didn't like the Jacoby Lane pick was, you can get mad about this all you want. You cannot get me. You can't get Jacoby Lane to mar Venga Ioane and Zion Young. My uncertainty about the day 3 class doesn't, erase my excitement about those guys, but it does kind of bring into question, is this going to be, the kind of complete draft class the Ravens kind of needed to nail this offseason, or is it going to be a top heavy one? Yeah. Sorry.
Cole Wisniewski goes to the Eagles.
Yeah.
A guy that I'd really hope to get in the 7th round here.
At least he didn't go to someone in the AFC North.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah, it's all right. We'll give the Eagles the pass for sniping Mekhi Lemon from Pittsburgh. That was fun.
So 250 and 253, I'm kind of feeling like it's worth to take a shot on one of these defensive linemen. Anybody feeling Michael Trigg as a penalty 7th, a penalty box 7th to be given a handler here in Baltimore?
Me, no. Not with them already having drafted 2 tight ends.
So, and if you've gotten this far, to me, it's like something unsalvageable. Aaron Hernandez got drafted.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Hernandez got drafted, and that was a walking character problem that only Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft could talk themselves into believing they could fix. This has got to be something. This has got to be something. And I feel bad. I'm like really kind of speaking ill of a guy that I don't know at all. But this is just judging from the way this board has fallen, what teams are saying about it. It really seems like it has to be something entirely objectionable, unacceptable to enough teams that the handful of teams who might be willing to take him would rather just get him as a free agent after.
Yeah, we're not talking about what we think of the guy. We're talking about what they think of the guy.
Yeah. They're also, as you get later in this draft, if you look at the board, the diversity of which teams are down here thins out. There are a number of teams that, move on from virtually all of their 7th round picks at some point before they get a chance to use them. And so there's also, one of those teams could also be one of the ones that says, hey, we know no one with any picks left is going to take him. So we'll just get him at the end. But if I'm the Ravens, I've got my 2 tight ends. I'm just not interested. It's not worth I'm not sure the juice is worth the squeeze there.
Well, that would be one way to say it. Certainly, we're the 7th round is also a place to nail down your priority UDFAs that would eat a bunch of your pool otherwise, eat a bunch of your UDFA money pool, because it's limited amount. I forget it's 150,000 or whatever it is these days. If you can nail people down with a 7th round draft pick, then you don't have to pay that. They also are under contract for 4 years, as opposed to like Keaton Mitchell becoming stars or semi-stars and being a guy you lose after 3 years because you can't rationalize the RFA contract tender. So you don't have that same problem that occurs for those players. So these 7th round picks aren't worth nothing that they have coming up, and they ought to carefully allocate them to the guys they think have the highest percentage chance to make the team.
Something I just noticed about the 7th round comp picks: Chiefs, Ravens, Eagles, Ravens, Colts, Seahawks, Broncos. A lot of good teams there.
Yep.
These are teams that are letting 7th round price point players leave via free agency to get these picks.
It's one of the
function of roster construction financially.
One of the curses of being a great drafting team is you're always going to be faced every year. You're going to be faced with heartbreaking decisions to let players go. And it's part of the deal. And the Ravens have faced so much of it over the years. And there are a lot when you have so many players you have to let go, there's occasionally mistakes you make in that category too. And they never want to let you forget those. But if you look at the other side of this, it's a lot better being the Arizona Cardinals and the New York Giants drafting like crap and having to pick up, sift through other teams' garbage to find your next players and overpay for it a lot of the time. I won't call them garbage. Recyclables. They're
they're all great player. I mean, if you're an NFL player, you're a great player.
Yeah, but Patrick Queen going to the Steelers is an example of that. All right, Miles Scott from Illinois is going to the Broncos. We've got 4 picks left. Actually, only 3 before the Ravens.
Patriots picked up a name that I know, Jam Miller.
What position is he at? Running back, okay. Not on the list.
How many picks out are we
now?
now?
He was on the list. There he is.
Only a few, okay.
3 more picks before the Ravens go.
I think, to me, I think there's 4 edge rushers I would take here. Maybe 5. Where's the last one?
It could be anybody here. It could be a referee.
Yeah, I have a cluster of edges that are higher ranked than a lot of the other bottoms of my positional rankings right now, if that makes any sense. A couple I mentioned that was actually not one I had on my list, so I don't mind that as much.
Go ahead.
There is information out here on Lele's.
Quintavious Hutchins. I do a grading exercise on the Senior Bowl where I take every play, every snap that's on offense or defense, not special teams, and I determine which team wins that play based on yardage and down and distance, and then I give a point to the player that I think most impacted that play. And Quintavious Hutchins was one of my highest graded players at the Senior Bowl. Now, to be fair, there were a lot of highly graded edge players at the Senior Bowl because the quarterbacks weren't very good and it was horrible windy conditions as well. So the pass game didn't work very well. But he's somebody that stood out in that game for me.
Admittedly, not that I don't follow the Senior Bowl, but I don't scout it as closely. So
That's fair. That just
happens
happens to be my style. I start looking at players during the All-Star games, the Senior Bowl, the Shrine Game.
Normally I'm a little ahead of the ball, but the Ravens decided to fire John Harbaugh and make January and February extremely busy with me writing about every single coach on the planet Earth. So I'm definitely more late to this class than I would have hoped.
Perfectly fine.
The edges, the 4 edges I've got up here. Anthony Lucas, who I don't think he went yet, right? USC.
No.
Anthony Lucas, Max Lewin got taken recently, I think.
Yes.
Michael Heldman and Mason Rieger out of Wisconsin.
Yes, we had mentioned Rieger.
Yeah. So, would like to see one of those 3 guys. That's just a personal thing, though. If they hadn't taken one of the tight ends, I'm sure, or one of the 2 tight ends they'd taken, I'm sure, can you be banging the table for Betcher here?
I'm sorry, for who you're saying?
For
tight end?
Betcher, the Oregon tight end? Or is he further down your
Betcher.
Or am I looking at the wrong player? The
I
linebacker.
think Betcher is the linebacker.
Yeah.
Linebacker.
Carson Ryan gets taken at number 248. Now, a lot of people want Alec will be very upset about that because he loves Carson Ryan. But that could be a good pick for Cleveland. They weren't going to draft a 3rd tight end. They were out on him. I'm interested in any of the 3 defensive linemen right now at the top. Gil Howard was taken also, by the way, honey, a little while ago. Or I'll do that. But Corleone, Harris, and Benny are all still available. If it's one of those at 250 or 253, I'd be happy. And if I guess an inside linebacker maybe help come in and compete for a spot. I don't think you need to do it. I mean, I think you can sign those guys. They don't tend to be super expensive UDFAs. I'd be okay with Daquan Wright. I don't know what's wrong with Daquan Wright, but I think I'd be okay taking a chance on that. Dallin Bentley, would anybody feel okay about that? No, I think you don't need another tight end. Don't need another tight end.
Yeah, that's the tough part to me, and I think that's one of my small criticisms of the process was that I think when they used these tight end picks earlier, there were just other positions they could have targeted given the depth in this class.
So you have a little bit of buyer's remorse from that. The Hibner pick is the one where there were really other choices. And
that was the craziest pick because that was their only trade up.
Yeah.
Felix, we can do this. There's only 4 picks in the entire draft after the Ravens are done.
Right. After 253, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Felix is asking for a rundown of our day 3 Ravens selections.
We can do that. We'll roll through it as soon as we get done with 253 here. And York and Benny. Okay.
Garrett Nussmeier just went.
All right, that's a lockdown, a UDFA kind of pick if ever there was one.
Justin Fields is quaking in his boots. What are you talking about?
Is he at a wedding? I mean, it doesn't look like he's at a wedding there.
I don't know. I don't have it on. Yeah. I'm going to wait for you though, because the Ravens are picking next.
Okay. Yep. It hasn't been posted yet.
I think I'm a little bit behind you guys. I don't think he's at a wedding. I just think he's at a draft party. Everyone got really dressed up for it.
So Nussmeier is going to be the heir apparent to Patrick Mahomes. True, false.
What is the reasonable handicap on him beating out Justin Fields for the starting job this year?
Who are we talking about?
Nussmeier?
5-1. I don't know.
Okay,
I mean, maybe
they made the pick.
Maybe they just tank. Maybe they just tank the beginning of the season and throw him out there. And
if Mahomes' recovery isn't going well. I mean, I also just don't think very much of Justin Fields at all at this point. And I'm genuinely curious how he's going to pick up Reed's offense and be able to run it.
It's like Justin Fields is the quarterback that people thought Lamar Jackson was.
That's perfect. I might have to steal that. That's really good.
Go for it.
Thank you.
I've used that line plenty of times before.
Daryl Jackson making the pick for us. So don't say anything. I can't see it yet.
Lips are sealed.
You're already getting upset.
Oh my god, what is this? What is this? What could this possibly mean? Another tight end?
Rayshon Benny of Michigan. I'm loving it.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
loving it.
All right, so they went and drafted him instead. That makes total sense.
Surprise, surprise. They have their third 3-tech.
That is a delightful pick.
You don't hear this too often. Holds point of attack, pocket pusher, excellent versus Nebraska. That's one of his highlights is excellent versus Nebraska. As long as you're playing Nebraska, he's great.
It's too bad we gotta get the Omaha football NFL team started up then.
Shout out to Nebraska winning their first basketball tourney games.
I do. I feel very good about this one. Thanks, Matt. Good to have a defensive tackle for preseason snaps. All right. All right.
So do you guys want to do a quick recap on the day?
Well, we got one more pick in 3
Oh, we
picks,
got one
right?
more. Oh. Yep.
Philadelphia gets to pick twice before the Ravens. I'm very excited about that. That it makes a lot of sense from a roster construction perspective, from a camp competition perspective. Like it.
So the Ravens, round 7 has historically been the Ravens' worst round for whatever reason. But they might be starting to turn it around in round 7.
Yeah, they hadn't had good picks for a long time. Michael Campanaro was a decent round 7 pick, even though you can't really give them credit for it if they leave and they're redone, which also invalidates a lot of Geno Stone's production in round 7 because they cut him. Texans
Geno
got him.
Stone is probably the best, though.
If you want to include all of his play, period, not just the Ravens.
Just the Ravens.
but it's just the Ravens included time after he left the team, so you can't count him as a draft pick anymore. If you're
talking about because he left and came back. Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, in that case, you.
I feel like that's with Geno. That's a little splitting hairs.
D'Angelo Tyson.
D'Angelo Tyson is a good one, and
unfortunately, like the best player that they've drafted in round 7, they didn't keep. And Zach Sealer.
Yep, he was terrific. Yeah, they went through a period where they didn't even have a lot of 7th round picks, and then they had Voorhees, Sealer. Yeah, a lot of these years they didn't even have one.
It's curious because they are fantastic. They have a fantastic history in round 6, in rounds 5 and 6, 4, 5, and 6. Not round 7.
Well, they are, along with the Packers and the Steelers, are unquestionably the teams who've got the highest return on the draft capital that they did have. So there's not really a question about that.
Okay, so NFL.com just listed a player that does not have a college.
Yeah, it's the international guy, or Bernard.
Oh, okay.
He was like the crazy athlete that he was like one of the like crazy international athlete. I think like the athletic comp was like DK Metcalf.
He's the Nigerian player.
Yeah.
DK Metcalf, but a defensive tackle.
Like the freaky athleticism, like the physical freak sense, not necessarily the playing.
So
I don't think you guys
cut, stash.
I am really loving this. We haven't seen very much of this today, but I'm really loving the prep area where they put on the hat. It's just a outstanding kind of an affectation for the whole draft to have those guys walk past that, look in the mirror, kind of pose for it, and then come out.
We're at a 4.6 40 at 306 pounds, 6% body fat. This is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's fun. I don't know. You're talking about this mirror hat thing. Ruben, did you see Ruben Dane do it?
I did, but I don't remember it. What happened?
Absolute stone cold killer. Walked right by the mirror, picked up the hat without breaking stride. And I don't know if you've seen the Mission Impossible movies, but if you know how Henry Cavill like loads his arms, if someone's watching and gets that reference, you're my favorite person of the day. But just looked like a complete badass. Was a big fan. It had the look on his face of I can't wait to prove all of you wrong. So.
Okay.
I'm very glad that he went to the NFC.
Yeah. Well, I'm always a big fan of what the Bucks do. That's what they run a good operation over there.
The IPPP benefit somebody brought up. There is value there. I'm not saying it's not something you should try and harvest, but it does not affect the 90-man roster and it does not affect the 53-man roster. It's only one additional practice squad spot you get for an IPP player. You can obviously have one spot for it. It's not the benefit that a lot of people think of it as being.
When you were just talking about growing an international fan base, that's one way to do it.
Sure. Yeah, that's a great point, Marina. That's definitely something. If you want to get there are a lot of Nigerian players now in the NFL. We probably have maybe 25 or 30 guys from Nigeria who are playing in the NFL now. Might not be that many. Maybe it's 15 to 20. But in any case, there's a lot of love for Nigerian players over there. You're competing for existing love is what I'm saying.
Weight Watcher, don't scare us. The Eagles already have enough good linemen.
Okay, so now an edge rusher at number 252 for the Eagles, Keyshawn James Newby of New Mexico.
Man, who's going to be Mr. Irrelevant this year?
Okay, I'm putting on my poker face this time.
Pick is in. Okay. Let's not hear it from anybody. Do they show these while they're at commercial, or do they always wait until they come back?
I think they wait until they come back for reasons passing understanding.
But depending on what station that you're on, they may or may not be a commercial.
Anyone know the number Rayshon Benny wore at Michigan?
I think it's 26, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it's a weird one. I know. It's looking at him. I've got it here somewhere just to be sure. But
Curious, what are the what is the bold font mean?
It's Marine saying, haha, you missed this guy in your list. I will put it in italics and bold it so that you look at it stupid.
Okay.
And then I added a bunch more names, and she didn't bother today doing it.
Someone's got to keep you in line, Ken. Someone's got to do it.
There's a lot of back and forth put downs in this house, that's for sure.
Hey, you be nice.
Somebody's got to keep me down, but I have to be nice.
All right. Pick is in. I still don't know it.
suspense is terrible.
This is awful.
I hope it'll last.
Sometimes I try and think about what the most amusing pick here would be. It would be probably a center would be the most amusing pick here.
Yeah, they could still have a guy. They could still have an offensive lineman that they
The
picked
Penn
him way
State
down.
guy. Drafting the Penn State center.
The guard, Evan Bjornsson of Northwestern. Bjornsson of Northwestern.
No, I'm just kidding.
6'3.5", 301, and a 5.25 40. Does not sound like a superb athlete. Let's go take
So
a
the
quick
obvious
look.
question, right? Can he play center?
Who is this guy? Let's see.
Evan Bjornsson. Bjornsson, excuse me.
I'm sorry. How are we spelling that?
Evan.
Yeah.
Beerntsen.
I found it. What a name. He has 53 snaps as center in 2020, which is obviously not. Doesn't mean he can't do it, but he hasn't done
Did you
it.
say 2020?
2020.
Okay.
So
COVID
six
guy.
years of college.
He had 6 years of college, 5 years at South Dakota State, and then 1 year at Northwestern.
This guy sounds like a future coach.
He's good grades from PFF. I mean,
You're just going to cut him and add him to the coaching staff.
One good year in the Big Ten, so that's something to be thought of. But he is right now 25 and a half years old. He'll be 26 in September. I don't know if it's right around the opener, but in September.
If they were going to draft a 26-year-old, I would have preferred Nadam Tucker. But that's okay.
All right, we're getting flipped off here on this. It's okay. Great. So another guy who had a little bit of you looked at his positional snaps already, right? You looked at snaps by position.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You had to go back to find something other than guard. I can see. Okay. I'm not going to do that. All right. So let's go back and talk about the draft as a whole, the day 3 as a whole, because that was asked. We'll do that really quickly, working through.
If I may interject.
Yep.
We had somebody that's been talked about quite a bit recently drafted, Deion Burks, to Indianapolis right after the Ravens.
Michael Trigg's still out there for any of the 3 remaining picks. All right, let's talk about what happens, because the first picks I think we all know were Ioane, Zion Young, and Jacoby Lane for day 1 and day 2. But they started off day 3 with Elijah Sarratt, the wide receiver from Indiana, a guy I had fairly high on my board, 9th or 10th on my board. Actually, it's on there on the other screen, but
similar guy to Lane, except I like him more because he's more polished. It'll be interesting to see which one of those 2 wide receivers gets more playing time this year.
Yeah. That we expect them to keep them both. I don't expect Tez Walker to go big or anything. The one thing I think we agree on is that's the end of the DeAndre Hopkins era in Baltimore. Just not room for him with Sarratt and Lane on the team. So I think that's what I gather from that selection. If we move on, we've got let's keep going. We've got Matthew Hibner, which was one of the big surprises. The Ravens moved up to get him, a tight end, fast, but wasn't on our radar as somebody, despite the very deep tight end class. And they didn't go for one of the top guys. Trigg was available. Wright was available. They still both are. And as were other players. Justin Jolie, I think, was still available at that moment. So anyway, surprising pick. What did you think about the Hibner selection?
Kind of the same thing. Surprising. I looked at his once you kind of look up his measurables, he makes sense as a guy they see as an inline guy. Maybe one that can help them split Mark Andrews out into the slot. Probably something they envision. but it seems like a big red zone threat. But yeah, I mean, it's very much a projection. But again, someone who I'm not very familiar with either.
Yeah, I'm. That's the guy I'm probably going to be watching more of than any other draft pick moving forward because I just didn't watch the guy. So I'm not really sure. I assume he's a Y inline tight end.
I
Especially
think that's what his
considering their next
projection
pick.
is. Yeah.
So
That's definitely what his projection is. Yeah.
plus the idea that they traded up to get him is just so curious.
That was a
Yeah,
strange one.
that's
So
unusual too.
They still did have 11 picks they made in this draft, but we continue on with Chandler Rivers, the cornerback. And I did have the all 22 guy on Derek Coleman, and he really liked Chandler Rivers. I had him a little further down on my list, but a guy who is a slot cornerback, it looks like at the NFL level at 5'10", 185, and a 440 guy with very, very short arms. Coverage metrics were not particularly good last year, so that's a problem. Not a great tackler in his career. 13% career missed tackle rate it's not utterly terrible, but it's not great certainly. What is there to say? He only had 4 total flags in the last 3 seasons to go with 174 targets, so that's very good discipline, and it's tough for a slot corner to do. But honestly, a player I'm very surprised the Ravens took. I didn't think he really fit with the Ravens in terms of what I expect will be their scheme with Hamilton being the slot corner.
That's somebody that I have higher. I did like the pick. I was surprised to hear that you said that he has a 13% missed tackle rate because from the tape that I watched, he was someone who was eager. He's an eager tackler, perhaps is the better way to put it. He wants to get you down. And he has some of the same questions that Marlon Humphrey had coming into his draft. Not to say that I think he's going to be anywhere near Humphrey, certainly not at his peak, but I think he could be a Marlon Humphrey replacement based on the way that Humphrey has been playing recently. I know that's not a ringing endorsement, but I think he's going to stick.
All right. Thoughts, Nick, on Rivers?
Yeah, I think he's definitely slot at the next level. He's kind of a stereotypical Ravens slot to me, like a small guy, aggressive. The missed tackle thing isn't surprising to me because I feel like that is a feature of his game. He flies down and he flies to the ball, but I think just because of his size, he's not always able to deliver, both wrapping up and trying to deliver the kind of hits he's trying to take. But like has the movement skills to line up in the slot. Certainly the want to. There's going to be obvious limitations to that, but the Ravens have navigated that with other slots in the past. I wonder if Minter, runs a little more cover 4, which allows you to play with shorter corners if you want to. I know that's something that I've thought about with that I thought about with D'Angelo Paz during the pre-draft process. I wonder if that's something the Ravens are thinking about, or if he's really going to be a pure slot guy in the NFL. But good pick. I like that pick a lot.
Okay, so I'm seem to be the dissenter in that group. We move on to Josh Cuevas, the next guy at Alabama, the tight end, 6'3", 245, 465, 40. What is there to say about him? His receiving metrics are not particularly exceptional, but he's an almost 9.0 yards per target career, 8.9 actually. 108 career rating throwing him the football, played 54% inline in 25. That was his highest in 5 seasons. So he may be another guy who they're looking to use more flexed at the NFL level. We'll see how that works out. I'll be really interested to see between Hibner and him, how they split inline and flexed snaps. So he was on the Mackey Award list. Not sure how his limitations really come to light. He did have him on my board as I think the number 10 tight end. So it's not like I hadn't heard of him, but he's not a guy that's really excited me like a lot of the top tight ends did.
Cuevas will be the one that plays the Isaiah Likely role. He's got, as far as I know, he's got plus character, and he has it kind of reminds me of Fernando Carmona, the guard, where I'm not entirely sure about his athleticism, but he definitely really wants to play football. So they're not going to have a problem there. And regards to him versus Hibner, I imagine is going to be the inline tight end, and they're going to be moving, flexing Cuevas and potentially using him at fullback every now and then.
Nick, anything about Cuevas?
Yeah, he was, I think, probably around tight end 12 or tight end 10 or 12 on our board too. So kind of in a similar range to you, Ken. I think on the face of it, an Alabama tight end sounds nice. I think he's a fine athlete. I guess I like the combo. This is the combination of skill sets that I had in mind when thinking about double dipping at tight end on day 3. So from a procedural perspective, it's okay with me. Obviously, just such a wide range of evaluations on this tight end class that it makes it a little bit hard for me to be so convinced that, John Michael Gillenborg or, Tanner Koziel or whoever I might rather have is going to be such a better player, because the entire league's all over the place with these guys.
All right, let's move on. Adam Randall, the running back, taken with he was in the 5th round. I did not look at the running backs here, so I'm not going to try and pretend like I've looked at tape of him. That's on my list to do tonight, though, for the report. Guys, what do you know about Adam Randall?
It's going to be an interesting watch for you. Like your reference said, he cannot pass block. He does not know how to pass block yet. He is a converted wide receiver who has very little mileage on him as a running back, but he has the physical traits that could lead to a 1,000-yard rusher down the line. So this is a pick for the future. This is not a pick for now. And if I were him, I would be soaking in everything I possibly can from Derrick Henry, being another larger back.
What do you say, Nick?
Same in the sense that I don't know much about him. What I read about him, what I do know about him now is really exciting size speed combo and good age. This is a good developmental trajectory. I think we've seen what the Ravens offense can do when they find a running back who can really take advantage of being of the space afforded by Lamar Jackson, and that does take I think a specific type of running back. I think these bigger running backs do a better job of taking advantage of some of that space and being able to break arm tackles because defenders are coming from bad angles and things like that. I'm excited to dive into his film, and I've seen some good things. I believe he's a converted wide receiver, so there's like some pass catching upside there, which is another bookmark I had for if they're going to take a running back. I hope they get one that has pass catching upside. Now, pass protecting, entirely other issue, obviously, but again, it's not the. I don't know that I really would have taken a running back at all in this draft, and so I guess I have somewhat of a fundamental issue with it. But if I look at the player and the player alone, I could definitely see him growing into an exciting, productive running back.
All right.
If I may add one thing, the reason why he's still not a wide receiver and was changed over to running back, I believe, is because he has some drops in the passing game. Gotcha. So, but if you're a wide receiver and you're going way downfield, those are tougher catches.
So let's move on. Ryan Eckley, the punter, drafted in round 6. It's certainly not an exciting or sexy pick by anybody's standards, but the Ravens did need a punter. And I've heard that he is quite a holder, which I take very positively. He was near the top of the entirety of college football in terms of average length gross of punts. They weren't covered quite as well, but he did have 20 N20s and only 1 touchback this last season. So hang time is a little bit low. I don't know the reason for that. It may be a directional punting thing, but I'm interested to watch some tape on him as well and see what happened. There's probably a cut up that has every one of Ryan Eckley's punts from last year out there. At least I'm going to try and find that. Guys,
I have
anything to add on
zero
that?
to add to that because I don't really do the special teamers.
You good, Nick?
Yeah, same thing.
Okay.
I can read numbers. That's about it.
All right, let's move on to what I think is a very exciting pick, and I'm not sure why he drafted so low. We think there may have been health concerns, but Rayshon Benny out of Michigan, who I had a fourth/fifth round grade, which means 4th at par, 5th for value. All right, and he's a little bit of an undersized 3-tech, not massively so, at 6'3", 298. 33 and 3/8 inch arms, does a bunch of things well. Stops to miss tackle rate is okay. Okay. Now here's the funny thing: 4.0 this last year. Career, his stops to miss tackle rate is 11.4. So he had almost no missed tackles career prior to this last year and a lot of stops. And he came back down to earth essentially. But a career, only a 4.6% missed tackle rate. He's played about 58% pass snaps career. So that would tell you that he's really more of a pass rush specialist than a guy that Michigan wanted in on early downs. They had him playing behind, of course, Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant, right? Kenneth Grant? Grant, anyway. The 2 guys who got drafted last year. So he just had his first chance to really shine in 2025. Knocked down 6 passes at the line of scrimmage and 699 career snaps in college. That's a really good thing for a 3-tech to do. If you're not going to get to the quarterback, get your hands up. There's a lot of much taller players with very long arms who didn't have nearly as good a record as that. So I liked him. He's a 4-point stance guy, you're going to notice, and he fires out of it, puts himself in a position to read the play and sheds his block first. He's a shed then chase player as opposed to a bull then shed player. So I know I've got a lot of material on him, but I really love Rayshon Benny, and I'm glad the Ravens got him.
I mean, the reason why he fell to round 7, I think, is multiple injury history. I think he was banged. He may not have been injured, but I think he was banged up last year for Michigan as well, which is why perhaps his missed tackle rate went up just a little bit. But this is a great value pick for round 7. I'm pretty happy with that, and it is a fit. This is Madubuike insurance right here.
The way I describe Benny is he's a player you have to really watch him to love him, but once you start watching him, you will love him. And obviously reuniting him with Minter and Esposito are the 2 guys that developed him, that know what he does best, that know what he does worse. And I was saying before, it'd be very easy to sign him to a free agent contract. But to your point, Ken, if those 2 guys are really comfortable with how he is, the Ravens probably came into this draft thinking he was, probably going to go undrafted and targeting him with one of these picks. It wouldn't surprise me if that was kind of their strategy there.
We'll go to the last pick, and it's a guy I know nothing about, so I'm not going to sit here and fake it and try and give you some information that I'm reading off somebody else's report here. But Evan Bjornsson, interesting pick at guard. It's a second offensive lineman only. They didn't draft another guy, did they? That's just the second offensive lineman they drafted. So they didn't really address the center position. They kind of chased the price down, I guess, for a long way. Missed on some players that even went in the division, like Brian Parker. But interesting. Maybe they see something they really like in Evan.
Cross our fingers, right?
That's what we can do.
What we do know is that he played several snaps at center in 2020.
Was it? What did I say? 53. 53.
Yeah.
The future is in your hands, King. I got nothing. I'll give my quick thoughts, I guess, in the class in general. Super excited about the top two. I like the idea of getting the big guys on the offense, especially thinking about what Doyle wants to do and the direction he wants to go in. So I can live with a lot of that. But really, I just felt like they sacrificed a lot of value with where they targeted different guys on day 3 of this draft. For me, Rivers and Benny were really the only two true value picks that I felt like came in this day 3. And again, these are all disparate projections, but I also think there's a positional value thing here that the Ravens are missing a little bit in their day 3 class.
Go ahead, Jason.
I would add Sarratt to those two. Those are the 3 picks that
I can go with Sarratt. Yeah, even if you think about swapping Sarratt and Lane, that just feels a whole lot better to me.
It kind of like Green and Starks last year might have felt a lot better to be, and not necessarily about other people, but I think we can't walk away from this draft without realizing how fortunate the Ravens were in round 1 to get a high quality player at number 14. We were sitting here the first night of the draft and sweating bullets, thinking the Ravens might not get a player at 14, and it came down to the 11th pick, and Caleb Downs of Dallas traded up and took Caleb Downs, and that kind of ensured that the Ravens would get one of the big 3, and it's apparently the 3 they were considering exactly, from what I've heard, is Bain, Sadiq, and Ioane. And then, of course, Proctor and Simpson were the next 2 picks, so they had all 3 available to themselves, and with that smorgasbord out there, they took Ioane, and I think the way this draft played out, maybe that they really justified the fact that they went offensive line, even guard at that point. So that's the big thing from day 1. From day 2, very happy with the young pick. Everybody on the panel wanted him at that pick, and then we went to Lane, and people are less happy about him. I've actually warmed a little bit to the Lane pick over the last 15 hours or so. Like the time between the two, it was actually only about 12 hours. We're back really quickly here. But I've warmed a little bit to it. I mean, he's a big body. He'll go up and try and get the football. I am a little worried that we compare him to Jaleel Scott in that way, but I've warmed a little bit at the pick. And then day 3, I'm with you, Nick. I'm concerned about the amount of value they got on day 3 not being in the up to par for the Ravens. They obviously had some hidden gems that they think have value. The Hibner pick, I thought, though, I'm not sure who they were competing with for that player. I think they could have had him later, more than likely. So, that kind of concerns me. There were some really weird tight end picks in this draft in terms of guys getting picked either much later or much earlier than expected.
On that one note, Ken, I will say that's one thing. That's one element where I feel like Eric does have a good feel for the draft board, and he's great intel and a good feel for where different players are going to go. So that's one element of, like, I think if they were trading up for a guy, I think there's a good chance that guy was going to get taken. Because that is something that they work really, really hard at, and that historically I feel like they have a good feel for. But anyway.
All right. Got to say goodbye to folks now. Jason, Nick, thanks so much for finishing it out with us. Ed, thanks for your big long haul work during during day 3. That's always it can be a tough time to get people, but you guys did a great job. We had a lot of fun, I think, down here the stretch. Can't thank the people in the stream enough. Fantastic commentary throughout the draft, and we really appreciate it. Thanks so much for participating. And I'm taking this to heart. Maybe we'll have another live event or two that is an opportunity to answer questions. Maybe it could be a once a week mailbag kind of show or something like that. But I appreciate you guys, and I do appreciate also all the people who come in and contribute to the show by being guests. So if you want to be on a Film Study Pod, hit me up with a DM on Twitter, or contact me on Reddit, or even by email. I'd love to hear from you if you have a topic you're passionate about that you'd like to discuss. Thanks, everybody, for joining. Jason, Nick, thanks again.
Ken, thank you so much. And thank you as well, Maureen.
You are most welcome, and thank you, everyone.
Take it easy, guys. Have a good night, and enjoy that film tonight before we talk again later.